Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2176 Loot Box. Once Ves confirmed that he received 25,000 MTA merits, he did not order his forces to depart from the battle site immediately. Instead, he instructed Major Verl to board the flagship of the rust grinders and sweep her from top to bottom. With her propulsion system down, there was nowhere for the vessel to go. The cowardly crew had also surrendered long ago, when it became clear the pirate mech stood no chance against the might of the avatars of myth. A couple of shuttles entered the hangar bay of the damaged pirate ship. Ves Larkinson, some bodyguards and 26 assistant mech designers emerged from the vehicles. Even though the air was still breathable inside the ship, everyone who entered the ship wore hazard suits out of an abundance of caution. There was no telling whether the life support systems might introduce some nasty toxin in the air or if some of the compartments suddenly opened up to vacuum. The young mech designers each looked fascinated by what they saw. A handful of heavily damaged mechs rested on the deck. Various tools and other gear the pirates used to service the mechs were strewn all around. If not for the lack of cleanliness and the random piles of detritus shoved into corners, the hangar bay of the pirate vessel looked no different from that of another ship. Ves smiled as he saw their fascinated expressions. Aside from Keddies, this was their first time stepping aboard a bona fide pirate vessel. They had heard many lurid stories about them, that the experience of entering one of them was very remarkable. Due to her extensive expertise, Ves assigned Keddies as their tour guide today. As you can see, pirates normally aren't very thorough in their work, she told them. The rust grinders are better than most because I don't see any stains on the deck that suggests that some of the pirates do their bathroom business on the spot. Disgusted faces appeared on Catherine Evanson and other assistants. Do pirates really do that? Keddies smirked. You'd be surprised. All sorts of desperate people are forced to become pirates. Many of them aren't quite right in the head. They toured the hangar bay a bit before entering the interior of the pirate ship. Numerous Larkinson clansmen clad in vaxsuits, hazard suits and combat armor strode through the corridors as they continued to sweep the vessel. Keddies explained why that was necessary. Pirate ships like this one tend to be riddled with traps. Attacking other pirates in order to hijack their stuff is very common. There is no rule prohibiting pirates from targeting their own kind. In order to deter rivals from attacking them, the pirates will often try to make it as hard as possible to profit from their defeat. From wiping out the data banks to adding a hidden trigger that sets off a huge bomb, pirates employ many ways to get the last laugh. Many of the assistants suddenly looked alarmed, which amused both Ves and Keddies. It was funny to witness their realization that they had essentially entered a trap-filled ship. You don't have to be concerned about your safety. Ves attempted to soothe their nerves. Hours before we stepped aboard this ship, the Black Cats, flagrant vandals and battle criers have already taken control of her and neutralized all of the threats. Could they have missed something? Likely not. I'm especially confident in the Black Cats. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stepped aboard this ship in the first place. The power reactors of this pirate ship are fully shut down and under guard. In truth, my men have temporarily brought aboard some temporary reactors in order to supply minimal power to the vessel. Nothing will blow up while we are here. If that wasn't enough, then lucky should be sufficient enough to detect anything that Calabast's subordinates had missed. Ves turned towards his cat with an expectant gaze. Meow? You know what to do. Meow meow. Yes, you can take a bite out of anything good you find, but make sure to leave some for me. Keep an eye out for any hidden supply caches. Meow. His cat quickly zipped down the corridor in search for juicy exotics and other treasure. This wasn't the first time the task force boarded pirate ships in order to look for booty. It was just that the Larkinson clan's previous opponents were too small and weak to carry anything valuable. According to the initial sweeps conducted earlier, this time was different. The rust grinders truly carried some valuable spoils that they had accumulated through accepting continuous tribute. Ves couldn't help but feel a little excited about it. Perhaps pirates were truly onto something. Robbing others could be very lucrative sometimes. Pirate ships are like loot boxes. Once you obtain them, you can't help but get addicted to opening them up in order to see what goodies they contain. They spent some time touring the various decks and compartments of the pirate vessel. Though the boarding parties had already taken care of the crew beforehand, the blood stains and marks denoting weapon fire still provided sufficient proof that the takeover had been anything but peaceful. Some of the assistants looked queasy at the various sights. Hardly any of them looked like they enjoyed this tour. They were too used to living in civilization to imagine that humans could live this way. When they entered a compartment that held the data banks of the ship, Calabas calmly supervised a team of hackers as they disarmed all of the security precautions that prevented them from accessing the data. "How is it going?" Ves asked. "We have already decrypted numerous data banks," she responded. "Though much of it is filled with junk, we have gathered a wealth of intelligence, though much of it still needs to be processed. It will be worth it, though. No matter how much intelligence we've gathered in the Sentinel Kingdom, nothing beats obtaining first-hand and second-hand information." "Have you captured some important pirate officers alive?" "My men are already in the process of interrogating a number of rust grinder officers. While it is unfortunate that the Quint violently tore Commander Varen Upander to pieces, we at least managed to secure Elmer Noden, the captain of this ship. We're trying to extract everything he knows about the local pirate community. Would you like to take a look?" Ves briefly glanced at his assistants, who looked as if they wanted to return the Scarlet Rose as fast as possible. "Sure." The entire group left the data compartment and moved to a compartment that the Black Cats used as one of their interrogation chambers. Despite what his imagination had conjured up, the Black Cats did not beat up Captain Noden or cut open his body. Calabas laughed. "Did you think we would be so crass as to torture our captive? There are more effective ways to extract information out of the good captain." A pair of trained female interrogators leaned on the pudgy captain's shoulders as he sat strapped to his chair. The black-clad females whispered sensually in the man's ears. The captain giggled as his unfocused eyes tried their best to look at the women pressing on his side. "I can already tell you that the Ghost Boys are no longer in charge of Ivys Station. From what my contacts have told me, a new group called the Insta Brotherhood have already taken it over. The Ghost Boys managed to flee with at least half of their ships intact, though. Be careful if you travel near their fallback point. They are grabbing every pirate that they can lay their hands upon in order to bolster their numbers for a revenge attack." Ves blinked at the sight. He and the rest of the mech designers found the interrogation to be a bit befuddling. Compared to their reactions, Calabas looked fully at ease. "There are many drugs that can make someone talk, especially given the funding you have provided to my department. As long as they don't carry any anti-interrogation augmentations, it is quite trivial to induce them in a state that makes them very willing to reveal information on their own accord." Though Ves already understood that, he looked askance at the two Black Cats who were in the process of toying with the drugged pirate captain. "Is it truly necessary to have those ladies by the captive's side?" Calabas smirked. "Not strictly, no, but it does make it easier to extract valuable and pertinent intelligence from men. This is one of the most effective interrogation methods employed by hexers, and I see no reason to fix what isn't broken." "Okay. I'll let you get to it then." Ves soon guided his assistants away. He led them through other sections of the ship. They took a peek at the engineering bay, where they discovered that the pirate ship didn't actually possess an FTL drive. An engineer from the Flagrant Vandals explained the reasoning behind the conspicuous absence. FTL drives are expensive, complicated, and difficult to maintain. They also don't work at all in the Nixian Gap. If a pirate outfit doesn't want to leave, then they don't have to mount any FTL drives onto their vessels. A ship without an FTL drive demanded a lot less engineering and technical expertise to operate, so their existence eased the difficulties of many pirate groups. The only downside was that the ship couldn't be brought into civilized space. The tour group eventually moved on and entered the cargo bay, where a number of clansmen were cataloging the valuable goods they found up until this point. The total value of the goods in the cargo hold aren't particularly impressive. Their estimated market value is just 35 million hex credits. That must be a considerable fortune for the rust grinders, but to VS that wasn't enough to produce a single blessed squire. "What else is there?" he asked the quartermaster. "We found greater spoils when we ransacked the personal quarters of Commander Upander and Captain Noden. Both of them have hoarded some remarkable items." The quartermaster guided VS towards a table which displayed various jewels, cards, data chips, weapons, and other notable goods. He picked up a ring that looked like a laurel wreath. A shiny green jewel topped the ornament. "That's a fallen house's noble signet ring. If we hand it over to the right parties, we can earn a modest reward." VS picked up a data chip next. The data chip contains the encryption key to an anonymous bank account. Commander Upander squirreled away 134 million hex credits over the years. After that, VS focused on a case that contained a gnarly rock. As soon as he looked at it, he began to sense something odd about it. The moment he tried to poke it with his spiritual senses, he suddenly felt as if he encountered a wall. VS immediately became interested. "Ah, that is one of Captain Noden's possessions. The man evidently placed it close to his bed for some reason." The more VS inspected the rock, the more astonished he became. Wasn't this an ultra-rare B-stone? The only material that VS had discovered so far that could block spiritual energy? He hit the jackpot this time. After years of possessing just a single lockbox made out of B-stone, VS finally obtained another sample. Anything that could block spiritual energy was valuable. Though the sample he obtained wasn't enough to build a protective suit that could shield his entire body, at least he came one step closer to fulfilling this personal goal. "Ha ha!" he erupted in laughter. "This is truly a great find. This exotic is wasted on the rust grinders." The only spiritually reactive exotics that VS could reliably obtain were P-stones. He never expected to encounter a long-sought B-stone out of the blue. It would have been even better if he stumbled upon an F-stone as well, but he had no complaints. "I see. Entering the Nixian Gap is the best way to obtain more rocks like these. The closer to the source, the greater the likelihood of obtaining what I want." Chapter 2177 Chalice Crown. Task Force Predator eventually moved on after collecting the spoils. The Larkinsons didn't bother to bring any of the bulk goods, but everyone was already satisfied with the detailed intelligence and portable valuables they gained. VS made sure that the Larkinson clan allocated a generous bonus to the avatars of myth. Everyone who took to the field and fought deserved to be compensated for their efforts. The battle against the rust grinders wouldn't be the last time the task force fought against pirates. The fleet hadn't even left Wreckage Paradise yet. There were much more powerful pirate groups calling the shots at Maynard Fields. So far, the casualties his forces suffered only consisted of a handful of broken and damaged mechs. The mech technicians, assisted by low-ranking mech designers, were already at work trying to restore them to working condition. However, Ves knew that in the future that real casualties were unavoidable. Once their opponents grew strong enough, the Larkinson clan had to take into account that they might start losing mech pilots. Regardless if they were adopted or true blood, every Larkinson mech pilot was precious. Ves did not wish to lose any of them, but it was unrealistic to think he could conclude his adventure in the Nixian Gap without suffering some serious losses. From a transactional perspective, Ves already accepted the fact that he might have to trade the lives of hundreds of Larkinsons in order to chase after opportunities and allow his clan to accumulate some battle experience. Was this trade-off worth it? That was difficult to say. How many losses would the Larkinsons have to suffer before it wasn't worth it anymore? How many lives was Ves willing to sacrifice to obtain 1 million MTA merits? The entire premise of setting a market price in blood for merits was distasteful in the extreme. Ves momentarily struggled with his conscience before he simply shrugged his shoulders and threw the problem outside of his mind. Ah, hell. Whatever. I'll just meander along and see how I'll fare. Perhaps his clan might be able to avoid serious losses in the next couple of months. Ves had to remind himself that he was fully in charge of this excursion. He was responsible for every aspect of the task force, and he was also its ultimate decision maker. This meant that Ves was fully capable of managing his own risk exposure. The importance of this luxury couldn't be understated. Unlike before when Ves had to abide by the will of other people, this time he could decide to pull back whenever he felt he was in danger. Once Ves carefully stashed his newly obtained B-stone in the Scarlet Rose's vault, he paid a visit of Calabast's office. The spy master currently pored over the valuable intelligence her subordinates obtained from the rust grinders. Hey, kid! We are still analyzing and verifying all of the information we have gathered. I won't be here for long, Ves replied. I'd like to know if you have obtained a greater understanding of the distribution of pirate forces in Wreckage Paradise. We have already obtained a lot of up-to-date clues as well as a number of interesting navigational charts. I believe they are all reliable enough to allow us to chart a course that will minimize the frequency of pirate encounters. If we are lucky enough, we might be able to reach Maynard Fields without engaging in any hostilities. No. Pardon, kid? I don't want to avoid the pirates along the way. I want to confront as many of them as possible as long as they aren't too strong. Calabas frowned and stopped her work. Are you crazy? Look, we already obtained some valuables and gathered a lot of valuable intelligence from the rust grinders. I bet they're not the outfit who has managed to obtain a B-stone. Do you remember my request to look out for more B-stones and F-stones? I think this is the best opportunity to obtain these rare exotics. Besides, don't you want to corroborate all of the intel you have gathered so far? I do, but that does not mean I am in favor of engaging in needless battles. The pirates that are more likely to possess what we want are never easily taken down. The rust grinders already surprised us with a number of ship-mounted cannoneer mechs. Who can tell if the next batch of pirates won't resort to something worse? This isn't civilized space, Ves. Anything goes in these parts, and that includes employing nuclear weapons, bioweapons, and so on. The Nixian Gap is notorious for a good reason. The possible threats she mentioned sobered Ves up a little. He acknowledged her point, though the prevalence of weapons of mass destruction in the Nixian Gap was not alarmingly high. No matter what, the bounties issued by the Big Two formed a serious deterrent to anyone who crossed this line, even if they were technically beyond the jurisdiction of any authority. The two argued a bit before Ves had his way. Calabast might hold one of his most sensitive secrets, but the task force abided by whims. Very well. The former Hexer sighed and ran her fingers through her luscious hair. I will work with the navigators to chart a new course. I think we can pass through the territories of at least half a dozen established pirate groups along the way. Is that enough to satisfy your greed? Mind you, Every battle will delay our progress by at least half a day, but often more. If we suffer too many delays, we might not be able to return to Hisneck in time to attend your wedding. Ves dismissively waved away her concern. It's okay. We'll just have to do our business at Maynard Fields faster then. Regardless of how much progress we have made, we'll drop everything as long as our time is up. That I promise. I'll hold you to that, Ves, she replied, though she looked very skeptical at him. I don't need to tell you what Gloriana will do to you if you are late. Ves shuddered. I know. You don't need to remind me. I'll definitely return in time. Good. There is one positive development that might help us shorten our stay in the inner periphery. After digging through some of Commander Apander's private files, I managed to find a reference to someone who might allow us to get in touch with Salak Vera. Ah. Ves almost forgot about the primary goal he wanted to achieve for this excursion. Though he could earn even more credits if he assassinated Pirate Lord Hyvex and destroyed the Gravata Narlax, there was no way that Task Force Predator could even come close of the heavy cruiser. The Alidus Alliance mainly resided in the core regions, which was deeper than Ves was willing to travel. It was best for him to focus on achievable goals and settle for rescuing a kidnapped Mech designer. Who is this person who can possibly get us in touch with our target? He's called the Flutist. No other name. Don't ask me why he's called this way. The Flutist is a rather notable merchant and information broker who has currently set up shop at a pirate base called Frostbite Fortress. It must be pretty chilly there. Calabas nodded. Frostbite Fortress is built on a moon-sized asteroid in Maynard Fields. While the Nixian Gap is already very cold due to the lack of active stars, Chalice Crown is even colder. Every vehicle that approaches the planetoid will have to be especially resistant against ultra-low temperatures. Doesn't that make it impossible for ordinary pirates to approach the fortress? Ves frowned. That is exactly one of the reasons why it is so defensible. Ordinary mech simply aren't resistant enough to the unnaturally penetrating chill that Chalice Crown exudes. The exotic deposits that are buried deep in the planetoid is responsible for fending off many abortive attacks. How does anyone even get there in the first place? If the Flutist is conducting business there, then there has to be at least some flow of traffic. The Children of the Chill, who are in charge of Frostbite Fortress, have built a fleet of special-purpose shuttles and transports that can resist the extreme cold. Any transportation to and from the pirate base depends on their vessels. There is no other choice. The entire arrangement sounded a bit convoluted, but very secure. With the Children of the Chill occupying a base built on a planet that could freeze any normal mech, Ves believed that hardly any other rival would bother with attacking Frostbite Fortress. The cost was far too great. How strong are the defenses of Frostbite Fortress? Don't think about storming it from the outside. Calabas shook her head. The Children of the Chill are one of the major factions in Maynard Fields. They are mining a very substantial amount of Covenant every day, which they mostly spend on expanding their forces and increasing the defenses of their base. Let me just say that even the Penitent Sisters might not succeed subjugating Frostbite Fortress. That sounded very serious. With an amazing defensive advantage and thousands of mechs at their disposal, Ves did not dare to engage in hostilities against the Children of the Chill. Some pirates were simply too strong for him to challenge. So how can we obtain any clues about Salak Reva from the Flutist then? Calabas told him her plan. We will have to infiltrate Frostbite Fortress by passing ourselves off as pirates. By we, I mean our subordinates. Neither you or I are obliged to put our lives on the line. I have plenty of trained personnel who can obtain what we need from the Flutist. This is the privilege of being in charge. He fully agreed with her sentiment, even if a part of him strongly wanted to don a pirate disguise and step foot inside Frostbite Fortress. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a unique and defensive pirate base. Sadly, even if Ves decided to enter the Nixian Gap, he did so as the man in charge instead of a foot soldier who did all of the heavy lifting. I will defer to your judgment. He leaned his head towards his strategic partner. All I want is to catch up to Salak Reva in time to rescue him from the Krella Alliance and return to civilized space. How you go about it is up to you, though I hope you will at least keep some people in the loop. I will do my best, but we won't share too much with the other Larkinsons. Once they finished this discussion, Ves asked one more personal question before he left. Now that you are part of the Larkinson clan for a time, how do you feel about what I have started? The woman did not answer immediately. She leaned back in her chair and took her time to compose her answer. I'm satisfied. I'm also worried. Could you tell me anything more? I am very appreciative of the values that define the Larkinsons. Even if I myself don't abide by them, it is good to be in the company of people who are more straightforward. As for my worries, I have already shared them with you. Your recent stunts have attracted so much attention that I don't need to perform any investigation to determine that there is a target on your back. I'm very fearful that you will get into an unnecessary conflict in the Nixian Gap. Most pirates have better things to do, I think. We aren't weak at all, and that is our strongest guarantee of safety. Being well informed is also essential. Calabas turned back to her terminal. I will continue to analyze the data and send my report to you by tomorrow. Sounds good. Oh, before I forget, did you look into why Captain Noden placed the case that held the B-stone on his bedside table? Apparently, the B-stone, as you call it, helps him sleep easier at night. If you haven't noticed, the Nixian Gap exerts a faint but fairly disturbing pressure on our minds. Captain Noden found out that the rock he has obtained is able to shield his mind from these disturbances, allowing him to sleep in complete comfort. That's it. To think that a pirate captain obtained an extremely rare and valuable B-stone, only to use it as a sleeping aid sounded ridiculous to Ves. These pirates didn't know what treasure they possessed. They deserved to be robbed. Chapter 2178 Huge Vortex. Ves grew curious about Captain Noden's usage of the B-stone as a sleeping aid. He decided to try it out himself. Surprisingly, just placing the B-stone in the vicinity of his bed while he slumbered truly increased the quality of his rest. When Ves woke up the next day, he shoved Lucky's body from his face and turned his head towards the case holding the B-stone on the bedside table. If he looked at it with his normal eyes, he didn't see anything special. The rock was completely inert. It was only until he observed with his spiritual senses that he detected a subtle change. Ever since Task Force Predator entered the Nixian Gap, Ves felt as if he entered a huge interference field. The difference wasn't immediately apparent at the outermost edge of the region, but as time passed by, the disturbance in the surrounding space gradually grew stronger. This was rather worrisome to Ves, though everyone else just thought it was another unique quirk of the Nixian Gap. The Nixian pirates and everyone who entered this region had already taken it for granted. Aside from making people restless and not entirely at ease, the widespread interference field didn't seem to do any other harm. Ves felt there was more to this field than what everyone else thought. The Nixian Gap held too many mysteries, chiefly why such a weird place popped up in the first place. Reality did not entirely work normally here, and the endless amount of asteroids floating around was just scratching the surface. Everything seems to point to the center of the Nixian Gap. It's the origin of everything. If I want to obtain answers, I'll have to travel deeper. The periphery was the least affected region of space. Wreckage Paradise only offered visitors a preview of what was in store. If what he suspected was true, and the strange spiritual interference field grew stronger at Maynard Fields, then the demand of an object that could dampen or restrain the disturbance would grow stronger. If the pirates know that bee-stones can make them feel at peace, then they will definitely hoard them if they manage to get their hands on them, Ves realized with a gleam. That said, Ves highly suspected that bee-stones were so rare that not every pirate leader had the privilege of owning them. He would have to raid a lot of pirate fleets in order to obtain the loot he desired. The problem was that the smaller pirate gangs shouldn't have the capital to possess something so rare, while the stronger pirate groups and alliances would definitely bleed his forces. For now, attacking every pirate force in Wreckage Paradise shouldn't be a problem, but Maynard Fields was a different story. Not only were the pirates who managed to establish a foundation in the inner periphery rather strong, they also had at least some friends. The Larkinson clan could easily attract the hatred of dozens of pirate groups if his fleet recklessly offended everyone within reach. Calabast and Major Verl already warned him that they should change their approach once they exited Wreckage Paradise. Though Ves was loath to do so, he did not wish to put his clan under excessive risk. Earning merits came first. Obtaining bee-stones was just an unexpected bonus. Ves should firmly keep his priorities straight. He freshened himself up and prepared himself for another of work. When he prepared a bowl of exotics which he appropriated from the Rust Grinder flagship for Lucky, he began to partake in his own breakfast. He felt a bit lonely despite the presence of Nita, who wasn't all that talkative in the first place. "I miss Benny." His executive assistant stayed behind at Sinak. Though Ves felt tempted to take Gavin along, there was no great need for his presence. With the Doom Guard already on sale for a time and no new product releases on the horizon, the LMC's growth had smoothed out. The regular reports that Ves received sufficiently kept him in the loop. There was no need for him to be appraised of the state of his mech company in person when he should direct most of his attention to his dangerous excursion. "That reminds me, some of my mechs are apparently acting wonky." Once he finished his breakfast, he took Lucky and boarded a shuttle that brought him over to a light carrier owned by the Living Sentinels. Since the fleet did not travel through FTL, there was nothing stopping him from visiting the other ships of Task Force Predator. Once he stepped into the hangar bay of the light carrier, he greeted the captain of the ship before immediately ignoring the fellow. Instead, Ves carefully observed the handful of LMC mechs that had been put on standby. When Ves observed them with his spiritual senses, he found to his puzzlement that their spiritual nature differed from his expectation. Though the differences were subtle, he felt as if all of the glows of the Aurora Titans and Desolate Soldiers had undergone some minor amplification. They grew stronger. The difference was minor, but as somehow who created them in the first place, the fact that every LMC mech received some sort of minor boost regardless of their individual differences was very odd. As Ves quietly observed the mechs some more, he frowned deeper. The mechs were spiritually active. Both their spiritual foundations and their design spirits were rooted in a different realm. Now, it seems as if they were both being affected by some sort of omnipresent external influence. It did not take long for Ves to tie this effect to the weird spiritual interference field that encompassed the entire gap. If this was true, then the glows of his mechs might grow even further. He made a note in his implant to keep track of the fluctuations in strength of his glows. Once he completed his inspection, he boarded his shuttle and returned to the Scarlet Rose. Though he was supposed to head to the conference and evaluate the mech design proposals that the LMC's assistants had come up with, Ves was distracted by the observations he made. Everything he had learned today suggested that spirituality and spiritual energy behaved in a different fashion inside the Nixian gap. Though the changes were mild so far, what if other anomalies emerged when his fleet traveled deeper into the Nixian gap? Ves did not believe that the changes were limited to a gradual increase in spiritual strength. His intuition strongly hinted that there must be something else at work. On a hunch, Ves began to concentrate his mind and did something he hadn't done for a while. He cast a projection of his mind from the material realm and entered the imaginary realm. Once he did so, corrosive winds immediately battered his projection. Ves was surprised at the ferocity of the wind, and immediately pumped more spiritual energy in order to maintain his projection's integrity. Strong! The corrosive spiritual energy blew stronger in this region of the imaginary realm. It was as if the distortion of the material dimensions also affected the higher dimensions. As Ves adapted to the stronger winds, he cautiously explored his surroundings. He soon noticed another peculiarity. In normal places such as Cloudy Curtain, Kesseling 8 and Hisneck 6, the corrosive winds that blew through the imaginary realm pretty much followed random trajectories. Just like normal wind, it could blow in every direction at any location. Though there were likely larger patterns directing the winds to be biased in a certain direction, they weren't very apparent to Ves unless he performed a systematic study. It was different inside the Nixian gap. The winds did not blow in random directions. Instead, the wind distinctly traveled in a single, uniform direction. It was as if someone poked a hole in the hull of a starship, causing all of the air in the breached compartment to press through the cavity. Ves became unsettled as he equated the conditions in the imaginary realm to his analogy. He felt even more disturbed once he vaguely ascertained that the so-called hole that sucked up all of the corrosive winds was very likely situated in the center of the Nixian gap. When he attempted to gain a broader impression of the corrosive winds, he faintly noticed that they were slightly curved over longer distances. The pattern he constructed and extrapolated in his mind reminded him of a vortex. The huge, circular vortex seemed to attract loose spiritual energy from an incredibly huge region space. It was not hard to tie this huge phenomenon to the abnormal existence of the Nixian gap. Ves felt as if he had just been exposed to a very profound secret. This pirate-infested region became even more unfathomable in his eyes. The spiritual activity taking place in the imaginary realm was not a trivial issue at all. Not only did it cause his mechs to behave differently, Ves also suspected that his own spiritual powers might be affected. Was this another reason why his parents fled to the core regions? Aside from being able to avoid pursuit by taking advantage of the difficulty of navigating through the asteroids, perhaps his mother also took advantage of the spiritual phenomena. The overall strengthening effect meant that his mother likely had an easier time with maintaining her unusual state. Her powers also grew stronger, and the interference field might also interfere with the means the 5 scrolls compact employed to track her across unimaginable distances. In fact, the unusual spiritual phenomena in the Nixian gap should also be highly interesting to the compact. It shouldn't be a surprise that the cultists set up their regional headquarters close to the center of the gap. When Ves thought through the implications, he felt as if a veil had just been torn away. Right now, he was far enough from the abyss to turn around and leave its influence. Yet, another part of him urged him to step closer. He wanted to get closer so that he could finally obtain some answers to the questions that had plagued him for years. Still, he reluctantly reined in his urges. As much as the strange spiritual phenomena offered a lot of attractive research opportunities, he could not abandon everything just to satisfy his curiosity. "What do you think, Lucky? Should I go deeper or should I stick to my original plan?" he asked. His cat playfully floated in front of his body. Meow. "Yeah. I'm not strong enough to enter the core regions." Meow meow. "I agree. Gloriana won't like it if I don't make it back in time for our wedding." Meow. If my mother repeatedly warned me to stay away, then she has good reason to do so. Whatever is going on in the center of the Nixian gap is none of my business. If Ves was still by himself, he might have chosen a different course, but his many responsibilities and obligations held him back. His attachments to Gloriana and the Larkinson clan restrained him from following his impulses. He felt as if he was being shackled. That's not necessarily a bad development, he recognized. Ves knew that acting without any regard or constraint was not always the best choice. Plenty of fanatics, along with the cultists of the Five Scrolls Compact, always acted on their extremes no matter how much harm they inflicted on themselves and other people. Though a part of Ves longed to become free and unrestrained, modern society had no place for people who possessed no bottom line. If he wanted to avoid becoming a fugitive, he had no choice but to accept his shackles. Maybe it will be different one day, he idly hoped. The more powerful he became, the more leeway he gained to act out on his own. He needed to advance master first before he should even think about breaking some of his shackles. Until then, I should keep my head down and behave. Chapter 2179 Rejected Proposals. A lot of mech designers entered the conference room aboard the Scarlet Rose. Just like before, the brave mech designers aligned to Ves took their seat on one half of the long, oval table. Soon enough, the projections of the erudite mech designers under the supervision of Gloriana appeared on the other side of the table. Two distant locations connected together through the link that the Scarlet Rose still maintained to the galactic net. Ves did not have to worry about any communication blockades in the outer periphery of the Nixian gap. It was only when he entered the inner periphery that he might have to rely on the dark break module in order to maintain a stable connection. While Ves briefly greeted and chatted with Gloriana, their cats also enjoyed their brief reunion. Meow. Lucky pushed his paw through the projection of Clixie, causing it to go right through. Meow. Meow. Meow meow. Shortly afterwards, Ves commenced the session. All right. Everyone here has submitted their proposals on what minor projects we should work on for the next couple of months. Many of your suggestions are interesting, creative, and useful. Today, I would like to go over a couple of the mech concepts that you have proposed in order to illustrate how relevant they are. The LMC's design capacity is still limited, so we can't explore every idea. He waved his hand, causing a projection of a sketch of a very odd artillery mech to appear above the table. First, let's go over the PDL, F/D, a mech design proposed by Estelle Linwood. He nodded towards the woman seated close to him. Estelle Linwood just happened to be one of the assistants he picked out right at the start of the selection process. Her spiritual potential was particularly notable, which meant she had a high chance of advancing to journeyman once she applied herself. Of course, that didn't mean she was guaranteed to become one. She still needed to work hard and develop her design philosophy properly. Ves could only lay some of the groundwork for her. Estelle still needed to do most of the work. Miss Linwood, would you please explain your concept to us in your own words? The assistant in question nodded and stood up. The name of my mech stands for Planetary Defense Laser, F/D grade pilots. It's a land and aerial-based mech that is designed to strike orbital targets as cost-effectively as possible. By itself, it is a mobile mech that can drill into rock and soil in order to hide itself, and use the very land as a giant heat sink. She manipulated the projection, causing it to fire a very thick and powerful laser straight through the clouds in the simulated environment. The mech completely revolves around its laser cannon, which is guided by a highly automated targeting system. Once the mech fires, it must relocate very quickly using its flight capabilities before the enemy can retaliate. Due to the automation and simple operation of my mech, the demand on the mech pilot is very low. Those with a genetic aptitude as low as F or D are usually neglected. With the PDL, F/D, they can still contribute to the defense of a planet. A lot of assistants looked intrigued or appreciative of the idea that Estelle came up with. Her mech concept might not be the most sophisticated or well-rounded, but it packed a very powerful punch without demanding a lot of resources. Comments, anyone? VS asked. Someone raised his hand. Sir, the PDL/D is a very efficient mech. However, it will be rather difficult for it to survive after it has exposed its existence after firing a shot. That's why the mech is designed to be disposable, Estelle responded. Some more people spoke up and made some remarks. VS and Gloriana were glad to see that a constructive discussion had broken out. Everyone may be rivals, but they were also passionate about mechs. Ahem. Gloriana attracted everyone's attention. Despite the advantages this mech design conveys, it possesses a fatal flaw. Can any of you tell me why my partner and I decided to stop exploring it any further? A brief silence ensued before Miles ventured his guess. It looks like a mech. It is piloted by a mech. It's not actually a mech, though. It is too specialized. It can't defend itself against other mechs at all. Gloriana slapped her palm against the table. Correct. The PDL/D is essentially a movable turret platform. Its heavy dependence on an automated targeting system to hit targets high up in orbit means that the mech pilot is only responsible for moving the mech around. Since that is the case, why not go a step further and eliminate the mech pilot entirely? If you turn it into a conventional self-propelled artillery platform, then any norm can pilot this vehicle. The realization stunned the assistants. Now that they thought about it, self-propelled artillery platforms that could hit orbital targets already existed to some extent. There was hardly any need to use up scarce mech pilots for a duty that could be easily performed by a trained norm. Estelle Linwood's mech concept is a good one, make no mistake. VS summed up his opinion. However, just because a mech concept is good doesn't mean it translates into a good product. In order for a mech to find a place in the market, it has to justify its existence. The wider context must always be taken into account. The assistant in question looked a bit dejected. She knew she had made a mistake. Thank you for pointing out this shortcoming, sir. That's okay. I expect you to do better next time. VS waved his hand, causing the projection of the PDL/D to make way for a depiction of an unusually shaped aerial mech. The flying mech resembled a bird in flight as it flew across a battlefield and released a lot of bombs. The ground underneath erupted in explosions as the bombs turned an entire stretch of land into an inferno. Winston Starmond, who came up with the concept, explained his proposal. The Twilight Phoenix is an aerial mech designed for bombing purposes. Unlike regular bomber craft, my proposed mech is designed to navigate through dangerous airspaces with high amounts of signal interference. So much jamming is deployed on battlefields that it is usually very hard for air support to do their job effectively. In my proposal, the Twilight Phoenix is not only able to rely on its anti-ECM systems to cope with the jamming, but can ideally rely on a glow that can offer navigational help. At least half of the assistant had included some mention of possible glows in their proposals. They assumed that VS was capable of creating any glow, and tried to imagine how that would work with their mech concepts. When Winston finished his explanation, his colleagues began to make remarks. The bomber mech suffers from the same problem as the last mech concept. The same job can easily be performed by a regular bombing vehicle. I don't entirely agree. Catherine Evanson shook her head. Aerial bomber mechs still have a place on the battlefield due to their considerable capabilities. Vehicles piloted by norms perform substantially worse and are always easily shot down from the air. VS nodded in agreement. Mr. Starman's proposal has a place on the battlefield. However, aerial bomber mechs generally aren't great sellers. They can't fend against other aerial mechs, so they require escorts. If you want someplace bombed, it is generally more convenient to rely on land-bound artillery mechs. A mech like the Twilight Phoenix will always draw a lot of fire because their targets won't allow anything to drop bombs over their heads for free. The weak market demand for bomber mechs in the Komodo Star sector was the decisive factor in rejecting the proposal. It was too much of a niche product in the regional mech market. They moved on to a couple of other mech design proposals. Each time, Ves allowed the assistants to figure out the reasons behind rejecting them. He wanted them to become more familiar with the criteria that he and Gloriana used to decide which mech concepts they found suitable enough to turn into actual products. The projection of a team of large, broad mech appeared next. In the simulation, the humanoid mechs approached a giant reptilian exobeast. Surprisingly, the mechs did not take out any weapons. Instead, they surrounded the exobeast and wrestled it on the ground with their considerable weight and physical strength. Even as the exobeast struggled to break loose, the mechs that hadn't dogpiled the giant lizard instead pulled out some of the materials they carried in their backpack containers. In the span of a couple of minutes, the mechs rapidly built up a cage around the restrained exobeast. Soon enough, a cage that was strong enough to contain the captive creature came into existence. This is another example of a creative mech concept, Ves told everyone. As you can see, the Hound of Glory is geared towards hunting and construction. However, just like many of the other proposals, it is a niche product. While specialized hunting mechs exist, it is not very worthwhile for the LMC to enter this specific market. A lot of mech designers, especially those whose proposals had been shot down, looked increasingly more upset. Rena Orion raised her hand. Are we even allowed to design a niche mech at all, sir? It's not all about sales volume. Ves shook his head. There are many reasons to design a mech. Sometimes you just want to earn a lot of money. This is the main rationale behind designing the Doom Guard. Sometimes, you want to unleash your creative energies. That's the main driver behind the Aurora Titan design. Other times, you want to design something different and innovative. Designs such as the Deliverer is a good example. In short, what Ves is trying to convey is that we cannot design every mech we like just because they sound interesting. Gloriana followed up. He often likes to say that our time is limited. We can only handle so many projects at the same time. This means it is important to pick the right projects that provide us with the most benefits out of the options available. Ves nodded. Every mech we have published serves a specific goal and benefits us directly upon release. The Bright Warrior, despite not being sold on the market, is a powerful mech that immediately strengthens our clan's ability to fight and defend itself. Without it, our clan would have never survived the CRC's surprise attack on Kesseling 8. As for the Desolate Soldier and its variants, not only have they sold a lot and generated a lot of revenue, they have also played an instrumental role in defeating the Sandmen. Can you give us an example of a good proposal, sir? Why, certainly. He smiled. He waved his hand once again, causing the projection to display a very plain and rather basic mech. Merrill O'Brien Larkinson, would you like to present your mech concept? The projection of the former pirate designer and rational mech designer calmly stood up. The newer assistants weren't too familiar with her because she had been hired prior to the mass recruitment event. While she never really attracted anyone's attention after she joined the LMC, Ves highly appreciated her mech concept. This is the Chiron. She gestured towards the plain-looking mech. The projection displayed slightly different weapon loadouts and configurations of the same design. When I studied Mr. Larkinson's old work, I stumbled upon two different virtual mech designs. Unlike many other mech designs geared towards mech cadets, the young blood and the old soul are both explicitly geared towards teaching specific skills to the next generation of mech pilots. The young blood and the old soul were still piloted by many players of Iron Spirit to this date. Even though VS had long stopped paying attention to his virtual mech designs, in truth the two teaching mechs had already influenced a considerable number of mech cadets throughout the Komodo Star sector. Now Merrill formed a proposal that sought to revive something that VS had neglected: designing teaching mechs. The Chiron was the successor to the young blood and old soul. Chapter 2180 Chiron. Every mech academy possessed mechs to allow their pupils to experience what it was like to pilot actual machines. A mech pilot that trained exclusively with virtual mechs would never perform well on the battlefield. There were simply too many lessons that could only be learned while piloting a physical mech. For this reason, mech academies demanded special mechs that specifically accommodated their desire to educate mech cadets. This was the origin of teaching mechs. They differed from normal combat mechs in several ways. First, their lethality came under heavy restraints. Whether permanently or conditional, the firepower and damage potential of these mechs had to be reined in and kept under control. A single ordinary mech was easily capable of wiping out an entire city block in an instant. Putting so much destructive potential in the hands of partially trained teenagers was a disaster in the making. Therefore, teaching mechs had to be designed from the ground up with many safeguards. Remote kill switches along with hard limits on performance allowed mech academies to field mechs that weren't capable of killing hundreds of students or wiping out entire schools. The second requirement of teaching mechs was that they should offer a realistic learning experience to mech cadets. This meant that teaching mechs had to resemble combat mechs to a sufficient degree so that the people that piloted them could easily transition to piloting full-strength mechs in the future. Obviously, the second requirement partially contradicted the first requirement. In many cases, mech academies tended to favor safety over providing a more realistic piloting experience. Cheaper teaching mechs were only capable of fulfilling one of these priorities. Mech academies had to spend much more to obtain teaching mechs that were both safe and effective. The third requirement was that they needed to provide as much protection as possible to its current pilot. If the mech cadet improperly handled the mech or suffered some sort of accident, the young student could easily put his own life at risk. Teaching mechs needed to be robust enough to keep the pilot alive in the event of an accident. Basic mistakes such as the mech losing its footing and tripping on its feet could easily damage the cockpit of a fragile mech. Such incidents happened quite a lot in the early years. If a mech couldn't protect its mech pilot upon falling, it wasn't suitable teaching mech. The fourth and last requirement of a teaching mech was that it had to be cost-effective. It not only needed to come at an affordable price, it also had to be resilient enough to withstand daily abuse for a very long time. The longer the teaching mech lasted, the less money the mech academy had to spend on servicing, repairing and replacing it. These activities just happened to be the primary reasons why mech academies went bankrupt. When Meryl calmly explained these requirements, she finally revealed how her mech design proposal tied into them. The Chiron is an adjustable mech design that aims to provide an individualized teaching experience to any mech cadet that uses it for practice. The projection of the Chiron displayed the proposed design in several different ways. Sometimes, the mech wielded a sword. Other times, it held a rifle. Some of the Chirons were taller, and others were shorter. Half of the mechs featured a flight system, and the rest could only walk on land. The assistants observing the projection still recognized the same underlying DNA, but they were confused why the mech came in so many versions. The main emphasis of the Chiron is its adaptability. It is a humanoid mech that is designed to match the mech cadet's physique as best as possible. As everyone knows, people are always the best at controlling their own bodies. The Chiron takes advantage of this fact by incorporating several shape-changing mechanisms that can adjust its physical proportions. There was more to the adaptability trait than just changing the length of its limbs. In addition, the Chiron is not specifically reserved to a single mech type. Just like the Bright Warrior, its overall configuration is partially modular. With the right configuration and loadout, it can function as a knight mech, a swordsman mech, a lancer mech, a rifleman mech, and so on to a realistic degree. While the combat effectiveness of each configuration isn't very strong, a teaching mech doesn't need to be powerful. Miles Tovar interrupted her presentation. All of this sounds good, but adaptable and adjustable teaching mechs aren't foreign concepts. The more exclusive and well-funded mech academies often possess a number of them to train some of their elite mech cadets. That's a fair point. Merrill nodded in acknowledgement. What I have mentioned up to this point is not strictly new. What makes the Chiron stand out from adaptable teaching mechs is the added value of its glow. She manipulated the projection again, causing the young blood and the old soul to appear alongside the Chiron. The young blood is a spear-wielding knight mech that teaches mech cadets how to pilot melee mechs. According to user feedback, its mech pilots always feel as if there is something inside the mech that helps them in battle and points out the areas they need to work on. The old soul performs a similar function in the form of a marksman mech. Both of these mechs are products of Mr. Larkinson in the beginning of his career when he was just an apprentice. Her hand gestured towards the Chiron. Now that our clan patriarch has grown in strength and developed his design philosophy, what would it be like to design a new teaching mech that reflects his current ability? If we look back at his most recent mech designs such as the Doom Guard, it is easy to imagine that the effectiveness of a teaching mech like the Chiron will be at least an order of magnitude greater than the young blood and old soul. Those who were aware of the two virtual mechs understood the potential of the Chiron better. However, even the assistants who became exposed to the virtual mechs for the first time understood the implication of a teaching mech with a complementary glow. If it was truly possible to design such a mech, then any mech cadet who piloted such a machine would essentially be able to receive instruction on a transcendental level. Though such an amazing teaching mech did not replace the role of mech instructors and other teaching methods, it was a very fantastic complement that could make mech cadets become more outstanding. Ves had instantly fallen in love with the mech concept when he first glimpsed it. The Chiron was simply too useful for him to pass up. He was also confident he could bestow it with a glow that facilitated the learning process. He grinned. The Chiron is an excellent example of a mech concept that takes a familiar and established premise but puts an entirely new spin on it with the help of a distinctive design philosophy. In fact, this is how several successful mech designers are able to stand out in the market. It is not enough to design a mech that is merely a retread of what the competition has already offered. You need to leverage your strengths and make the most out of your specialty. He turned his attention to the projection and caused it to display some of his products that best reflected his point. The Desolate Soldier, the Deliverer, and the Doom Guard each made a mark on the mech market due to their unique and distinctive strengths. This was despite their less ostentatious technical parameters. The Desolate Soldier is just a budget space-borne rifleman mech. Yet because I imparted it with a glow that is based on duty, it has become a pivotal mech that successfully bolstered the morale of millions of mech pilots and starfighter pilots during the Sand War. Ves shifted to the Deliverer. While my Deliverer mech was only relevant for a couple months, its impact in the later stages of the Sand War was only slightly less than the Desolate Soldier. In the hands of many mech pilots, it is merely a very unwieldy and clumsy space-borne marksman mech. Yet as long as a devout Ovanan mech pilot enters the cockpit, the mech's glow will finally settle in, allowing the Deliverer to gain an uncanny ability to snipe out Sandman admirals in an immense swarm. He turned to the Doom Guard last. As for the Doom Guard, I'm sure that all of you need no introduction. Stripped of its glow, it is merely a well-designed space-borne striker mech. Yet the glow that has caused it to become known as a fear machine not only adds another facet to this machine, but also complements its role. Hardly any other striker mech is as good in area denial than our latest commercial product. The assistant mech designers weren't stupid. They all understood the underlying point that Ves was trying to make. It wasn't enough to design ordinary mechs. To make a proposal worthwhile for the LMC to pursue, it had to take advantage of the company's unique design strengths. Right now, 2 journeymen presided over the LMC's design department. Gloriana's especially was very strong in the right circumstances, but it wasn't easy to work with. In most mass production models, her design philosophy mainly worked in the background. This meant that the glows that Ves could bestow with his design philosophy should play a prominent role in any mech design proposal. The right glow could achieve a transformative effect on the value and utility of a mech design. The LMC would be stupid to neglect this unique advantage. Do you understand now? Ves asked. Everyone nodded their heads. They looked like chicks as realization dawned upon most of them. Aside from a few clever assistants who formed this conclusion on their own, the rest only realized until now what they missed. Ketty still raised her hand, though. I get what you are trying to say, but I think it's not good if everyone here obsesses too much about glows. This is something that belongs to you, not us. We can only borrow your strength, but we can never own it ourselves. As expected of his student. As amazing as his design philosophy appeared to be, she was determined to follow her own path. The temptation of other specialties never swayed her from her own goals. You are right, he replied with a smile. All of you can learn something from her. That said, right now, you are all employed by the LMC. As assistant mech designers, your primary role is to assist the lead designers. Part of that job entails learning about the specialties of your superiors so that you can take them into account in your work. This was one of the unfortunate realities of their low positions. Assistants did not have the right to impart all of their own ideas and preferences in a mech design. They had to abide by the ideas and preferences of the lead designers instead. Ves decided to give them a bit of hope. It's a different story if you become a contributing designer or lead designer. As long as you work hard and develop your design philosophy, you might advance to journeyman one day. At that point, you no longer have to withhold your own ideas. Within the LMC, journeymen are qualified enough to make their own mark in our mech designs. It would take years or decades for those with spiritual potential to reach this point. As for the assistants who lack this quality, they might have work on other people's behalf for their entire careers. He found it a pity to let so much talent to waste. The presence or absence of spiritual potential decided the lives of many ambitious people without their knowing. Perhaps he could do something about this. He managed to force William Urbish into an expert candidate. He might be able to do the same with some of his assistant mech designers. Chapter 2181 Ferocious Piranha. The Chiron stood out as a proposal which had great potential. Sadly, not many assistants realized the extent a spiritually empowered teaching mech could aid in the training of mech cadets. While they had all read up on Ves and studied his best-known works, they still possessed a shallow understanding of his specialty. That would change in time. Ves knew he did not need to spend too much effort to explain what he could do. Once they took part in a project, they would see for themselves what he was truly capable of and adapt their mindsets accordingly. Ves announced some preliminary decisions. The Chiron will largely conform to Miss O'Brien's proposal and shall be designed as an adaptable mech. After some thought, we have decided that a teaching mech with this much potential is too radical and effective to be released to the market. For now, we intend to turn the Chiron into a teaching mech that is exclusive to the Larkinson clan. It will share some of the same properties as the Bright Warrior model. Selfishness only played a part of this decision. Ves had thought long and hard on how to facilitate the teaching process through spiritual means. He wanted to go beyond what he did with the young blood and old soul, where he merely relied on self-created images to serve as imperceptibly spiritual mentors to the mech cadets. While Ves had thought about creating a spiritual product which excelled at teaching, he eventually came up with a more radical idea. What if he could take advantage of the golden cat instead? The ancestral spirit was the heart of the Larkinson network. She possessed a spiritual bond with every living Larkinson. When Ves initially designed the Bright Warrior, he envisioned the possibility of enabling Goldie to pass on the mech piloting skills of one Larkinson to another Larkinson with the help of the Larkinson network. However, so far, this ability hadn't manifested yet. Whether Goldie didn't deem it necessary or whether she wasn't able to do so, Ves couldn't tell. Normally, he had little confidence he could implement a skill transfer mechanism successfully in a mech design. Yet now that he managed to achieve a breakthrough in his design philosophy and successfully tested the implementation of targeted abilities, he was certain he could use them to empower the Chiron. As long as he programmed the right spiritual constructs that facilitated some experimental supernatural training methods, the Chiron might truly become a teaching vessel of his dreams. If the older generations of Larkinsons could pass on at least a portion of their skills, knacks, experience, and knowledge to the younger generation, then the latter would rapidly become very powerful. The best part about this teaching method was that as long as Goldie kept amassing more piloting knowledge, the teachings she passed on became more and more effective. Naturally, Ves couldn't guarantee the Chiron would be able to live up to its promise. It could be that his current spiritual methods still weren't enough to establish such a powerful teaching mechanism. He might as well try, though. If he failed, he still ended up with a mech that did its job better than the old blood and young blood. He could use the lessons he learned from this minor project to do better next time. There was also an unknown risk that the implementation might be faulty. This meant there was a substantial possibility that the mech cadets who piloted the Chiron could come to harm. Ves had already learned that messing with spirituality and people's minds could be very harmful. The spiritual surgery he performed on William Urbish practically killed the poor fellow original personality. His fellow clansmen were different from random people who he didn't care about. He didn't want to treat his men and women as test subjects. The only problem was that if he used the Golden Cat as the Chiron's design spirit, then he couldn't use anyone else but his own Larkinsons to test drive the teaching mech. He eventually decided to trust in his ability, and hope that the Chiron project worked out. In addition, since Goldie was the spiritual guardian of the Larkinson clan, she would never allow an innocent clansman to come to harm. If everything went right, then his worries were moot. After he finished outlining the Chiron project to his audience, he moved on to another proposal that caught his attention. He waved his arm, causing the projection of the Chiron to make way for a depiction of a very different mech. The Chiron isn't the only mech concept that we have approved. Felicia Slen has proposed a very interesting spin-off of the Doom Guard. While her idea isn't entirely original, her ferocious piranha is still an outstanding mech concept with great potential. Would you like to present your ideas, Miss Slen? The woman, who looked to be in her late 20s, nodded and stood up. Felicia Slen happened to be an erudite mech designer, and her quiet and thoughtful demeanor reminded him of rational mech designers. Was it a coincidence that two of the proposals that Ves and Gloriana approved just happened to come from more intellectually inclined mech designers? They both utilized clever logic to come up with their proposals. In contrast, he felt let down by the group of brave mech designers seated on his side of the table. While they came up with a lot of enthusiastic proposals, many of them went way too far or sounded wildly impractical. They had gotten so caught up with the possibilities that they forgot that the LMC sold products, not miracles. For all of their courage and daring, they seemed to lack intelligence and restraint. As Mr. Larkinson has mentioned, the Ferocious Piranha is a mech design that borrows several elements from the Doom Guard. Felicia Slen spoke. The mech is my attempt to address the market demand that has emerged after the release of the Doom Guard. The simulation of the proposed mech rapidly zipped through space as its small and swift allowed it to cross distances at least several times faster than the sluggish Doom Guard. The Doom Guard's main strength is its ability to deter large groups of hostile mechs by complementing its flamethrower output with its fear-based glow. However, the limited range of these exertions combined with the mech's low mobility has forced it into a passive, defensive role. When I researched the market sentiment of the Striker mech, I noticed many calls for a lighter and faster version that can fully keep up with any offensive maneuvers. In fact, Ves encountered the same feedback, but he showed little interest in retreading the Doom Guard. Reading Slen's proposal caused him to change his mind. The woman continued her presentation. My ferocious piranha aims to replicate some of the strengths of the Doom Guard, but differs from it in several ways. First, it's a light skirmisher, so it is fully able to keep up with any attack runs. Second, its glow is weaker, but still effective enough to disturb enemies whose minds are not strong or prepared. Why make it weaker? Kedis asked in confusion. The reason why it is weaker is because the mech pilot of the ferocious piranha should be as minimally affected as possible. Ideally, it would be best if Mr. Larkinson can tone down his glow so that it doesn't harm friendlies. After becoming aware of the glow interaction between the Aurora Titan and the Doom Guard, I speculated whether it is possible to combine their glows in a way that blocks the harmful effects from impacting the mech pilot and any friendlies. I am not sure whether that is possible, though. She looked expectantly towards Ves, who smiled. To be honest, I was astonished at your suggestion, he replied. I have mixed glows several times before. The Doom Guard is actually an unusual result between the conflict of two competing glows. Adding the glow of the Aurora Titan into the mix is something that I haven't thought of. In my judgment, the outcome that you have theorized is plausible, and might very well succeed if I implement it correctly. Does that mean? Ves acknowledged her hopes. I approve of your proposal. While challenging to implement, it is a very practical and useful product if the mech lives up to its promise. The Doom Guard has already proved there is a huge market demand for a mech that can psychologically deter enemies. I don't need to perform any market research to realize that your ferocious piranha has the potential to become an even greater cash cow for the LMC. His praise for the ferocious piranha made Slen incredibly pleased. She became very ecstatic at the thought of having one of her ideas come to fruition. Even if Ves earned most of the credit for enabling such a mech to come into existence, her contribution would definitely be remembered. Before her head inflated any further, Ves raised his palm. There are two issues, though. First, calling the mech the ferocious piranha is not entirely appropriate. A name like that is more suitable for pirate mechs that love to swarm their targets. For now, we'll use it as a code name. Second, it is not entirely wise to allow a mech like this to become too prevalent in the mech market. We will design it as a premium mech with a fairly high budget in order to ensure it won't be abused too much. We might also decide not to release it to the market, and instead add it to the arsenal to our clan in order to keep the benefits to ourselves. A mech like the ferocious piranha truly had the potential to shift the outcome of every battle in the regions where it was sold. Making it more expensive compared to regular light skirmishers was a good way to ensure it wouldn't sell as much as the Desolate Soldier. Another idea to limit its impact was to deprive it from its self-shielding effect. Ves contemplated whether he should design two versions of the mech, one with Kalanxo and one without her presence. He could reserve the former to the Larkinson clan and release the latter to the market without too many concerns. The problem was that doing so might not be very well received at all by the market. In the end, he decided to withhold his judgment and revisit this decision in the later stages of the project. If he was in need of a lot of money, or if he desired to bolster his fame for whatever reason, he could release the most potent version of the mech. If his needs weren't as great, or if he needed to keep his head down, then he could publish a more limited version of the mech instead. Right now, he was inclined towards the latter. He had already attracted plenty of attention from society, and did not look forward to painting an even greater target on his back. That said, he still appreciated the idea. The proposals formed by his assistants had given him a lot of inspiration. He decided to issue a reward. Merrill O'Brien and Felicia Slen have succeeded in inspiring me and have contributed significantly with their fantastic proposals. Both of you are awarded with 10 Larkinson merits. The announcement put the two assistant mech designers front and center. Their fellow colleagues and rivals all looked impressed as they clapped. Thank you, sir. Though 10 merits did not sound like much, it still represented a year's worth of work for them if they did not excel in their performance. To obtain these merits right away brought them one step closer to acquiring powerful augmentations. Ves smiled. Aside from these two proposals, there is room for 2 more minor projects. It's unfortunate that none of your suggestions have met our standard, so my partner and I have decided to come up with our own mech concepts in order to fill the remaining slots. Chapter 2182 Sanctuary. The Chiron and the Ferocious Piranha projects both demanded a lot of ingenuity. Despite their third-class nature, Ves knew he needed to invest quite some time on spiritual engineering in order to establish their distinctive spiritual mechanisms. This wouldn't be easy at all. Ves had to tackle many new problems and invent novel solutions. He had to explore his newly discovered ability to create spiritual constructs and find a way to realize his desired outcomes for the very first time. On top of that, Ves had to perform all of this work while also investing most of his time on his major projects. No matter what, the Valkyrie Redeemer and Cat's Paw projects were simply too important to his interests. This was why he decided to fill up the remaining slots with less ambitious minor projects. That didn't mean the remaining 2 mech designs became less worthy. Ves could still figure out plenty of useful mech designs that didn't require too much work to be useful. Of course, if he was willing to invest more time and resources into them, they could easily become more powerful, but there wasn't much pressure to do so, to be honest. Gloriana presented the first minor project that he and Ves had decided upon. With the increasing prevalence of LMC mechs in the Komodo star sector, glows have become more and more ubiquitous. Aside from the Doom Guard, the glows are generally supportive and helpful. However, that does not mean that their presence in an area is necessarily desirable. The LMC has received an increasing amount of complaints that the glows are too obnoxious or aren't welcome despite the mental boost they can provide. Public spaces, ship interiors and so on often became disturbed when an LMC mech came near. The more LMC mechs showed up, the more disruption they caused, especially when different kinds of glows successively affected the same area. 1 minute, a mech technician trying to service a mech suddenly felt dutiful. The next minute, he might become swollen with pride. After that, he gained a very strong urge to protect his fellow comrades. This was a typical example of what happened in the hangar bays of many carriers that held different LMC mech models. In fact, a fair amount of complaints even emerged from within the Larkinson clan. As one of the most prolific users of LMC mechs, almost every carrier hosted a bunch of glows. Though the existence of the Larkinson network partially mitigated the effect of glows on their minds, some Larkinsons simply wanted to obtain a reprieve. Therefore, Ves and Gloriana decided to design a mech that could offer these people a defense for a price. Gloriana activated a projection that depicted the proposed mech design. The Sanctuary project is a third-class offensive space knight. From a technical standpoint, the mech doesn't come with any notable bells and whistles. It needs to be resilient enough to endure focused attacks, but it also needs to be mobile enough to be at the right place at the right time. Most of you are wondering why the Sanctuary project is necessary when the LMC already sells the Aurora Titan. Ves spoke. The Aurora Titan is a great mech that can shield the mech pilot and nearby friendlies from the effects of hostile glows, but it is not designed to block friendly glows. In fact, the Aurora Titan's glow is also distinctive and therefore disruptive in certain situations. In order to address the growing complaints, there is a need for another product that can provide the succor that our existing Space Knight model isn't able to address. The Aurora Titan is also too impractical of a mech design to most customers. It's not only incredibly slow, but also very heavy and costly, Gloriana added. Ves nodded. This is why we have conceived of the Sanctuary, a mech designed to mitigate or neutralize the influence of any glow in the vicinity. No matter if the other glows are supportive of harmful nature, the Sanctuary can offer some protection no matter their nature. To be honest, he spontaneously came up with this mech concept after he slept with a beastone on his bedside table. He truly felt refreshed when he woke up after enjoying an entire night of rest without his mind getting affected by the spiritual disturbances in the Nixian Gap. This caused a lot of assistants to look thoughtful. Some of them even began to frown. Miles asked a question. Sir? Doesn't that mean you will design a counter to your own specialty? A mech like this might be able to negate everything that you have managed to design up to this point. This was a question that Ves worried over right away. Fortunately, he already came up with some answers. It's not as severe as you think, Miles. First, the primary effect of the Sanctuary is very difficult to achieve. No matter what, it is difficult to suppress a glow. Ves manipulated the projection to showcase several scenarios. An offensive Space Knight that represented a Sanctuary floated opposite to a Doom Guard. In a typical case, the Sanctuary may be capable of suppressing the glow of the Doom Guard. Both of their effects are very strong, and the exact effectiveness depends on how good the mech pilots are and how well they have bonded with their mechs. The crimson third eye of the Doom Guard dimmed a bit, which signified that its mech pilot experienced some difficulties in melding with the machine. Two semi-transparent fields appeared into view that visually simulated the expected performance of the glows of the mechs. The field surrounding the Doom Guard weakened and made way for the field surrounding the Sanctuary. When the third eye of the Sanctuary glowed brighter, the field surrounding the proposed new mech completely overpowered the glow of the Doom Guard. If an excellent mech pilot such as Joshua Larkinson pilots the Sanctuary, then its protective glow will absolutely be able to assert itself. If he pilots the Doom Guard instead, then the opposite will happen. This was already a known glow interaction to Ves. The Aurora Titan only managed to overpower the Doom Guard most of the time because Kalanxo was not only powerful, she also didn't have to waste most of her strength on fending off a rival design spirit. The projection changed to display multiple Sanctuaries and multiple Doom Guard. Both of them had been equalized so that the overlapping fields that represented their glows entered into a stalemate. Numbers play a role as well, he said, and swiped his finger a few times to remove some Doom Guards off the board. The change quickly caused the Sanctuaries to become more overbearing. Their neutralizing glows completely pressed back the harmful influence of the Doom Guards. As you can see, as long as the mech pilots are all the same, if a single Sanctuary can't neutralize a Doom Guard, you can bring a second one. If the enemy fields 2 Doom Guards, then you can bring 3 Sanctuaries, and so on. This glow interaction alone will ensure that releasing the Sanctuary will not, no matter how many Sanctuaries we sell, there is still a rationale for fielding other LMC mechs. In fact, our more dedicated customers will buy even more copies in order to guard against the appearance of a number of hostile Sanctuaries. Even if a lot of customers might decide to give up on other LMC mechs entirely, they still needed to buy a lot of Sanctuaries just to guard against glows. Sir, how accessible will the Sanctuary be? Will you make it as expensive as the ferocious piranha? Ves shook his head. No. The service provided by the Sanctuary has to come with a price, but not one that will evoke too many complaints. For now, I have settled on a price and budget that is similar to that of the Doom Guard, so it will sit firmly in premium territory. Any other questions? Will you design a land-bound variant of the mech? It's in consideration. We can develop after we publish the base model. Catherine Evanson asked a question next. Mr. Larkinson, as far as we are aware of, the power and potency of glows is not necessarily dependent on the cost and class of mech. Is it possible for a single sanctuary to neutralize the glow of a bright warrior, which costs at least an order of magnitude more money to build? Make that 2 orders of magnitude. Ves chuckled. I have already thought of this possibility. The effectiveness of a mech has to be commensurate to its price. If this is not the case, I will make sure to correct it. The glow of a third-class mech should never overpower the glow of a second-class mech. This isn't something that I have considered too much, but every mech that we publish from now on will adhere to this principle. Perhaps before, it would be difficult to ensure this would happen, but all kinds of possibilities opened up after the discovery of spiritual constructs. In order to develop a ranking of glows, Ves intended to program a special spiritual construct that grouped the glows into tiers corresponding to their price and class. For now, Ves mainly wanted to prevent the Friday Coalition from buying or producing his sanctuaries en masse in order to counter the Mech designs that he intended to design. Some concerns still existed. Kedis frowned and raised a worrisome possibility. Our clan depends heavily on the mechs that you have designed. What if the enemy fields our own mech models against us? Even if the sanctuary can't neutralize the glows of all of the mechs, what if they field some of the second-class mechs that you have designed? That was a very realistic possibility. It was a good thing that Ves was already paranoid enough to take this possibility into account. He theorized on it immediately after he came up with a priority ranking for his glows. He smirked. Anyone who thinks they can beat me at my own game will never succeed. As the inventor and creator of glows, do you think I haven't developed any countermeasures to them? The sanctuary design is merely a lesser solution that I have decided to release to the public in order to assuage some of their complaints. I have many other ways to deal with my own products should they turn their weapons against our clan. He did not elaborate any further. Though he trusted everyone to keep their mouths shut, the less they knew, the better. In truth, aside from manually asking his design spirits to deprive their glows from the mechs in question, Ves also intended to bake this function right into the design of his upcoming mechs. It all came down to the priority ranking construct. Aside from ensuring that the glows of third-class mechs would never be able to overpower the glow of a second-class mech, Ves also intended to add some hidden instructions. One of the hidden rules stated that any LMC mech piloted by a Larkinson possessed the capability to hard override the glow of a hostile LMC mech. Another hidden rule stated that as long as an LMC mech directly deployed against a Larkinson or the Larkinson clan, its glow directly turned against its own mech pilot and any compatriots. Just like how Ylvain actively rejected any non-believer from piloting a mech aligned with his faith, every other design spirit was more than capable of rejecting and hindering mech pilots they did not like. By baking these two rules into every LMC mech design, Ves did not need to be afraid his products would ever cause his own downfall. Overall, designing the sanctuary represented another mark of progress to Ves. The invention of spiritual constructs truly enabled him to control and fine-tune the spiritual characteristics of his mechs to a much greater degree. For the first time in a very long time, Ves finally felt he had regained a lot of control over his own products. After treading the path of life for years, he finally corrected his course towards the middle by making some progress in the path of determinism. This was true spiritual engineering. Chapter 2183 Crystal Lord Mark II. The assistant mech designers already became fascinated by the three minor projects that Ves and Gloriana decided to add to the pipeline. Despite their label, each of the mechs associated with the project had the potential to introduce a lot of upheaval. The Chiron was an adaptable teaching mech that would allow the mech cadets of his clan to make rapid progress in their training. The ferocious Piranha was a space-borne light skirmisher that finally allowed mech forces to employ the Doom Guard's fearsome glow in an offensive capacity. The Sanctuary was a revolutionary space knight that possessed the rare ability to neutralize any glow as long as the conditions were right. All three mechs designs would have merely been ordinary if Ves did not involve his specialty. Once he did, they gained a lot of added value without increasing their production cost. Not only that, but Ves also intended to implement numerous innovations and new implementations into the design. Though he wasn't sure whether he could completely achieve every requirement he set, every failed attempt provided him with valuable data so he could do better next time. The three minor projects each sounded so attractive that Ves felt tempted to devote more time on them. Sadly, there was only one copy of himself to go around. He could only devote so much time on all of his design projects. Therefore, aside from taking care of the spiritual aspects of the mech design, Ves mostly left the tangible mech design work to his assistants. With Gloriana intending to keep a very close eye on their progress on this front, he did not need to be worried that the younger mech designers would go off track. With 5 impactful mech design projects on the agenda, Ves felt as if his design department already bit off more than it could chew. When he swept his gaze over the gathered mech designers, he steeled his heart. With 60 capable apprentice mech designers under his command, he shouldn't waste their capabilities. With 3 design teams working on every minor project, the design department still had room for an additional project. "I'm sure you are all curious about our final proposal," Gloriana teasingly smiled. "When my lover and I reflected on the LMC's current mech catalog, we have determined that we have designed too many space-borne mechs lately. This is mostly due to our own needs as a new and growing space-borne clan. While designing a large amount of space-borne mechs is not necessarily an adverse development, we still need to remind the mech market that the LMC is a broad mech company, and not one that singularly focuses on mechs that can only fight in space." In truth, this concern mainly applied to third-class mechs. Ves and Gloriana already decided to enable most of their second-class mech designs to fight on land and in space, and possibly in the air as well. Only certain mech designs that have to conform to very specialized requirements such as the Blessed Squire and the Cat's Paw deviated from this policy. The Hexers needed to field large amounts of mechs that performed at their best in specific environments. Otherwise, their multi-environmental mechs would always be forced to push back against their Friday-men opponents. The Cat's Paw mainly served as a heavy artillery platform. Mobility was of little concern, whether on land or in space. Adding flight capabilities only wasted valuable capacity that could have instead been allocated to adding more weapons on its frame. Gloriana continued her point. "There are many potential land-bound mechs we can design. Frankly, we're spoiled for choice, and that does not even consider all of the land-bound variants we can derive from our space-borne mech designs. Eventually, we have settled on a simple choice." The main projection shifted yet again. This time, it depicted a very familiar-looking laser rifleman mech. Since this was one of his old works, Ves took over the presentation. "I'm sure that all of you are already familiar with the Crystal Lord. Even though it is an outdated last-gen product, it still possesses some distinctive strengths. Our mech forces still field a decent number of Crystal Lords, though they are admittedly becoming increasingly less attractive despite their modest glows." The projection highlighted the distinct crystal embedded in the chest as well as the slimmer-than-usual laser rifle. Part of the initial appeal of the mech is the integration of alien-derived crystal technology in its design. The large crystal embedded in its chest allows the Crystal Lord to mitigate some laser beam attacks by absorbing them. In the right moment, the mech can even unleash the accumulated energy in a powerful retaliatory beam. Aside from that, its laser rifle isn't just more compact than many of its contemporaries, but still manages to pack a punch. He sighed. Despite all of these features, the bronze label version of the Crystal Lord never really achieved great commercial success. Without the use of a unique alien crystal that can activate the synthetic crystals incorporated into the mech design, they aren't all that powerful. The silver and gold label versions of the Crystal Lord are a lot more competitive, but third-party manufacturers can forget about fabricating them without their own alien crystal. His hand waved yet again, causing the depiction of the original Crystal Lord to make way for a draft of a more modern version. I have withheld myself from modernizing the old Crystal Lord mech design for several years. It doesn't make enough sense to perform a marginal upgrade when it's not really worthwhile. Some mech companies are obsessed with releasing incremental upgrades. The LMC is not one of them. When we publish a newer version of an existing product, we need to make it good enough to justify the decision to replace the older version. Some scumbag mech companies milk their customers by adopting a yearly release schedule, or something similar. What they actually did was to engage in very regular releases of existing mech models and product lines. Instead of improving an older mech design by a generational leap, the companies instead fixed a few bugs, added some improved parts, tweaked a few settings, and gave the design a new visual makeover. With just a minimal amount of effort, the mech company was ready to release a brand new version of the same mech. Due to the peculiarities of customer psychology, there were always people who couldn't stand the thought of owning outdated mechs. When they became aware that a 15th version had just come out while they still owned the 14th version, they would do everything to swap out their old machines with newer ones. Though such an approach made at least some sense when it came to products such as software, Ves always thought it had no place in the mech market. For this reason, even if the latest mech generation introduced a lot of improved technology and components related to laser weapons, Ves still felt it wasn't enough. The second edition of the Crystal Lord had to be more than just a land-bound rifleman mech. It had to be more than the original version with better parts. What Ves actually sought was to reinvent its entire mech concept and elevate its vision to a higher level. Just like with the Sanctuary, the introduction of spiritual constructs finally tipped over his resolve. He didn't want to wait any longer. Sherry Ves Larkinson reluctantly raised her hand. Yes? Sir, your draft design looks a little incomplete. That's because we haven't fully fleshed it out at the moment. We still need to determine whether to incorporate any crystal technology, and whether we should license a ready-made solution from the LMC, he replied. To be honest, the other projects demanded much of our time on what to add to the Crystal Lord Mark II. What have you already decided then? No matter the version, the Crystal Lord should always reflect its name and its original vision, Ves mentioned. The Crystal Lord stands for a leader among rifleman mechs. It is a premium rifleman mech that not only excels at firing lasers at the enemy, but is also capable of mitigating incoming laser attacks. Ever since the MTA commenced the new mech generation, laser-armed mechs have shown up on the battlefield at an increasing rate. While there is always a place for mechs armed with kinetic and ballistic weapons, it is clear that they are not the darling in the current mech environment. This provided fertile ground for a laser rifleman mech that excelled at fighting other laser rifleman mechs. The Crystal Lord Mark II will inherit the same balance between offense, defense, and mobility. This is generally not advisable for more affordable mechs, but since the budget of the Mark II is rather generous for a third-class mech, we can still get away with it. Its rapid-fire laser rifle makes the mech suitable for mid-range combat. Its compressed armor plating allows it to withstand more attacks than typical rifleman mechs. Its slim and speed-oriented frame allows the mech to engage in run-and-gun combat. This was all identical to the original Crystal Lord. The new design and components just allowed the Mark II to perform a little better. This was not enough to justify its development. VS needed to incorporate at least some interesting crystal technology in the design. He also had to flesh out its spiritual characteristics, of which upgrading the design spirit of the original version was just the start. It was only then that VS would feel justified in designing the Crystal Lord Mark II. As the original was his second original mech design, VS possessed a lot of sentiment for it. It would have been better if he designed every aspect of the Mark II in person, but that wasn't realistic these days. It was much more convenient to allow his design team to do the grunt work. Whatever mech design that might result after a few months, as long as he properly survived the entire design process, it would surely become a worthy successor. "Are there any questions?" VS asked. A couple of mech designers asked some minor questions. "How will your specialty apply to this updated version?" Mayor Tordo asked. "I recall that your original Crystal Lord wasn't too distinct in the area. It's no desolate soldier in terms of glow." VS crossed his arms. "I don't have a solid idea yet, but you are free to offer me some suggestions. Can you add some sort of targeting assistance like you did with the Deliverer?" "No." He shook his head. "First, even if it's possible, I wouldn't implement it in a mass market product because it's too powerful. I'd only release the Deliverer mech in the first place because the Sand War necessitated a drastic intervention. Outside of that, such a capability is best left out of the public's hands. Second, the Deliverer's glow is intimately tied to the Great Prophet. Mech pilots who don't believe in the Ilvanan faith can't take advantage of this unique power. I'm sure the Ilvanans in your team can tell you more." The young Sentinel mech designer looked sheepish at his Ilvanan colleagues. VS moved on to his last point. "The third reason to withhold this power from the Mark II is that I believe there are more ways to empower a rifleman mech design than providing targeting assistance. The battle effectiveness of a mech depends on both its frame and its mech pilot. Shifting too much agency from the mech pilot to the frame is not a good idea in my opinion. What I want to do instead is to empower the mech pilot. Offering more choice, providing mental encouragement, and so on are all better options." A mech like the Deliverer had the potential to make its mech pilots lazy. The space-borne marksman mech essentially incorporated a cheat that allowed the mech and mech pilot to succeed when it should have failed. The Crystal Lord Mark II ought to be different. Cheating was highly incompatible with its character. Chapter 2184 Institutional Isomorphism. When VS glanced at the project schedule, he felt despair. Starting up 6 design projects at once was a massive jump in workload. Before, he already struggled trying to work on 2 projects at the same time, but now he had to split his attention between 6 projects at a time. Fortunately, he already came up with a plan of approach to manage the incredible workload and demand on his time. There was no way he could micromanage every single aspect of a project by himself like before. The obvious solution was to delegate these responsibilities to someone he could trust to do a good job. That latter part was a bit difficult to ascertain considering that all of the 50 new hires were pretty much blank slates to him. He had no idea who was suitable to be in charge. For now, VS and Gloriana chose the initial team leaders from the ones who appeared the most suitable according to their record and character profile. Whether these team leaders could actually manage a team and project remained to be seen. Second, the pair still relied on some mid-level supervisors in the form of Keddies and Miles to solve all of the trivial issues. Though both of the journeyman candidates expressed a fair amount of dissatisfaction at dealing with these constant distractions, they soon shut up when VS shoved a lot of Larkinson merits in their direction. Everyone had a price. As much as VS favored Keddies, he took care not to pamper her too much. Though he considered her a friend, she was also an apprentice mech designer who needed to overcome her own challenges in order to develop her design philosophy. Handing everything over to her for free would only make her more complacent. By using his own progression as a model, Ves believed that mech designers like Kedis and the other assistants all needed a reason to squeeze the utmost of their potential. Setting up a merit system was his way of laying down a path of progression to everyone. With a fair structure for awarding merits and a transparent list of useful, tangible rewards, every mech designer under his command had some short and medium-term goals to work towards. Even if Kedis already enjoyed a comprehensive genetic tune-up during the Aeon Corona mission, she still lacked a good implant. Ves already knew that she was aiming to earn hundreds of merits in order to save up for a good second-class cranial implant. Seeing her exercise her duties with enthusiasm reassured Ves that she would be fine. As long as she retained sufficient time to work on her own designs, she became more motivated than ever to make the most of her time. Though Ves did not have much experience with organizing a multi-team, multi-project design environment, Gloriana could draw on her personal experiences working alongside other Hexer-Mech designers. She fleshed out the organizational structure of the design department, and also instituted a lot of rules and protocols to make sure the projects progressed properly. It's not that easy to maintain half a dozen projects at once, but it isn't difficult either. Her projection spoke to Ves as they were about to collaborate remotely on one of their major projects. Once you organize everything properly and put the appropriate supervisors in charge, we can easily scale it up. Bigger mech companies led by higher-ranking mech designers can easily maintain hundreds of projects at the same time. Ves couldn't even imagine the complexity of doing so much design and research work. I thought that Hexer-Mech designers always have to put their designs through an arduous approval process. That's true. The Council of Matriarchs reject quite a lot of mech designs. This is why a Hexer Senior or Master tries to go for quantity. They design dozens if not hundreds of mech designs with the expectation that most of them will never be put on the market. Certainly they can still be used in private, but most of them are discarded. Damn! What a dreadful reality. Ves widened his eyes as he thought about the sheer waste in time, manpower, and resources that this approach entailed. The thought that over 95% of someone's mech designs might never be put on the market sounded like a nightmare. Why does the Hexer mech industry even tolerate such a regime? He asked. It's not as bad as you think. First, the mech designs that pass muster will always sell well because they have received the endorsement of famed and reputable matriarchs. Second, the competition in the hegemony's mech market is not as crowded because of limited foreign and domestic competition, so any successful mech model will always achieve immense sales volumes. Third, the work put into the design of rejected mech designs never goes to waste. The lessons you learned, the shortcomings you discovered, and the research results you have gained are all accumulations that will never go away. In short, there was a logic to the Hexer policies. Just because Hexer mech designers were forced to design a lot of mechs due to an insanely high rejection rate didn't mean that they were being suppressed. The better mech designers still achieved success. The hegemony mech market still offered customers a lot of choice. The Council of Matriarchs merely filtered out the garbage models beforehand. The stringent Hexer policies also encourage every mech designer to focus their efforts on designing the highest quality of mechs that they could manage. Ves suddenly realized that a mech designer who focused so much on quality like Gloriana was a product of this regime. Institutions shape people. The matriarchs at the top chose very deliberately when they set up their rules. Through institutional isomorphism, the structure they set up led to widespread changes in Hexer society that closely conformed to their goals. In turn, the Hexer matriarchs and the people and organizations around them were subsequently shaped by the society they influenced. It was a continuous feedback loop. Hexers did not see anything wrong with the ideas they formed and the policies they set. Instead, they became even more supportive of their own decisions. Perhaps the biggest downside to the way the Hexers managed the mech industry was the concentration at the top. Novices, apprentices, and journeymen barely had room to breathe, and they could forget about selling any commercial mech designs onto the market. Most of them were either forced to pursue commissions or give up their independence and work for an established industry player. This was also another reason why Gloriana only ran a small custom mech boutique back when she was based in the hegemony. In the Friday Coalition, a journeyman was already good enough to set up a medium-sized mech company that sold thousands, if not tens of thousands of mechs a year. Yet, in the hexadric hegemony, an identical journeyman would have only been able to sell less than 100 mechs a year. Every state has a different way of managing the sale of mechs, she told him. Most states maintain a fairly open economy, but there are plenty of states that maintain more restrictive policies like my home states. There are even a considerable amount of states that don't allow mechs to be sold at all because the government wants to hold all the power. That was true. So far, Ves had been fortunate enough to grow up in the Bright Republic. His home state not only maintained a pretty open economy, but also allowed private ownership of mechs. He would have never been able to get his career off the ground so easily if not for these two conditions. They soon moved on from this topic because time was ticking. With 6 projects on their hands, they couldn't afford to waste too much time on meandering discussions. Let's tackle the cat's paw project for this session, Gloriana's projection suggested. Unlike the Valkyrie Redeemer project, we don't have to abide by the demands of Diva and the Hex Army. It's a second-class mech design where we can exercise full power since it is solely reserved for our clan. When they both called up a projection of the design, Ves briefly frowned. Even though she said that their heavy artillery mech didn't need to conform to Hexer standards, in practice it was unavoidable. The factories, ship, and combat carriers that the Larkinson clan would soon acquire were all built by Hexers. This meant that the ships were built with Hexer technology, followed Hexer shipbuilding regulations, and were being worked on by Hexer shipwrights and shipbuilders. The bunkers that Ves partially modified also followed this pattern. There were simply too many embedded components and systems in the bunkers for him to change. This meant that he had no choice but to conform to some arbitrary Hexer design limitations. For example, instead of adding 2 or possibly 4 legs to their heavy artillery mech was not enough. The bunkers were designed to pair best with heavy mechs that featured 6 legs in an equidistant arrangement. The design of the upper cover of the bunkers were also designed to accommodate 6 weapon hardpoints. There was hardly any point in adding more weapons to his cat's paw mech unless he wanted to add some spares. Putting less than 6 weapons in his design was also a suboptimal choice. In conclusion, Gloriana's earlier statement might be technically true, but the reality was actually opposite. No matter how much creativity he exercised, all of the design requirements and limitations effectively ensured that the Larkinson clan's exclusive bunker mech would almost fit right at home in the Hex Army. The draft design that they had sketched already reflected this inescapable reality. Resting on 6 legs that were meant to conduct a lot of heat from the mech to the ship, the machine boasted a broad, 6-sided torso with a sensor-studded head and 6 different weapon barrels. Due to capacity constraints, the pair opted not to stuff the mech with 6 powerful weapon systems. Though Gloriana reacted a bit annoyed at this decision, she knew that the cost of doing so was too great. It was better to concentrate on fitting 4 proper main armament systems to the frame while devoting the remaining space to 2 smaller secondary armament systems. Right now, Ves and Gloriana needed to settle on their choice of weapon systems. Energy weapons are indispensable. After all, one of the biggest advantages to bunker mechs is that heat management is essentially not a problem since the starship essentially acts as a giant substitute heat sink. He told her. I think we should focus on punch and add a pair of powerful laser or positron beam cannons. Gloriana looked thoughtful at the draft design. That's not a problem. Laser weapons are more versatile and can be fired in many different firing modes. They're also easier to handle and more affordable. That said, the power and might of a positron beam weapon is a great advantage in itself. It depends on what kind of enemies you want our heavy artillery mechs to excel at taking out. Do you want it to fend off large swarms of weaker opponents, or a smaller number of stronger enemies? The latter, Ves instantly decided. I'm not afraid of an overwhelming number of weaker mechs, especially with mechs like the Doom Guard in our arsenal. It's the powerful opponents that we have to worry about. What if a Friday Man expert mech attacks us? What if someone from a first-rate state wants to get rid of us? What we lack the most is an answer to high-quality mechs with extremely strong armor systems. In terms of offensive punch, only Lancer mechs can exceed the penetration power of a heavy artillery mech's large-caliber weapon systems. They deliberated on the choice of physical weapon systems as well. Though they briefly considered sticking to energy weapon systems, Ves wanted to make his mech well-rounded enough to deal against a variety of enemies. For example, if an enemy that was almost immune to energy damage such as the Sandman race suddenly attacked his fleet, he did not wish for all of his formidable artillery mechs to become irrelevant. Ves and Gloriana were spoiled for choice in this regard, but they eventually decided to stick to something basic but solid. Gauss cannons. They're simple and direct. Chapter 2185's Cordon Gauss Cannon. To second-rate states, Gauss weapons weren't considered high technology. They worked on age-old principles and their performance straightforwardly scaled with their material composition and power supply. A Gauss weapon made of stronger materials was capable of withstanding much more forces. The stresses put on a Gauss rifle capable of penetrating second-class armor systems was very considerable. If a weak Gauss weapon was forced to fire something more powerful than it could handle, then it would quickly blow up in the wielder's face. Gauss weapons were considered kinetic weapons, which meant they mainly dealt damage by flinging a solid projectile at a target as fast as possible. The mass of the projectile and the energy spent in propelling it forward determined how much damage the weapon inflicted. There was a bit of room for flexibility due to these relationships. The classical Gauss cannon was geared towards channeling as much energy as it could handle to propel a heavy round at great velocities. Such Gauss rounds were easily able to collapse weaker mechs in a single hit and punch straight through meters of starship armor. However, the firing rate left much to be desired. Heavy Gauss cannons focused on maximum power and maximum penetration needed to channel a lot of energy while simultaneously dealing with the incredible amount of heat generation as well as resisting the huge forces trying to pull it apart. Typically, a Gauss cannon fired once every 5 seconds or so, and that was under ideal conditions. This wasn't necessarily bad. A mech that fired a heavy Gauss cannon would always be subject to powerful recoil forces. Just as the coils of a Gauss weapon pushed a projectile forward, an equal and opposite force pushed those same coils back. Managing these recoil forces was one of the many reasons why such heavy weapons were mostly found on heavy mechs. They were the mechs that coped with recoil the best in the absence of sophisticated, energy-hungry compensating systems. Of course, many of the more expensive heavy artillery mechs incorporated them anyway. Even if these compensating systems didn't entirely negate the recoil of a powerful physical weapon discharge, they at least lessened the impact, thereby allowing the mech to fire an even more powerful projectile than they normally should have been able to fire. Are you sure you want to add recoil compensating systems in our mech? Gloriana asked. While our budget allows for it, it will add a lot of complexity to our mech. The energy requirements for our heavy artillery mech will skyrocket as well, to a point where it is basically impractical to deploy it as a standalone mech in ground operations. The Akara, the quadruped heavy mech employed by the Flagrant Vandals, was a typical example of a mech employed in both space and land battles. Rather than a pure bunker mech, it was actually just a land-bound mech that also happened to fit in a starship bunker. What VS just suggested was to sacrifice most of the cat's paw landbound fighting capabilities in exchange for strengthening its performance as a bunker mech. This was a very significant decision. This did not mean he could deploy his cat's paws on land. The mech commanders in charge of leading them just had to work around their insane demand for energy, meaning that they would be effectively limited to base defense. I think we can accept this trade-off, VS decided. If we ever have a need to deploy a heavy artillery mech that can take part in offensive operations, we can just develop a machine that is designed to fulfill this role from the ground up. Right now, I care much more about designing the strongest bunker mech that we can fit in our future factory ship and other vessels. The Larkinson fleet was the main home and sanctuary of the Larkinson clan. Defending it was his highest priority, and he could not afford to compromise its defenses too much. That said, even a Gauss cannon that is focused on maximum power can still fire as fast as an automatic weapon at lower power settings, Gloriana added. It just needs the right ammunition at hand. That was true as well. Some Gauss cannons were able to switch to a rapid-fire mode where they fired a large amount of lighter projectiles. They packed much less of a punch, but they were very suitable to intercept a large amount of cannon fodder or incoming missiles. Of course, it was even better to mount weapons that were meant to fire rapidly in the first place, but it was nice to have the option available. Though VS accepted the suggestion, he also pointed at the smaller secondary weapon mounts. In a real battle, our mech should ideally focus on pounding the toughest enemies with its main cannons. We can leave the job of intercepting projectiles and weaker mechs to the secondary weapons of our artillery mech. There were many different options they could choose from. Aside from the classic rapid-fire laser weapon, they could also opt to go for a rapid-fire Gauss weapon or a pulse weapon that naturally possessed a high firing rate. Gloriana made a suggestion. In the hegemony, pulse particle weapons are a common choice for this role. Compared to laser weapons, pulse weapons are relatively energy efficient, can fire very fast, are not too weak, and do not generate as much heat and physical stress. They are very reliable in battle and can keep firing virtually forever as long as it is supplied with sufficient power. There is one big downside to pulse weapons. They are hybrid weapons that fire projectiles at speeds far lower than the speed of light. It is very difficult to hit anything at longer ranges. Laser weapons are deservedly the most widely used weapons in space because they can hit consistently targets at much further ranges. Both of them halted at an impasse. It was truly difficult to decide between a short-ranged but incredibly efficient pulse weapon system or a long-ranged but more demanding laser weapon system as the secondary armament of their cat's paw design. I think the long reach of laser weapons isn't a necessity in our current design. How so, VS? He pointed at the projection of their draft design. The Gauss cannons that give our mech a lot of physical punch works best at medium range. The energy weapons, on the other hand, may fire positron beams that admittedly propagate slower than the speed of light, but not that much worse. In practice, positron beams still traveled at relativistic speeds, which meant that it effectively made little difference in most battles. I see now. Gloriana grasped his point. Our mech already possesses a formidable array of long-ranged and medium-ranged weapon systems. Complementing it with a weapon that excels in shorter ranges is not a bad idea. They soon added a pair of pulse weapons to the draft design. As its only secondary armament, the weapon mounts looked considerably smaller and less formidable. This reflected their weaker power but also their weaker requirements. Once they settled their weapon choices, they needed to find the right weapon models to add to their designs. They soon stumbled on a problem that neither of them had dealt with for a long time. Since this mech is a private design, at least at first, the LMC needs to license all of its components out of its own pocket. VS immediately frowned. What is the typical licensing fee of a second-class component license? It varies, but the good ones that suit our cat's paw design the most will all cost at least 1 billion hex credits. That's the third of the price of a second-class combat carrier. Proportionately, third-class component licenses are several times cheaper. Gloriana merely crossed her arms. We are dealing with components that incorporate vastly more powerful materials and technology. Weapon development companies spend considerably huge sums on our U0026D just to keep up with the competition. That made sense. More advanced weapons were more powerful but also vastly more costly to develop, produce, and purchase. The relationship wasn't strictly linear, and VS could not use the exact same mindset he reserved for third-class mechs on projects like these. All of this meant that he could not avoid spending a huge amount of money to obtain his desired licenses. These days, VS was not bothered at all at the licenses fees of third-class mech components. No matter how many different third-class mechs the LMC designed, it wouldn't eat up all of its cash reserves anytime soon. It was a different story in this case. With every standard 10-year production license charging a fee of at least 1 billion hex credits, VS had to be careful not to deplete the LMC's working capital too much. Fortunately, the LMC wasn't exactly strapped for cash. As of this moment, he also hadn't spent all of the 5,000 MTA credits he won from the design duel. VS and Gloriana therefore exercised a modest amount of restraint when they began to browse the MTA's sizable component library. Predictably, Gloriana insisted on searching through the list of Hexer-developed weapon systems. Her choice wasn't entirely arbitrary, as pairing Hexer weapon systems with a mech that already incorporated a lot of Hexer design principles resulted in high compatibility. It was too bad that VS had a different idea. Even if a non-Hexer weapon system couldn't immediately be slotted into an open weapon mount of their mech design, this meant that they just needed to do some extra design work. As mech designers, it was their job to integrate different mech components into a coherent machine. Opting to go for Hexer weapon systems was merely a shortcut. Since VS did not limit his choices to a limited amount of licenses, he had an endless amount of choices to choose from. Even if he had to disqualify the vast majority of them because they were developed in different star sectors with different standards and material requirements, he still possessed millions of decent options for each weapon type. This was one of the greatest benefits that the MTA provided to every mech designer. It pooled the efforts of everyone involved in the mech industry, and made much of it available to the entirety of human space. Right now, an interesting Gauss cannon weapon system caught his attention. The Skorden 66F343B, developed by the Happerdon Kinetic Arms Company, not only featured well-rounded specs, but also excelled in the one area that VS valued the most. At its highest power setting, it could fire an ultra-heavy round that was powerful enough to breach the armor of a bright warrior. Even if the round failed to penetrate the armor of a mech, the incredibly momentous impact still transferred a lot of kinetic energy, which wasn't pleasant even for high-quality mechs. When VS enthusiastically brought it to the attention of his girlfriend, she didn't immediately approve. Instead, she frowned. This Skorden cannon is not the most accurate Gauss cannon. Its muzzle velocity is also lower, which means it is even less capable of hitting distant and fast-moving targets. Those are trade-offs that we can accept. If we want to hit agile light skirmishers, the pulse weapons are the most suitable answer to them. If we want to hit distant targets, then the positron beam cannons already cover this area. What we truly lack is a strong armor-piercing solution. Eventually, she acquiesced, as the Hexers didn't offer something that performed as well as the Skorden weapon system. She still managed to get the better of VS by pushing through her desired selection of positron beam cannons and pulse weapons. Since both of them were mostly energy weapons, they demanded a much greater integration to the mech's power supply and heat management systems. This meant that the immediate compatibility between Hexer weapon systems and mechs designed according to Hexer standards was truly the best choice. Alright. Now that we have chosen the most important components for our heavy artillery mech, we can choose the remaining components based around our weapons of choice. This was a much more straightforward selection process. Soon enough, Ves and Gloriana settled on a very nice collection of components that already put their cat's paw project on the right track. Chapter 2186 Adding Character. With the weapon systems that Ves and Gloriana selected, the overall strengths of their heavy artillery mech already became clear. The mech design codenamed Cat's Paw was primarily set up to resist a modest amount of very strong opponents. It excelled in inflicting single-target damage. Just half a dozen Cat's Paw mechs would have allowed the Larkinson clan to repel or outright defeat the powerful second-class mechs of the Coalition Reserve Corps while suffering much less casualties. Back then, the CRC mech slaughtered third-class mechs with the ease of butchering pigs. The vast performance differences between lesser mechs and greater mechs was simply too great. Whenever Ves played back the archival footage of the Battle of Kesseling 8, he despaired at the great difficulty of inflicting actual harm to the well-armored mechs of the Friday Coalition. Even if Ves upgraded his entire mech roster to second class, tougher and stronger mechs still posed considerable threat. What he needed the most was a solution that could crack the tough shells of powerful opponents. He was willing to make a lot of trade-offs and sacrifices in order to secure this capability. The Gordon-Gauss cannon system truly suited his needs. Its size, mass, material requirements, and production difficulty were all within acceptable parameters. More powerful Gauss cannons no longer fit the cat's paw frame, while weaker models significantly declined in strength. The choice that Ves settled upon was just right. What Ves liked the most was that this Gordon possessed character. It was a Gauss cannon model that did not shy away from the fact that it was mainly geared towards propelling ultra-heavy rounds with as much kinetic energy as possible. It was a plain, brutal cannon that did not resort to convoluted technology or highly unusual exotics to achieve its full potential. With his extensive knowledge on ballistic weapons and kinetic weapons, he could keenly tell that the Gordon was designed with ruggedness and reliability in mind. Despite the great forces acting on the cannon whenever it fired at its maximum power, its strong and well-designed structure was continually able to endure the punishment. The chance that this Gordon malfunctioned or broke down was very low as long as it was properly maintained. Even without recent maintenance, the weapon system was still rugged enough to function with only a minor reduction in power. Compared to the rather generic Hexer-developed positron beam cannons and rapid-fire pulse cannons, Ves believed the Gauss cannons would become the defining weapons of the cat's paw design. Just imagining the sheer amount of destruction his cat's paws could inflict on second-class mechs excited him to no end. His passion for this project quickly grew. Both Ves and Gloriana observed the current state of their draft design. After hastily slotting in the new components they licensed, they were able to estimate many of the mech's performance parameters. If we integrate everything correctly while bleeding as little efficiency as possible, then this heavy artillery mech isn't a waste of 600 million hex credits. Ves nodded. I agree. Spending 600 million hex credits for a mech that can pierce the armor of most second-class mechs with a single hit is well worth it in my eyes. It's not fantastic against overwhelming numbers, but we can leave that responsibility to other mechs. That said, the physical components are just one aspect of our mech design. Have you decided its divine aspects yet? What proto-god do you intend to add to the cat's paw? That was a very important question. To be honest, Ves struggled over his options. He could rely on one of his existing design spirits, but none of them complemented a heavy artillery mech design to a fantastic degree. The alternative was to create yet another spiritual product. He hadn't done so after he conducted the huge ritual which birthed the superior mother. He knew that as long as he gathered a couple of suitable spiritual fragments, and used up a little life-attributed energy derived from the light-prolonging treatment serum, he could create a very powerful spiritual product. The problem was that he didn't feel like doing so at this time. If it wasn't completely necessary, he wanted to conserve his resources. He only possessed so much high-grade serum. Wasting it on creating frivolous or redundant spiritual products would only bite him in the butt in the future. While Ves kept thinking, Gloriana made a surprising suggestion. You don't have to invent something new when a ready-made solution is already available. Do you still recall the deliverer? With Prophet Ilvain inhabiting the design, he was able to lend his precognitive abilities to any Ilvainian mech pilot. Ves grunted. You don't have to remind me. While it is admittedly one of my more innovative mech designs, it's not exactly relevant now that we are far away from the Ilvain Protectorate. I disagree. She shook her head. Didn't we absorb thousands of Ilvainans in our clan? The true Ilvain dynasty has pretty much merged with us, providing us with crucial trained and skilled personnel at a time when we weren't able to hire enough Briters to expand our newly founded clan. Those Ilvainans may have cut off their relations with the Protectorate, but they are still as faithful as ever. Even if that is the case, a Larkin son is a Larkin son. The point of outsiders joining our clan is to transform them into Larkin sons. I have no intention of encouraging any of the adopted Larkin sons to keep their foreign cultural traditions alive. Gloriana's projection appeared increasingly more disgruntled. She placed her hands on her hips. Ves, I know you have misgivings about our Ilvainian-born clansmen, but you are wasting an extremely precious opportunity here. It is one thing to set aside this option for a commercial range mech model because it is too disruptive, but when it comes to our own defense, we should pull out all of the stops. Isn't this why we set a very high budget for our cat's paw project? Since you are readily willing to invest a substantial amount of money in the design and production of our heavy artillery mechs, I don't see why you need to hold back on the choice of Proto-God. Do we even have enough Ilvainian mech pilots to man all of the cat's paw mechs? There are hundreds. Our factory ship only needs 80 mechs while the combat carriers can only accommodate half a dozen or a dozen. Whatever the case, there are enough Ilvainian mech pilots that are already proficient in marksmanship and who can be trained to pilot a heavy mech to meet the manpower requirements. Even if that was the case, Ves still felt very reluctant to entrust the primary defense of their future factory ship and other important vessels to a design spirit which he didn't entirely trust. He always harbored some suspicions about Ilvain's spiritual fragment. Unlike many of his other design spirits, it was derived from an actual human and was too scheming for his liking. This was especially so when Ilvain's spiritual fragment began to hook up with James Ves Larkinson. The two seemed to have achieved a synergistic bond which had made both of them greater than the sum of their parts. While Ves did not object to reusing Ilvain's spiritual fragment as the design spirits of other mech designs, the cat's paw mech design played an extremely critical role. He would rather entrust this great responsibility to the Golden Cat. At least Ves had no doubt that she was completely committed to the survival of the Larkinson clan. Are you thinking about putting the cat in charge again? She accused him. As much as I adore her, you shouldn't run to her every time you want to design a mech that is related to our clan. Just look at our cat's paw mech objectively. It possesses two major weapon systems that are very powerful against highly armored targets that aren't very strong on the mobility front. However, aside from relying on its weaker rapid-fire pulse cannons, the cat's paw doesn't offer a strong defense against smaller, fast-moving targets. I thought we already decided to leave that job to our other mechs? Even if that's the case, it is still useful to invest in increasing the accuracy and hit rate of the weapons of our mechs. Do you think that every heavily armored second-class mech is slow? Both the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony are able to field numerous assault mechs that are both tough and fast. Aside from that, many expert mechs all start off with at least good mobility no matter how much mass they carry. She made a persuasive argument. Even if VS planned to invest in a strong targeting system for his cat's paw mech, and even if the mech was able to receive much more accurate targeting data from the ship it was riding on, the fact of the matter was that its weapons would still miss most of their shots. The positron beam cannons may be able to land a hit at near relativistic speeds, but the ECM employed by mechs made it significantly harder to make a successful strike at extreme ranges. Even though mechs were very big compared to a human, at very ranges, even a tiny error induced by ECM could make a shot go hundreds of meters wild. As for the Gauss cannons, the cat's paw should have a considerably easier time targeting opponents at medium range. At these ranges, the effectiveness of ECM systems sharply dropped. The very powerful sensors and ECCM systems of a starship was easily able to overcome most interference, which meant that most ranged weapons had a much easier time in landing a hit. However, as fast as a Gauss cannon round could be propelled into space, they still traveled substantially slower than the relativistic speed of a positron beam. Though it wasn't as bad as third-class ballistic weapons, mech pilots still needed to make continuous predictive judgments and lead their aim in order to land a hit on a fast-moving, evasive target. Unless VS incorporated high technology that solved or circumvented some of these issues, he could not get around the fact that highly maneuverable opponents were the bane of his cat's paw mechs. The conventional answer to this problem was to accept this weakness. The unconventional answer was to try and mitigate this inherent shortcoming. The more he thought about it, the more VS felt compelled to borrow Ilvain's predictive capabilities. The Deliverer design already proved that the spiritual fragment was capable of fulfilling its promises. He didn't need to fumble around with figuring out the right spiritual construct to add the right triggered ability to the mech. Ilvain was pretty much able to do it all by himself as long as the recipient was an Ilvanian mech pilot. He decided to make contact with Ilvain's spiritual fragment in order to sound out its willingness to lend its power once again. He closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. Just as his mind made contact, Ilvain already sent a positive reply. The fragment had already anticipated his request and enthusiastically assented to it before he even asked. VS abruptly broke his concentration. God damn it! Both Ilvains always possessed the uncanny ability to predict his questions and actions even when they had no right to know them beforehand. Yet whenever VS asked them to predict something more pertinent, such as the likelihood of encountering a serious threat in the next 24 hours or whether he was able to gather 100 million MTA merits within a decade, they both played stupid and muttered some mumble-jumble. The cheeky behavior of Ilvain's spiritual fragment reminded VS once again why he hesitated in using it as a design spirit in the first place. Yet the great enthusiasm it showed also worried VS a bit. If Ilvain's spiritual fragment actively encouraged him to use it as a design spirit for the cat's paw design, didn't that mean this decision might have a very great impact in the future? Chapter 2187 Mountain Kings. A furious space battle raged forth in space. Hundreds of laser beams and numerous projectiles filled the dusty space, though few of them hit their targets. Task Force Predator clamped down on yet another pirate outfit lurking in Wreckage Paradise. The Larkinson clan already chewed through half a dozen mid-sized pirate gangs after defeating the Rust Grinders. With each defeat, the Black Cats harvested more intelligence which helped them identify and locate the task force's next meal. Through sheer repetition, the cooperation and battle tactics of the various mech forces in the clan improved. Though their mech pilots exhibited plenty of clumsy errors at first, they no longer happened as often now that the clan soldiers accumulated some actual battle experience. The continuous battles against the cunning and ruthless pirates caused a lot of Larkinsons in the fleet to mature. The most remarkable growth came from the 3 elite squads led by their respective expert candidates. Candidate Joshua Larkinson and the bright companions rapidly gelled together into a cohesive assault element that could smash through any defense. His girlfriend Janzi and her shield bearers became more astute at placing themselves where their defense was needed the most. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson and his speed demons not only became more proficient at reconnaissance, but also excelled at running interference and harassing rear elements. The rest of the Larkinsons deserved mention as well. The Ingvar siblings may not have attracted as much attention, but that was because the bright warriors they piloted and led overshadowed much of their accomplishments. Captain Casella Ingvar knew she was very fortunate to receive the right to lead the second space-borne company of the Avatars of Myth. As one of the few mech companies that fielded a full complement of bright warriors, she commanded one of the strongest elements of the clan. It was easy to become accustomed to the enormous strength disparity between a bridge mech and a third-class pirate mech. Yet Casella knew that she could never let down her guard no matter how weak the pirates appeared. The battle taking place at the moment was a typical example. The Avatars along with the other mech forces all dispatched a mech company each in order to test their cooperation. With less than 200 mechs, they were tasked with defeating a pirate force that fielded around the same amount of mechs. Normally, the Larkinson clan mechs should have been able to run through the same number of measly, low-quality pirate mechs. The problem was that the so-called Mountain Kings were famed for their defenses. They not only took control of various asteroids and mashed them together into several defensive bulwarks, but also littered the space in between with devious traps. The sheer amount of mines and pop-up turrets the attack force had encountered severely halted the momentum of their attack. Casella gritted her teeth as the Solar Warriors held their shields to defend the more vulnerable rifleman mechs of the Sentinels and Battle Criers. Even if the Larkinson mechs used the surrounding asteroids as cover, they didn't last very long against the large ballistic artillery cannons used by the Mountain Kings. "Hold together, and use your frames to block the incoming attacks if need be. They can't punch through our armor." The Mountain Kings installed so many turrets on their asteroid that the sheer volume of fire posed a considerable threat to the more vulnerable mechs of the clan. The other configurations of the Bright Warrior, such as the Illuminating Warrior and the Shining Warrior, were also forced to use their frames as a temporary wall against the incoming firepower. If the entire task force or just the Penitent Sisters attacked at once, the elaborate defense matrix of the Mountain Kings wouldn't have lasted so long. However, that defeated the purpose of this exercise. "Come on!" Ayman Ingvar shouted to her over their private comm channel. "I don't see why we are holding back all this time. My mech sword is aching for pirate blood. Can't you let us go in already?" "No," she forcefully said. "Major Vrol already told us to stay put, and he makes a good point. These Mountain Kings prepared way too many traps. Who knows if some of them are powerful enough to threaten our bright warriors? We have already encountered plenty of surprises from the previous pirate groups we attacked." If there is one lesson the Larkinson clan had learned, it was that many pirate groups prepared some surprises. With the amount of accumulation and defenses the Mountain Kings prepared, there was a very high likelihood that they too prepared some sort of huge countermeasure. Therefore, even if maintaining distance and engaging in an extended firefight sounded frustrating, it was the safest method to grind down the Mountain Kings. With the amazing defenses of the Bright Warrior mechs, the Larkinsons possessed an undeniable advantage in battles of attrition. As the battle slowly progressed and the defensive bulwarks slowly lost their teeth from the steady and methodical ranged attacks, the Mountain Kings finally couldn't take it any longer. They were done with acting as the Larkinson clan's pincushions. Sis? Is it me, or are those fortified asteroids moving? The sensors of her mech blared an alert, and the command center in the main fleet probably became befuddled as well. What were the Mountain Kings doing? Why were they sending forth and splitting up their battle fortifications? The highest command channel suddenly transmitted Major Vrl's voice to every Larkinson mech. Retreat! Our deep sensors have just picked up radioactivity from those asteroids. They are packed with nuclear bombs. The weaker nuclear ordnance did not necessarily pose a threat to the Bright Warriors. The weaker mechs might not be as well off. If the Mountain Kings enriched the nuclear bombs with dangerous exotics, then the resulting explosions might very well be able to accomplish something that no other pirate had managed. Fall back, men! She desperately shouted. Retreat, but make sure to cover for our weaker mechs! The Bright Warriors guarded the rear as the other clan mechs hastily made distance. Split up! Disperse your formation! Major Vrl ordered. New orders transmitted from the command center gave each mech and squad a new heading. The mechs immediately began to spread apart in order to make it harder for a single powerful explosive to affect all of them at once. So far, the asteroids weren't able to accelerate fast enough to catch up to the clan. Yet all of that changed when smaller portions of their surface broke off from the main body and rapidly accelerated towards the fleeing Larkinson mechs. Intercept them! Some of them contain potent fusion bombs! The mechs that possessed ranged weapons turned on their axis while their flight systems still propelled them away. They fired their rifles and other ranged weapons at the rapidly approaching rocks. Though their surface layers of asteroid material quickly succumbed at all of the focus fire, there were too many of them. Some of them even incorporated thick layers of wreckage salvaged from the surrounding space. Even though the mechs and starship hull plating weren't very high in quality, it still took a lot of time to penetrate all of those layers. Casella grew more nervous. The firepower of the attack force wasn't enough to defeat all of the approaching rocks. The Mountain Kings heavily invested in this nasty surprise. She finally decided to issue a request to Major Vrl. Please allow my Bright Warriors to fire their missiles at the approaching rocks, sir. 2 missiles should be powerful enough to crack through their defenses even with all of the scrap metal in the way. A brief pause ensued. No, Captain. Those high-quality missiles are valuable consumables that cannot be wasted on this scum. The clan patriarch has already instructed us to employ another solution. The solution soon became clear as powerful laser beams and positron beams suddenly hammered the accelerating rocks. Large and powerful volleys of energy beams continuously smashed through the rocks at a much greater degree of effectiveness. The penitent sisters had finally moved into action. Before this point, they had merely been placed on standby and guarded the main fleet against surprise attacks from the flanks or rear. Now, a considerable number of their ranged mechs had flown forward and easily smacked down the rocks one by one with their incredibly powerful rifles. The difference was like night and day as far as Casella and the other clansmen were concerned. They felt both relieved and ashamed that they needed to be bailed out in this way. This was especially so when some of the rocks began to explode in nuclear fury. Enormous balls of hot and concussive fury filled the space between the Mountain Kings and the retreating Larkinson mechs. According to the sensors of her mech, those nuclear explosions were laced with enough volatile exotics to massively increase their threat at close range. Even at this distance, the numerous explosions still managed to break or overload some of the sensors of their mechs while peppering the mechs with powerful spikes of radiation. Fortunately, the armor of all of those mechs were sufficiently shielded against this level of intensity, but their surface layers all needed to be treated carefully after this battle. The moment the Larkinson clan activated the penitent sisters, the outcome of the battle turned into a foregone conclusion. As much as the Larkinson clan wanted to use the opposing pirates as target practice, that didn't mean that they wanted to suffer avoidable casualties. When the ranged mechs of the penitent sisters annihilated the rocks that contained the nuclear bombs, they quickly turned their ire at the remaining pirate fortifications. What took minutes for the avatars and sentinels to neutralize only took seconds for the penitent sisters. Unbothered by the sensor-dampening dust clouds the Mountain Kings were spewing in the surrounding space, the penitent sister mechs accurately struck each and every turret and fortification. Their laser and positron beams were so powerful that they melted straight through every defensive fixture. As for the pirate mechs, they lasted just as short when focused upon. The pure devastation inflicted by just 2 mech companies of second-class mechs completely rendered the Mountain Kings helpless and impotent. Soon enough, their last castle had fallen. The entire sight caused every Larkinson who took part in the prior attack to feel frustrated. "We failed," Iman told her sister. "We could have beaten these Mountain Kings if we learned of their trick beforehand. If this was a real battle." Casella Ingvar grimaced. "It won't be long before we will suffer our first true casualties. We're almost out of wreckage paradise. Once we enter Maynard Fields, none of the pirates we face are easy to deal with. That is when our true test starts." Wreckage Paradise was too barren and too close to the border of the Nixian Gap to attract the more powerful pirate groups. Even then, outfits with a relatively poor and obscure reputation like the Mountain Kings were already capable of annihilating any attacks with their hidden nuclear ordnance. The Big Two's prohibition against weapons of mass destruction held no sway in this lawless region. To many pirates, as long as they kept their controversial weapons secret, then they wouldn't suffer any consequences. If any battle went poorly for them, then the pirates had nothing to lose by breaking the rules and employing taboo weapons. After all, they were already destined to die anyway if they lost the battle, so they might as well go out and leverage every possible advantage no matter how much bounty the MTA put on their heads. So far, Task Force Predator managed to maintain the upper hand by relying on their superior mechs. Yet it was clear to Casella that more changes were needed in order to keep the inevitable losses in the future as minimal as possible. "We can't keep provoking every pirate group in our way," she muttered. Even though the Nixian pirates were anything but united, word of the Larkinson clan's violent incursion into their space had already spread. Chapter 2188 Sneaking Up. After the dangerous encounter against the Mountain Kings, Ves completely paused his current work in order to supervise the aftermath. As much as he wanted to pour all of his time on his major projects, the Nixian Gap was still a region filled with peril. The steadily growing spiritual interference that Ves constantly sensed was the least of his worries. Once the Larkinson clan salvaged what little valuables the Mountain Kings left behind, the task force moved on. Thousands of mech technicians carefully scrubbed some of the mechs clean from the effects of exposure to radiation. Some of the parts even needed to be replaced entirely, which entailed a lot of work. The maintenance crews worked like busy bees as they all tried to do their work as quickly as possible in order to minimize the downtime. Who knew whether the task force might stumble upon a pirate ambush? Just because it hadn't happened did not mean the Larkinsons should rest easily. They already attracted quite a lot of heat from the local pirates. The Nixian pirates weren't completely isolated from each other. At least in the periphery, quantum communication nodes still worked, so they could trawl through the galactic net like anyone in civilized space. In order to discuss the implications of the battle against the Mountain Kings as well as the task force's changing circumstances, Ves decided to call a meeting. Ves and Calabast both entered the Scarlet Rose's conference room. Major Verl and Fleet Coordinator Cronin joined shortly afterwards in projection form as they were both on different ships at the moment. Good afternoon, everyone. VS greeted everyone as he sat down on a chair while Lucky floated at his side. First, let me tell you that I think that near fiascos like the previous battles shouldn't happen again. While we have admittedly underestimated how depraved the pirates could be, we were still at risk of losing a decent amount of mechs and precious lives. Everyone looked grave. Even Calabast, who normally adopted a playful demeanor in front of VS, exhibited some concern. It is clear that the assumptions that we have made before we departed to the Nixian Gap are flawed. She spoke. The intelligence we have gathered mostly consists of unverified rumors and hearsay. I dare say that at least a portion of what we collected might outright be deliberate falsehoods that the Nixian pirates, or their associates, have spread in order to lull outsiders into a false sense of security. That sounded like a very thorough scheme. VS felt astonished at this bold but increasingly more likely guess. So how much do we actually know? It's not as bad as you think, VS. The peacekeepers and sources from the Sentinel Kingdom may have fed us with inaccurate information, but with all of the pirates we interrogated and all of the data banks that we have decrypted, we have built up a much more accurate overview of the local regions. Major Vrol shook his head. That's only partially helpful. What the Rust Grinders knew about the Mountain Kings only amounted to surface details. Every pirate group in the vicinity knew that the Mountain Kings invested in a lot of fortifications. None of them were aware that these fortifications also hid over 24 enriched nuclear warheads. I think we wouldn't have been able to know about those nuclear weapons even if we kidnapped and interrogated a mid-level Mountain King officer. Ophelia Cronin noted. Pirate commanders never entrust sensitive secrets to their own men, and they aren't stupid enough to record such sensitive information in their data banks. We either have to kidnap the pirate commanders directly or grab one of the senior cadre who have been entrusted with operating these trump cards. That was an unrealistic prospect. Every seasoned pirate commander who managed to survive in the Nixian Gap was an average. VS looked towards Calabast, who regretfully shook her head. Infiltrating pirate vessels and bases in order to capture and interrogate these senior pirate figures is not viable with our current means. That was disappointing, but he expected as much. The Larkinson clan did not possess a lot of true stealth gear. We need to do at least something to gain a better understanding of our opponents. Major Vrol spoke with some frustration in his tone. I hate to say this, but I would rather fight the CRC than an entrenched Nixian pirate outfit. At least we know what to expect of the former. The same cannot be said of the latter. VS sighed. From what I hear from you all, the root of the problem is our lack of understanding of our foes. The pirates aren't necessarily stronger than us. It's just that their sudden surprises are too threatening. With enemies who did not hesitate to turn their mechs into starship turrets, or prepare a large amount of enriched nuclear ordnance, how could his father and the Oblivion Hand successfully raid so many pirate fortresses? Unlike Task Force Predator, the Oblivion Hand had run roughshod in the inner periphery and the core regions. According to the rumors, which might not all be accurate, even though the Oblivion Hand sustained a substantial amount of losses with each major attack, they gained even more resources, mechs and recruits in return. Even if those victories were wildly exaggerated, the rumor that the notorious Dark Cleaver had never lost a battle should still be true. VS did not believe that Task Force Predator was weaker than the Oblivion Hand. Leaving aside his father, who presumably advanced to expert pilot, the rest of the Dark Mercenaries should still be piloting weak and fragile third-class mechs. He suddenly recalled something important. It wasn't just his father's amazing piloting skills and his excellent leadership that allowed him to secure victory after victory. His mother should have been involved as well. In fact, VS knew that with the capabilities she had shown off in front of him, she could easily contribute more to their victories than Wrinkle. The key to this was her myriad abilities as an intangible ghost and a spiritual sorceress. As long as she was able to affect the material realm, she could effortlessly sneak inside a pirate ship or base and mess around with none of the defenders growing any wiser. The Larkinson clan may be lacking a perfect saboteur in the form of Cynthia Larkinson, but there was someone in the clan who could replicate at least some of her abilities. He tilted his head to the side where Lucky lazed around in the air. Meow. It's time to earn your keep. Meow? We'll talk later. He grinned ominously at his cat. He turned his attention to the others. Anyway, let's talk about our next steps. We will soon be crossing over into Maynard Fields, right? Everyone nodded. Maynard Fields is much more perilous. Not only will the density of asteroids increase, but the larger occurrence of exotic deposits can also spawn occasional anomalies. Regardless of what we face, we need to slow our pace and expand out scouting efforts. They discussed all of the changes they needed to make in order to make sure they traversed the Nixian gaps safely. Once their discussion finally ended, the projections of Major Verl and Fleet Coordinator Cronin disappeared. Ves turned to Calabast, who had been glancing at him with interest. She had studied all of his habits and behavioral tics. The way he looked at him right now suggested to her that Ves was thinking of something radical again. Not here, she said with a touch of resignation. Let's head somewhere more secure. They moved to a separate space next to her office aboard the Scarlet Rose, which she had personally renovated and customized to her tastes. Numerous jammers went active, causing Ves and Calabast to feel a bit discomfited. Lucky hardly took any notice, though. Okay. Tell me what's on your mind. He grinned. I may have a means to increase our battle odds against the pirates. To be more exactly, it's my cat who is the key. Meow? Show her, Lucky. Meow meow. It's fine. She already knows a lot. Lucky reluctantly turned intangible in front of Calabast. She observed keenly at the partially transparent mechanical cat as Ves waved his entire hand through the body of his pet. Go show your other trick. His cat lifted up his paw and tapped the button of his collar, causing him to disappear from view. Now, Lucky not only became intangible, but also invisible. This time, Calabast really became astonished. I see now. This is why he has been able to appear in places where he has no right to be. No wonder why no one is able to detect something as noticeable as a mechanical cat sneaking into heavily guarded sites. Ves briefly explained what Lucky was able to do. Lucky's ECM and detection capabilities allowed him to circumvent all sorts of electronic surveillance means. While the cat was able to phase through solid matter and remain intangible for an extended amount of time, his stealth power only lasted for 5 minutes before requiring an extensive recharge. Though he expected Calabast to react with disappointment, she instead looked quite hopeful. With his ability to detect and evade sensors, 5 minutes is enough. She spoke in admiration. If it is possible, I'd like to fit him with a customized harness that allows him to carry additional gear. As long as he can carry explosives, poison, and other equipment, he can wreak even more havoc once he infiltrated a pirate bulwark. As far as Ves knew, Lucky should be able to do so if the harness and additional gadgets were small enough. Both Ves and Calabast became more taken in by the idea and enthusiastically discussed how to kit Lucky out, and how much they could tack onto his frame. Meow. Lucky looked increasingly more uncertain about this whole ordeal. While he liked to dive into forbidden places, he did not relish infiltrating a hostile pirate base or ship all by himself. There is one problem, though. Ves frowned. Lucky's flight speed isn't all that fast. It's not realistic to allow Lucky to reach a distant pirate fortification by relying on his own flight capabilities without wasting many hours if not days. We need to prepare a more effective means of delivery. That's not a problem, Calabas said. The Jaded Sword carries a Hexer stealth shuttle. Its stealth system should be more than good enough to remain undetected even at very close ranges. Ves widened his eyes. Why didn't you tell me that? It wasn't necessary to inform you before now. I was afraid you would force my operatives to risk their lives on dangerous infiltration missions. Mind you, the stealth capabilities of the shuttle are impressive, but it's only a vehicle. The real work has to be done by humans, or cats in this case. That should be enough. Currently, the task force's scouting efforts only allowed them to observe what was happening in the open and on the surface. There was no way of knowing what the pirates truly kept hidden unless the Larkinsons sneaked someone inside to take a thorough peek. Fortunately, there was truly no better infiltrator than Lucky in the clan. Not only that, he could also act as a formidable saboteur. He could not only be instructed to assassinate critical pirate commanders and officers, but sabotage the potent trump cards they held in reserve against major threats. As long as Ves employed Lucky correctly, they might even be able to recreate some of his father's feats, and be able to topple even stronger pirate organizations with ease. Ha ha! Ves laughed. Let's test this approach on our next target. We should practice and perfect our methods as much as possible. This is going to be brilliant. I will need your help to build a good harness for Lucky. No problem. I need to use up some stealth materials, though. I have collected some suitable materials. If that isn't enough, you can also repurpose some of the spare parts that came with my stealth shuttle. Good. Chapter 2189 True Misfortune. When Ves and Calabas agreed to turn Lucky into a saboteur, the cat in question did not seem very enthused by the prospect. Meow! Meow! The cat constantly pawed at Ves and tried to make excuses for himself. No. You won't be able to pass off this duty this time. Your infiltration efforts can save a lot of lives. If you can scan the pirate bases from inside out, then that is already an incredible valuable gain. It is even better if you can assassinate some important leader figures just before we attack. Muh! Ves crossed his arms. You're a member of the clan as well, Lucky. If you don't want to help your fellow clansmen, then at least do it for Goldie. She will grow sad whenever a Larkinson dies. Meow. Nita, bring the book. His bodyguard handed over the Larkinson mandate. The golden cat woke up from her nap and curiously looked up at Ves. Nya? Tell this dummy of a cat here that he needs to do his duty for the clan. Nya. Goldie fell right back to sleep again. Ugh! Cats! Ves tossed the heavy book in the air, causing it to stop in midair with the help of its anti-grav brace. Nita calmly reached out and grabbed hold of it before placing it back on her armor. Though he didn't want to employ this means, Ves had no choice but to provide Lucky with a major concession. You can eat any exotics you want, he promised. When you sneak inside and wreak havoc, feel free to take a bite out of anything that is shiny or yummy to you. The larger pirate organizations all tend to be wealthier. I bet they have accumulated a lot of rare and unique exotics from the surroundings. The moment he made this offer, Lucky abruptly froze in realization. Meow. Ves nodded. You get first pick. Just leave the remaining valuable materials to the rest of us. We'll claim the leftovers. As voracious as Lucky could be, his dimensional stomach could only digest so much exotics at a time. Even if he ate all of the crown jewels in the hands of the pirates, there was no way that his hungry cat could devour an entire warehouse's worth of materials. While Task Force Predator already carried a lot of spare parts and materials to last them for months, it was always helpful to accumulate some of the more valuable exotics that didn't take up a lot of space. With such a compelling offer on the table, Lucky couldn't resist the temptation. Even though it was still dangerous for a gem cat like him to infiltrate pirates' strongholds by himself, with such an amazing opportunity in front of him, no danger was sufficient to stop him from eating the best meals. Ves smirked as his cat already started to daydream about all of the yummy exotics he might eat. Though he felt a bit guilty for pushing his own pet to perform extremely dangerous missions, it was not as if Lucky was incapable. The little bugger had plenty of practice of sneaking around undetected. After he concluded a deal with Lucky, Ves began to think about building a custom cat harness. While Lucky was already quite potent and proficient by himself, it didn't hurt to bring some extra tools. For example, while Lucky could sneak into a bedroom and effortlessly swipe a pirate commander's neck, the assassination might trigger an alarm. Even if it didn't, the timing of the commander's death might not be right, or Calabast might want Lucky to kill off additional key targets without tripping any alarms. In these cases, it was much more appropriate if Lucky was able to apply poison to his targets that killed within a predictable amount of time. As for sabotage, Lucky could easily sneak up to a power reactor, but as capable as he was not an engineer. Unless he was able to receive instructions from Ves, Lucky could only outright disable the power reactor or leave it alone in order to avoid alarming the pirates. It was a different story if Lucky was able to plant a timed explosive instead. When placed in the correct area, even a small bomb could inflict a lot of damage. This was just what Ves could come up with in a short amount of time. He definitely suspected that Calabast already prepared a dozen more ideas on what to add to Lucky's loadout. He rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. "All right. Let's begin with making your harness. Let me mount some stuff on your body." Meow! Ves dragged Lucky over to the mech workshop and quickly cobbled together some harnesses that vaguely fit the body of a cat. Each of the harnesses differed in size, mass, and other factors. Whenever he mounted them onto Lucky, he told his cat to activate his phasing and invisibility abilities. After several hours of experimentation, Ves ascertained Lucky's limits. As long as he didn't add anything thicker than the edge of his palm. This was not as much room as he hoped. Perhaps one consolation was that Lucky possessed a much higher tolerance for mass. As long as the material wasn't excessively dense, Ves could add all sorts of heavy stuff onto his body as long as his cat's gravity manipulation ability could still keep him aloft. Even so, every weight added to his body decreased his nimbleness. Considering that Lucky had to rely heavily on his mobility to evade detection, Ves resolved to keep his cat's equipment light. "All right." He nodded at Lucky, who found the current harness very cumbersome. "I should collect some good materials. Since your life and the success of your mission are on the line, I'd better invest heavily." He opened a design interface and set out to design a proper harness that fit snugly onto Lucky's frame. Though Ves was already pretty tough, he decided that it didn't hurt to add some additional armor in case the pirates coincidentally detected him and shot at him out of his intangible form. He created a form-fitting suit of armor that covered his entire cat except for the paws and portions of the head. It would be made out of briar alloy and be able to resist small arms fire with ease. Ves then added a second layer on top that would be made with the various sensor-dampening materials provided by the black cats. He wanted to use the very best in order to minimize the chance of detection, so he directly decided to cannibalize some of the spare parts of the stealth shuttle. He didn't need to use up too much material as Lucky was just as big as a regular house cat. Once he added some external fixtures that would allow Calabas to mount all kinds of small and slim-sized gadgets and equipment onto the exterior. Ves felt very pleased at the result. Lucky would definitely turn into a potent infiltrator and saboteur once he wore all of this gear. Before Ves finalized the design, he halted. There was something about the harness that made him feel a little uncertain. It was as if it was missing something. What else can I add? Perhaps that was the wrong question to ask. What is it lacking? As Ves began to think about the potential threats he might face, he slowly recalled the unusual spiritual phenomena he perceived in the imaginary realm. He recalled the warnings given to his mother as well as the information that Nita had passed on about the Five Scrolls Compact. Damn! I almost overlooked this possibility. The Five Scrolls Compact definitely maintained a presence in this space. Ves had a very strong suspicion that their regional headquarters was located close to the center of the gap. Even if their core members never left their base, Ves knew the Compact raised a lot of splinter organizations. The Church of Hachumak came to mind. Those weird cultists who exhibited strange spiritual abilities that managed to confound his senses had almost caused him and the flagrant sword maidens to succumb to an ambush. If an unimportant splinter organization like that was already capable of performing strange but effective trickery, then whatever branch organizations the Compact erected in their backyard should be even more potent. Ves struggled for a moment before deciding that this case was truly severe enough to merit a greater investment. I'm not sure if this will work, but I guess I can give it a try. He briefly left for this stateroom and returned with the second beastone he obtained. He held it close to Lucky. Does it hurt you if this rock is close to you? Meow. Okay. That's good. Now, can you carry it around or will its properties resist your ability? In theory, Lucky shouldn't be able to extend his intangibility powers onto a beastone, as the latter resisted spiritual intrusions. Ves carefully cut a decent-sized chunk from the main rock and attached it onto Lucky. Meow meow! His cat reacted as if the rock was an intense source of irritation. Can you turn intangible? Lucky concentrated for a moment. Despite the effort he put into phasing himself out, it didn't work. Meow! Damn! The beastone apparently resisted Lucky's efforts, which was a major letdown. However, Ves did not give up immediately. He cut the rock in two before telling Lucky to attempt again. This time, he successfully managed to phase himself out. Even though Lucky appeared considerably more strained than before, the beastone was just small enough for Lucky to brute force his phasing powers. It was anything but uncomfortable for him, though. Lucky quickly materialized himself back into real space again and glared at Ves for subjecting him to this strain. Meow meow meow! I'm sorry, but this is necessary. At least we know it can work. Tell you what, I'll reduce the beastone even further before I incorporate it into your harness. At its current volume, Lucky could hardly maintain his intangibility. Ves was forced to cut down the sample even further before his cat stopped complaining as much. Now that he found the right amount of beastone, he amended the design for Lucky's harness and included the beastone as the innermost layer. Even though beastone was quite good at resisting spiritual attacks and intrusions, it wasn't really tough. After fine-tuning his design, Ves immediately proceeded to fabricate it by hand. He carefully exerted himself and made sure to achieve the highest quality possible. Though the end result was far from a masterwork, it at least looked reliable enough to serve Lucky well in his upcoming infiltration missions. Once he fitted the completed harness onto Lucky, his cat suddenly turned dark. Due to the stealth coating applied to the exterior, Lucky literally turned into a black cat. Meow! I know you look different, but that's the point. Haha, I think you can pass off as a true mascot for Calabas's organization now. If not for your partially exposed claws and snout, you would truly make for a convincing metal black cat. Though the armor already fit Lucky decently well, Ves took the time to tweak the fittings in order to make sure it absolutely fit the frame of his cat like a glove. Only after that did Ves invite Calabas into the workshop to see the end result. The spymaster raised his eyebrows. Your cat looks rather annoyed. He'll get over it. Now what do you think? Can you fit your gear onto the attachments I placed onto the harness? It's not a problem, though the size and volume limitations will limit what Lucky can do. What do you call it, by the way? I haven't thought of that. Wait. I have a good idea. Why not call it the misfortune harness? Wherever Lucky shows up like this, he will doubtlessly spread a lot of misfortune. The misfortune that Ves and Lucky tended to inflict on others was different from how Jovi's design philosophy worked. Unlike Jovi, who used his strange probability manipulation powers to nudge reality in an unfavorable direction for someone, Ves preferred to walk up to the person in question and kick him in the nuts. Chapter 2190 Directing Projects. Just kitting out Lucky with the misfortune harness did not mean he turned into an expert saboteur. There was a huge difference between sneaking into guarded facilities in order to surreptitiously munch on exotics in storage and to perform effective sabotage. What to do first upon entry. How to identify critical components. How to rank them in priority. How to search for key personnel. How to kill them without compromising the other goals of the mission. How to return to the stealth shuttle without getting detected and shot to. Lucky needed to undergo systematic training in order to turn into a capable black cat. Calabas took hold of Lucky, who still wore the black-coated full-body harness, and smiled in an adoring fashion. I'll turn you into a true terror after a few days. With all of your capabilities, you'll be able to single-handedly topple entire fortresses. Your abilities are wasted in the hands of Ves. Meow! As the woman took the gem cat turned commando cat away, Ves completely put Lucky out of his mind and began to cast his mind back to his mech designs. With two major projects demanding most of his attention, he really didn't have that much time to spend on managing the task force. Fortunately, the four minor projects demanded much less personal attention. Aside from spending some time on drafting a design and selecting some key components, the assistant mech designers only had to follow his instructions and work out the details by themselves. While Ves did not have to be personally involved in every decision and implementation, he had to make sure to keep track of the projects and make sure they followed his vision. If the assistants designed without direction, it was impossible to form a spiritual foundation. Even then, the spiritual foundations of the minor projects were substantially weaker than he was used to. In order to make up for the deficit, Ves had to act wasteful and purposefully transfer a substantial amount of spiritual energy into the incomplete mech designs. This was a rather forceful and unnatural process of fostering life in a mech design. He felt rather unsure whether the spiritual quality of any of the minor mech designs would meet his standards. Well, completing 4 additional mech designs is better than completing nothing at all. They don't have to be my best work. They just have to meet the LMC's standards. He already resigned himself to the possibility that all of his minor mech projects wouldn't be as spiritually potent as his major mech projects. It was like trying to raise several children in a kinder training camp rather than pouring attention on a single kid in a loving household. The former did the job of training massive amounts of competent adults, but the latter had a considerably higher chance of leading a fulfilling life. Even so, Ves was very experienced in spiritual manipulation, especially when it came to tying it together with mech design. He had gained an increasing grasp of the rules and mechanisms that affected the formation of spiritual foundations. This meant he could game the system in order to achieve the maximum result with relatively little time investment. This was important, because the quality, quantity, and purity of a mech design's spiritual foundation determined the functioning of spiritual constructs. A strong, high-quality foundation not only allowed him to form more triggered abilities, but also increased their strength and potency. A mech design that endured a lot of neglect produced a shaky, spotty foundation that didn't leave VS with much to work with. Even if he did form a spiritual construct, the triggered ability probably wouldn't meet his expectations. I don't have to worry about that at this moment. Their foundations have barely formed. In the first couple of months, the technical development of the minor projects took primacy. Making the right design choices, structuring the design process, and providing guidance to the assistants. The more exotic and exciting implementations came in the later stages when the designs became more solid. The Chiron, despite its rather low specs, was a very complicated machine. The ability to adapt its shape and change the proportions of its limbs had to be designed from the ground up, which entailed performing a lot of calculations as well as trial and error. Since VS decided to reserve the training mech for the Larkinson clan, he opted to make use of stronger and more premium materials. While this provided the mech cadets with much greater protection against accidents, they were quite expensive and difficult to integrate. Though VS found it rather tedious to keep track of all of these changes, Gloriana thought differently. To her, it was an interesting puzzle. With Gloriana watching over this minor project with greater attention, the Chiron would definitely become a worthy training mech for the Larkinson clan. The ferocious piranha was a lot more straightforward. As a space-born skirmisher meant to bring the Doom Guard's terror aura to the enemy, the mech just needed to abide by the classic characteristics of its mech type. It had to excel in mobility, of course. VS paired the mech design with a very powerful lightweight flight system. As a trade-off for its powerful accelerated and quick response times, the wings of the ferocious piranha drained energy at a rapid rate, which was quite a serious problem to a machine that couldn't carry a lot of energy cells. VS envisioned the ferocious piranha to be utilized in rapid strikes, flanking attacks, and very quick raids. It had to be able to cross distances in space as rapidly as possible in order to bring its terror glow within the range of an enemy formation. The damage it inflicted was secondary to the glow it exerted onto the enemy. That said, VS did not wish to devolve any of his mechs into glow delivery machines. Therefore, he tried to figure out a way to make his vision for the ferocious piranha more distinctive. The glow alone isn't capable of breaking enemy mech pilots unless the ferocious piranha gets very close. The Doom Guard is at least able to back up its threat with a wide-area flamethrower. A light skirmisher only has some piddly knives. He failed to come up with good ideas for now, so he decided to mull over the decision later. Perhaps his experiences in the Nixian Gap might provide him with some inspiration. When VS turned to the Sanctuary, he deliberately aimed to keep it simple. As an offensive space knight, its primary function was to maintain a zone that dampened glows as much as possible, whether benign or malignant. Unlike the ferocious piranha, the Sanctuary didn't require too many gimmicks or additional flair. As a mech designed to offer sanctuary against volatile spiritual auras, VS believed he needed to design the mech as something that conveyed silence, purity, and tranquility. Kind of like a religious mech. His face grew ugly as the vision he formed of the sanctuary began to resemble the transcendent messenger, holy soldier, and deliverer mechs. This is not going to be an Ilvanan mech. Turning it into an Ilvanan mech meant that most of his customers wouldn't be able to make use of it. Customers would have to go through great lengths to hire devout Ilvanan mech pilots in order to make use of its glow-dampening field. The mech has to be a product that is accessible to anyone. I don't want to exclude the majority of the mech market. Ves wasn't sure how he could form a glow-dampening field from his existing selection of design spirits. Maybe I need to create a new one for this. The most suitable candidates are too exclusive to particular groups of mech pilots. If he created a specific spiritual product that solely focused on suppressing glows, then it would likely be strong enough to meet his demands. However, he couldn't exactly form a spiritual product that possessed the right spiritual attributes related to suppressing glows out of nowhere. He needed to collect the right ingredients, and that sounded very difficult, especially in a rather chaotic place like the Nixian Gap. He scratched his head. This problem sounded fairly thorny. He made a note in his implant to look out for anything they came across or looted from pirates that might contribute to the creation of the right spiritual product for the sanctuary. As for the Crystal Lord Mark II, Ves couldn't be more attached to the project. As his second original mech design, he had long daydreamed of what kind of upgrades and changes he wanted to make in order to turn it into a mech that was ready for the modern battlefield. The crystal aspect of the mech needed to be maintained, or else it wouldn't do its name justice. As a mech specifically designed to counter other laser-armed mechs, Ves studied the MTA's component library extensively for a better and more practical crystal to place on the center of the chest. Surprisingly, he found plenty of suitable substitutes to the original alien crystal. These were human-developed products, so they lacked much of the mystery and unknown applications developed by long-dead aliens. While that made them simpler to make and easier to understand, their power level wasn't as high as he expected. The energy absorption and retaliation functionality are both roughly similar to the products of the Crystal Builder civilization, Ves noted as he continued to browse the list. He felt it was a bit of a pity to leave aside alien tech for human tech. However, he had no choice, as the alien crystal technology did not progress and advance because all of its original researchers were long extinct. Unless Ves founded a research institution that specifically deciphered the alien mechanisms of the crystal builder tech, he could forget about obtaining improved alien crystals. This was something that required a major investment, but Ves wasn't confident at all that it would pay off in the end. Ves was a mech designer, not a component developer. Swapping outdated parts for newer ones was a normal approach towards updating old designs. He just felt a bit depressed because the slightly alien nature of the mech was one of its defining characteristics. Its strange head that consisted of numerous holes that shone like stars looked very ominous. The vapor from the festive cloud generator leaking from those cavities added even more mystique to the machine. Thinking about the obvious alien influences in the appearance of the original Crystal Lord, Ves couldn't help but scratch his head once again. What was I thinking? The mech simply looked too weird. Compared to many other mech models on the market, the Crystal Lord Mark I clearly didn't look human enough. From a marketing standpoint, it made a lot more sense to morph the Crystal Lord Mark II into a more classical humanoid mech. Yet a part of him wanted to resist this change. As logical as it sounded, he felt he would deprive the Crystal Lord line of its alien heritage in a permanent fashion. Ves did not wish to cripple or warp the original Crystal Leader fragment, which his mother had bestowed to him in the past. It was that simple act of his ghostly mother that originally set him on the path working with design spirits to empower his mech designs. A revision of an old design doesn't have to preserve the original traits. That doesn't mean I should do so in this situation. He needed to think very deeply on the current and future role of the Crystal Lord. Depending on his choices, he could steer the Crystal Lord into a more human incarnation, or he may insist on keeping its original alien character. Even if he settled this choice, he also had to make other changes to the mech. The original Crystal Lord didn't excite the market enough, and the Mark II might follow the same route if he did not change more aspects of the mech. Does it need another gimmick? Chapter 2191 Path to Greatness. Design Evaluation, Blessed Squire BSA01. Model Name, Blessed Squire BSA01. Original Manufacturer, Ves Larkinson, Gloriana Woden. Weight Classification Medium. Recommended Role, Night Mech / Support Mech. Armor, B+. Carrying Capacity, D. Aesthetics, B. Endurance, A. Energy Efficiency, B. Flexibility, D+. Firepower, D. Integrity, B. Mobility, C. Spotting, D. X Factor, A. Cost Efficiency, C. Project Involvement, 90%. Original Component Composition, 7%. Overall Evaluation. The Blessed Squire is a land-bound night mech designed to support assault forces. It features enough defense to withstand a fair amount of attacks, and it possesses sufficient mobility to take part in offensive operations. The Blessed Squire excels more in its support function, as its ability to store, transfer, and siphon electrical energy adds a considerable degree of utility to the mech. Its glow is also remarkable for its 6 different expressions that provides various different methods of support. You have received 50,000 design points for completing an adequate original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 50,000 design points for designing a mech with a high presence of X factor. He had almost forgotten about checking the system's notifications. He completed the design of the Blessed Squire some time ago, though the Hexers hadn't deployed it into battle up to this point. The scores given to the Blessed Squire looked a bit worse than he thought, but that was due to its very specialized roles. A mech didn't necessarily have to be great at everything. It just had to fulfill its designated purpose as efficiently as possible. Hopefully, it will showcase its true value on the battlefield, he muttered. You have personally assembled a masterwork mech based on your own Blessed Squire design. You have acquired Masterwork Mech Assembly 3. Create more Masterwork Mechs to upgrade this sub-skill. As you are not a major contributor to the formation of the Masterwork Mech, you are not entitled to receive additional rewards. He already expected this outcome. He knew that his mech affinity had increased after the creation of the little angel. Gloriana deserved the bulk of the credit, but since she wasn't hooked up to the Mech Designer System, she wasn't eligible to receive an extremely precious Radiant Lottery ticket. That was a missed opportunity in hindsight. If VS added her to the system as a guest user, she might have been able to receive a considerable reward. It's pointless to think about that right now. I don't have the design points to think about bringing her into the fold. It would take a long time before he could accumulate 1 million DP. Perhaps the recent changes might accelerate his progress, but VS did not believe it was so simple. His project involvement in the minor projects would definitely be substantially less than in any of the major projects. While VS had no way to determine how the system actually defined and measured project involvement, there wouldn't be any loopholes. He would probably only receive a fraction of the DP rewards for completing a minor mech design. The system was very fair in that regard, though from another perspective the system always took advantage of any opportunity to act stingy. Now that he earned 100,000 DP, he finally built up a modest buffer again. He partially regretted his earlier decision to spend his DP in a profligate manner. The lack of critical resources that he could spend to bail himself out of a crisis had weighed heavier and heavier on him since he ventured into the Nixian Gap. He underestimated the threats residing in the periphery of the region. Now that he spent weeks in this perilous region, VS felt as if he gradually shifted into the mindset that he used to hold when he entered the frontier during the last Bright Visual War. His paranoia acted up to a greater degree as he didn't feel very safe anymore, no matter how quiet his surroundings seemed. The thought of encountering strong, weird, and outright alien adversaries both terrified him as well as excited him. He paradoxically felt more alive as the pressure mounted on him. The gradually increasing spiritual interference field didn't help matters either. It was times like these where he missed companionship. With Gloriana and Benny both remaining behind in civilized space, Ves did not have someone on his ship who he could share his more personal concerns. What was worse was that Ves couldn't even vent his feelings to his cat. Calabast enthusiastically put Lucky through a crash course in infiltration, sabotage, and assassination. Any day now, Lucky would be going about his day wearing a pointed hood and jumping off of incredibly tall heights just to coincidentally land on a haystack, even though he didn't need the cushioning because he could already fly. He supposed he could expand his circle of conversation partners. It wasn't as if he was alone in the fleet. People like Nita, Major Verl, Keddies, Commander Melker, the expert candidates, and so on were all potential friends. I think this might be a good idea to check up on Joshua. I haven't really talked to him after he advanced to expert candidate. Out of every expert candidate in the Larkinson clan, Joshua stood out from the others due to his chosen conviction. He was the only one whose developing force of will centered around life. Ves found it quite remarkable that the vibe that Joshua exuded closely matched his own attributes. Both of them seemed to obsess over life and mechs. The similarities were quite uncanny. It was as if Joshua was his first direct disciple, as the products made by Ves had clearly played a huge role in the young mech pilot's development. As a mech designer, Ves saw himself as a creator and facilitator of life. What did that make Joshua? He might truly be the first mech pilot who truly embodied the meaning of Avatar of Myth. Even though he still had a lot of work on his plate, Ves impulsively decided to pay a visit to Joshua. He boarded a shuttle that departed from the Scarlet Rose and soon reached the Red Feather. He met with Commander Melker first. When someone as important as the clan patriarch paid a visit, it was only proper to pay respects. Sir? Welcome to the Red Feather. Your visit isn't scheduled, so I apologize for not preparing a tour for you. What do you require? Tell me about the state of the avatars first. Ves told him while he idly toured the mech hangar. An abundance of glows washed over him as Aurora Titans, Bright Warriors, and a couple of other LMC mechs vied for his emotions. It was a rather intense experience to someone as spiritually sensitive as Ves. Fortunately, it appeared that the rest of the avatars and ship crew were accustomed to working in the presence of so many overlapping glows. The pressure and influence of glows did not grow stronger in a linear fashion. Eventually, the overlap of so many glows began to flatten out into a plateau. Melker began to walk alongside him while reporting the overall state of the avatars. The avatars in the task force have all been growing at a rapid pace. The intensive training conducted in the previous months are all coming into fruition. When the stakes are real, the avatars are far more serious about improving their skills and refining their methods. They are making months' worth of progress in a matter of weeks. That sounds good. Ves nodded with a smile. How goes the development of the elite squads? Quite well, but that is because of their unique nature. First, the elite squads are all small. It would have been considerably more challenging if we decided to implement elite companies instead. Second, the leaders are all expert candidates. Joshua, Janzi, and Tusa are all universally respected by practically every other mech pilot in the clan. Even if they don't possess any notable command skills, their authority is rock solid. Strength and skill determined the pecking order among mech pilots. A considerable gap existed between a normal mech pilot and an expert candidate. Tell me about Joshua and the Bright Companions specifically. While the Bright Companions are in a combat-ready state, they are still developing. Its current focus on adopting an assault orientation is mostly due to necessity. The Larkinson clan lacks a unit that excels at breaking through obstacles or is geared towards challenging very strong opponents. Janzi already covers some of our defensive needs while Tusa already excels at mobility. This leaves offense. VS briefly turned towards his visored cousin. It sounds like there is an issue. What is Joshua's opinion? According to him, he doesn't want to pigeonhole himself into a narrow role. He is a fan of every LMC mech and not just the ones that are defined by their attack power. That sounded like Joshua, VS thought. I can see how that can be an issue. What is your response to this request? While I normally don't want to reject a request from a potential expert pilot, the avatars and the rest of the Larkinson clan truly need his strength in this capacity. Their charge against the Rust Grinders was a good example. Joshua and his Bright Companions quickly managed to take out the ship-mounted cannoneer mechs with a single devastating attack run. They single-handedly broke the Rust Grinders, turning the remainder into easy pickings. That was indeed a memorable sight. Joshua may not like it, but he understands our decisions and knows what is needed. He just hopes that he can move to a broader orientation once we have cultivated replacements. It's very likely that most of the current members of the Bright Companions will form the nucleus of our shock troops. Commander Melker already formed an extensive plan in this regard, so VS saw no reason to intervene. Let's put the Bright Companions aside and focus on Joshua himself. How is he doing as a person? A wry smile appeared on Melker's face. He has attained a height that few people have achieved. To become an expert candidate, and to break through while showing a notable degree of forced resonance, means that he is very likely to advance to expert pilot in the coming decade. Not a day goes by when he is not ecstatic. Ever since he achieved his higher state, he has enthusiastically poured himself into training. Even at this moment, we can probably find him in a simulator pod where he tries to fight back against overwhelming odds. Though Melker tried to convey himself as a professional commander, he wasn't able to hide the envy in his voice. Melker was jealous of Joshua. He was jealous of every expert candidate in the clan. Why shouldn't he? Almost every mech pilot in the galaxy dreamt of undergoing apotheosis in order to attain true glory. Much like other unattainable dreams such as being able to join the MTA or being born in a prosperous first-rate state, too many mech pilots would never be able to fulfill these dreams. The overwhelming majority had to live with the disappointment that they would never be able to surpass their mortality when it came to mech piloting. When VS studied Melker with his spiritual senses, he found no changes in his cousin's mind. He possessed no spiritual potential to speak of, and it didn't seem like one would ever form, at least naturally. Though VS truly felt tempted to try and find a way to bestow spiritual potential to Melker and assist him into becoming an expert pilot, this was not a good idea. First, he had to develop a safe and effective method, which was anything but easy. Second, VS and the Larkinson clan would definitely attract too much suspicion if expert candidates and expert pilots emerged at a greater rate. Last time, VS barely managed to deflect Master Willix's suspicions in this area. Since an MTA Master Mech Designer felt the need to speak up about this topic, VS knew that he didn't have much leeway anymore. Therefore, for good or ill, Melker would have to contend with living as a mortal for the rest of his life. At least Melker seemed okay with it. As the appointed leader of the Larkinson clan's most illustrious mech force, he already had something to dedicate his life towards. There were multiple paths to greatness. Chapter 2192 Confused. Once VS gained an up-to-date understanding of the avatars of myth, he dismissed his cousin. While Commander Melker returned to his duties, Ves headed to one of the training compartments where Joshua was immersed in a simulation. Even though plenty of mech pilots rotated into space in order to guard the fleet and conduct patrols, nothing happened most of the time. If mech pilots wanted to keep their skills sharp, they still needed to participate in an extensive amount of simulation training. When Ves arrived at Joshua's pod, he did not immediately interrupt Joshua's current session. Instead, he observed the closed pod with his spiritual senses and immediately noticed the nascent force of will fluctuating inside. Compared to the force of will of actual expert pilots, the one formed by Joshua was still too weak and immature. While Joshua's force of will was already capable of increasing his presence and increasing some of his human limits, that was all he could manage. He wasn't capable of projecting his force of will outwards like a domain. He also wasn't capable of spreading his force of will in his mechs in order to achieve true resonance. The difference was like night and day. Even so, Ves already became fascinated by the blueprint of Joshua's force of will in the future. The vibrancy of life and the instinctual understanding that came with it echoed his own to a remarkable degree. Though Ves may have felt disturbed instead, he experienced no such discomfort. As Ves vaguely reached out with his spirituality, he even managed to form a very loose connection. He widened his eyes. Joshua's mental defenses did not block him out at all. Ves encountered no sign of rejection as his presence grew in the young mech pilot's mind. Ves already sensed that Joshua was aware of his arrival. This was the unique understanding that came with acquiring a life domain like theirs. Perhaps Joshua even inherited the ability to talk to cats and other animals. As Ves studied the prototype force of will further, he attempted to gain an insight into the differences. He was already aware of the traits of his own life-attributed spiritual energy. He wanted to see what Joshua could do when he empowered his will. Ves already recalled and rewatched the battle between the Purgatory Anva and the Fortunate Devil numerous times. He especially pored over all of the telemetry and data related to Joshua's sudden promotion. His force resonance ability seemed very interesting. Ves could have never thought that Joshua was able to repair the broken components of a mech by sheer willpower alone. As far as he knew, Ves could not achieve this effect. He wasn't too hung up over it. He could already communicate with all forms of life and perform various spiritual tricks to augment his mech designs. He was not dissatisfied with his current capabilities at all, though a part of him thought that being able to physically repair a mech by relying solely on spiritual energy was a very handy ability. The simulator pod eventually slid open. Joshua had finally finished his session. He emerged from his pod wearing a tight piloting suit. The expert candidate saluted. "Clan Patriarch, it is an honor to be graced with your presence. You don't need to act so stiff in my presence. As like-minded people, we will be cooperating extensively in the future." "Yes, sir." Despite their inherent kinship, Joshua looked up to Ves way too much to consider himself on the same level. "Let's head somewhere more comfortable." Joshua quickly freshened himself up and changed into his avatar uniform before joining Ves at one of the Red Feather's private lounges. When both of them sat down, Ves studied the younger mech pilot for a time. "I'm very glad you have made it this far," Ves began. "I have kept my eye on you since Melka took you in. Your high understanding and compatibility with my mechs is unsurpassed among my clansmen. Now that you have become an expert candidate, you have set your course. You know who you are, what you are fighting for, and what you want to become. Isn't that right?" "Yes, sir, though I haven't thought everything through. Initially, I just wanted to enter your circle and pilot all of your mechs. Now that I have achieved this ambition, I'm not really sure what I am trying to achieve other than to protect you and the clan." "All of that comes with time," VS spoke from his own understanding of expert pilots, and how they emerged in the original Larkinson family. While I'm not an expert pilot myself, I know that you need to develop an absolute conviction. The less doubts and uncertainties you have, the better. Expert pilots are always confident in who they are and what they do. Don't equate yourself to mortals who possess a complex mix of feelings and worries. Becoming a demigod is not just about acquiring extraordinary qualities. It is also about shedding some of your humanity. This was an insight that he normally never shared with anyone. He gained it when he studied his interactions with many expert pilots such as Venerable Foster, Venerable Sia, Venerable Brutus, and his Uncle Ark. What each of them had in common was not only their strong obsession and conviction towards an ideal, but also how they became increasingly more alienated from normal people. Perhaps this was the hidden meaning to treading the path to godhood. With each step that mech pilots took, they increasingly dedicated themselves more to their chosen domains and convictions. Even though VS had never encountered an ace pilot or a god pilot in the flesh, he already inferred that they were even more single-minded than expert pilots. Of course, all of this speculation rested on the assumption that there was only one trajectory for mech pilots. Joshua remained silent and thoughtful for half a minute. The nuggets of insight that VS provided may not sound profound at first, and it was difficult to know how relevant it was in the early stages. It was fine if Joshua didn't immediately understand the value of this advice. When he completed his growth as an expert candidate and hit his first bottleneck, the young mech pilot would finally be reminded of what he heard and act accordingly. That said, VS might as well jumpstart some of the processes. Earlier, you said that since you have completed your greatest ambition in your youth, you are lacking a bit of direction. Is that true? Joshua ruefully smiled. There are so many changes taking place that I hardly know what to expect. One day, I'm piloting the Deliverer and constantly trying to deepen my friendship with the life that is inside the mech. Then you present me with the Quint, which is an entirely different beast. Some time ago, we lived on Cloudy Curtain, but then we had to move to Kesseling 8, only for us to flee like rats to Synax 6. Now, you have taken most of the fighting forces of the Larkinson clan on a trip to the Nixian Gap for some sort of reason. I don't understand much of what is happening. The confusion in his voice made it clear that Joshua truly felt lost. It was as if he regarded himself as a passenger on a starship that flew towards random directions without any rhyme or reason. It was different to VS, but he was not only the highest-ranking member of the Larkinson clan, but also its main decision-maker. In contrast, despite his power and prestige, Joshua was merely a special avatar mech pilot. Once he advanced to expert pilot, his standing might shoot up to the point where he gained an actual say in the running of the clan, but he would still be confined to his own corner most of the time. I'm glad you shared your current condition with me, VS said in an amiable tone. This problem is easy to solve. First, let's consider the Larkinson clan. What is it to you? The Larkinson clan is my new family. I am very glad to call myself a Larkinson. I like Janzi as well. Ever since I advanced to expert candidate, I finally feel as if we are getting somewhere. I'm glad you think of the clan in this way, but have you ever thought about what we are trying to accomplish in the future? Not really. VS chuckled. Well, I suppose I can fill you in a bit. Let's start with what has happened to us in the past. Back in Cloudy Curtain, why were we driven out by the Bright Republic? Because of political stuff. Because we were weak. Because we were relying on protection from various domestic factions and the government that in the end proved to be weak as well. Now, what happened at Kesseling 8? The Friday Coalition attacked us, and the three leading dynasties of the Ilvain Protectorate turned against us as well. Do you recognize something familiar? I get it, sir. It was because we were too weak. That's right. In the galaxy, power is the most effective guarantee of safety. The Larkinson clan is our attempt at breaking our dependence on capricious and duplicitous groups that only seek to exploit us. Instead of putting our safety and freedom in the hands of another state, I have decided that our best course of action is to become our own state. Though Ves spoke of something grand, someone like Joshua couldn't quite fathom what all of that meant. Ves sighed in disappointment when Joshua maintained a slightly blank stare. Let me put it in a simpler fashion, Joshua. The Larkinson clan is your family, right? If that is the case, you want what is best for your family. People you know such as me, Janzi, and your fellow friends and colleagues in the clan all want to live their own lives and find their own paths to greatness. In the galaxy, it is not so easy to achieve all of this. The clan needs to accumulate both wealth and the power to protect ourselves. Gradual realization emerged in Joshua's eyes, encouraging Ves to continue. He placed his hand on his chest. Now, as a very successful mech designer, it is my job to worry about gathering wealth. The products we develop and sell are very valuable, so much so that it turns us into a very juicy target to robbers. In fact, those states and groups I mentioned earlier are also greedy for my mech design abilities. The Coalition Reserve Corps almost succeeded in kidnapping me. Since that time, my value has only increased. So that is why we need power as well. Joshua's eyes lit up. All sorts of people want to take you away or take control over the Larkinson clan, and the only way to resist that is to become stronger, is that right? Exactly. A mutual understanding emerged between the mech designer and mech pilot. Since they happened to possess the same spiritual attributes which also seemed to facilitate communication, Ves felt as if he established an invisible bond with Joshua. They communicated not only through words, but also through indescribable feelings. Ves placed his palm on Joshua's chest. As my future champion, it is up to you to grow stronger so that you can protect the Larkinson clan against our biggest threat. There is a lot at stake. If you don't grow stronger, our clan might not be able to resist all of our adversaries. If we are defeated, then not only will lots of family members lose our lives, but our clan might also meet its end. That's horrible. It gets even worse. Without protection, I won't be able to do my job in the way I like anymore. If I don't get killed, I'll be taken into custody and design mechs that will never appear in public. This means that you won't ever be able to pilot my mechs. The public will never have the opportunity to pilot my latest products either. A small mental boom occurred in Joshua's mind. As someone who long obsessed over piloting as many LMC mechs as possible, the thought that he would never be able to pilot any more mechs designed Ves horrified him to his very core. A strong pulse of willpower radiated from his mind. Joshua had suddenly formed a clearer idea of his purpose for fighting. His eyes sharpened as he looked at Ves with a determined expression. I will never let anyone harm you or take you away while I'm around. I will do my utmost to defend the Larkinson clan. Nothing can be allowed to stop you from designing your mechs. Ha! Ves inwardly laughed. It seemed like his devil tongue was quite effective. Accelerating Joshua's mental progression doubtlessly brought him a few steps closer to the day of his apotheosis. Chapter 2193 Public Show. Though Ves occasionally paid attention to Joshua, he never really talked to the kid very often. A single one-on-one exchange therefore accomplished considerably more than he initially thought. Joshua was like a boat that had gone lost in an endless ocean. Though the boat was clearly capable of traveling somewhere, it lacked a direction. Now that Ves provided Joshua with a more concrete goal and destination to work towards, the expert candidate gained a strong motivation to grow stronger. As Joshua's force of will evolved and grew a little more solid, Ves remained observant throughout the process. This was not the first time he studied an expert candidate. He had a decent idea of what Joshua needed to do to catch up to the other expert candidates in the clan. As for taking his first true step to godhood, that was an opportunity that he needed to obtain by himself. What Ves found curious was the potential cooperation and synergy he could achieve with a mech pilot who shared his domain. Even now, whenever Ves reached out with his spirituality, he always felt he could link up with Joshua's force of will. Naturally, he wasn't reckless enough to actually do so. Neural linking between two humans was exceedingly dangerous, and it shouldn't be too different if it happened over a spiritual link. What Ves began to think about instead was trying to take advantage of this condition in a mech designed exclusively for Joshua. If the expert candidate ever succeeded in taking the next step and advanced to expert pilot, then he needed a suitable expert mech to exercise the full range of his newly acquired resonance abilities. While seniors and masters were usually the ones to design expert mechs, Ves did not wish to pass off this responsibility to anyone else. There was no way he would rely on an external senior to help him design an expert mech either. No matter what, Ves had his own pride, and he believed that it shouldn't be impossible for him to design an expert mech at this stage. Even if his work didn't measure up to the expert mechs designed by actual seniors, he could always design a better expert mech next time. Once Ves departed from the Red Feather and returned to the Scarlet Rose, he continued to speculate on the abilities he could bestow onto an expert mech. Adding resonance abilities was a must. From what Joshua had briefly demonstrated back in the design duel, his domain allowed him to rejuvenate the parts of his mech. On the surface, this made it seem as if he was made to pilot defensive mechs. It shouldn't be that simple. Ves shook his head. Certainly, integrating resonating exotics that enable the mech to repair itself should likely synergize extremely well with Joshua's resonance abilities. Ves did not dare to think how much damage such a zombie mech could repair in mid-battle. However, aside from this application, it was rather difficult for Ves to imagine what else Joshua could do. One of the defining traits of a life domain was how both of them were able to communicate with other entities. This meant that Joshua might be able to achieve a greater level of cooperation with design spirits than usual. Ves could scarcely fathom what that meant for Joshua's future expert mech. Would he be able to meld with certain design spirits and be able to channel some of their distinctive powers? That sounded incredibly wild, but Ves felt that it might not be as ludicrous as it sounded. Expert mechs are moving miracles. What they do defy common sense. So far, Ves knew too little about the development of expert mechs. If he really wanted to, he could ask Gloriana to explain what made expert mechs different. He was also pretty sure he could ask some favors from his allies and acquaintances. So far, Ves did not feel inclined to pursue something that wouldn't be relevant for some time. He needed to focus his attention on his current projects. When Ves resumed his work on his major projects, he continued to work together with Gloriana over the galactic net. Even when they openly talked about controversial subjects such as proto-gods and the divine nature of mechs, Ves did not avoid them, but casually worked normally as if they were no big deal. He knew that the Dark Break module he was using probably gave Master Willix and anyone else in the MTA direct access to their transmissions. There was no way to avoid these onlookers. If he refused to use the Dark Break module and instead used a conventional quantum entanglement node, then the CFA and many other parties would listen in as well. Ves felt pretty helpless at his inability to keep his remote conversations and collaborations with Gloriana private. He might as well accept this reality, and use it as an opportunity to promote the illusion that he was a crank. Therefore, instead of rejecting Gloriana's distinctive terminology, Ves embraced it. Design spirit became proto-god. Spiritual foundation became divine nature. Spiritual attributes became divine authorities. Certainly, VS believed that Master Willix must be probably learning quite a bit about his methods and approaches to mech design. He was confident that it wasn't so easy to follow in his footsteps, though. Besides, if the MTAs saw that both VS and Gloriana sounded as if they were so delusional about their warped beliefs that they developed a consistent and systematic framework for creating gods, then that only strengthened his cover story. One day, the pair discussed how to shape the Valkyrie Redeemer's personality. "The superior mother, your mother, is a must," Gloriana stated with her hands placed on her hips. Meow. Clixie just happened to be projected as well. She looked confused as she failed to spot Lucky. Was he avoiding her or something? Even though VS felt annoyed that Gloriana kept equating the superior mother to his actual mother in a literal fashion, he let it slide. Trying to correct her would only make him appear more sane, which was exactly what he didn't want to do in front of the MTA. "I was thinking of adopting a more youthful and aggressive expression of the superior mother," he told her. "The Valkyrie Redeemer is a marauder mech that is strong in both speed and offense. Those are traits that fit much better with maidens rather than matrons." "That's not necessarily the case, VS. Mothers can be very angry and very aggressive when roused." "That's true, but that is something that fits more closely to the Blessed Squire, where the superior mother is watching over the male mech pilots. In the case of our current project, the female mech pilots of the Valkyrie Redeemer do not need to fight as if their mothers are leaning over their shoulders. They need to have the room to run wild and follow their impulses." Maybe you are onto something. Is it even possible to express the Supreme in such a fashion? It sounds as if you are forcing your mother to do something she might not like. What woman doesn't dream of becoming younger? VS boldly grinned. His fiancée chuckled. You have a point. If you are confident you can make your mother younger, then by all means, go for it. I wonder what she was like when she was younger. What kind of life did she live to birth a wonderful lover like you? She must have led an exciting life. VS coughed. Enough about my mother. Let's continue with the design of the Valkyrie Redeemer. It was not a good idea to talk about his mother's personal life over a compromised channel. If the MTA ever found out that Cynthia Larkinson wasn't as dead as the record stated, then he would definitely be in trouble. Just as with the design of the cat's paw, the pair began to look at the weapon loadout first. The armaments of a mech often defined its overall fighting style. They already decided to design a medium marauder mech. The mech had to be tougher than light mechs because it was expected to make direct assaults in smaller units. VS fully envisioned the Valkyrie Redeemer as a mech that flew over the periphery of a battlefield. Rather than join the pitched battles at the front, the mech should instead be looking for its own opportunities to finish off an isolated opponent or sabotage critical infrastructure. I'm not quite certain about the pulse submachine gun that we initially paired with this mech design. Gloriana frowned. It's lightweight, consumes a modest amount of energy, and doesn't take up a lot of capacity. It's just... Individually, pulse submachine guns are rather weak. VS finished for her. I'm aware of that, but pairing a marauder mech with a full-size rifle will basically turn it into a hero mech, which is quite difficult to pull off and pilot. The inherent lack of range and accuracy at longer distances meant that the pulse submachine gun was only effective at closer ranges. Normally, this sounded like a shortcoming, but it was actually a hidden boon in this case. Designing a mech to handle full-sized rifles while ensuring a high degree of accuracy and precision was very difficult. Rather than waste much capacity in order to add a long-range solution to the Valkyrie Redeemer, VS instead preferred to minimize his investment in this area and stick to a short-ranged weapon. The pulse submachine gun undeniably imposed much less demands. The Valkyrie Redeemer only had to fly close enough to a target before peppering it with a large volley of pulsed particles. We need to keep the range option for the Valkyrie Redeemer modest because we have to dedicate a lot of capacity to strengthen its most powerful mode of attack. The Valkyrie Redeemer also came equipped with a small shield and short spear. This turned her into a discount version of a Lancer mech, as the mech was capable of charging any target on the ground. Both Ves and Gloriana already possessed some experience with Lancer mechs when they designed one of the Bright Warrior's configurations. They knew the most important aspect about facilitating charge attacks was to ensure the attacking mech survived the impact. Gloriana did not express much concern. You don't need to be concerned about finding the right materials and components that excel at absorbing shocks and impacts. The licenses provided by Diva already cover this area. I even picked some of them out. They're all fantastic in what they do, and they're already used in existing Hexer Lancer mechs. I'll leave the decision up to you, then. Make sure to keep expenses in mind. Our budget can only accommodate some goodies. Ves envisioned the Valkyrie Redeemer as a mythical Valkyrie that offered redemption by delivering death. Right now, without the triggered ability that he intended to add to its spiritual makeup, the Marauder mech did not quite live up to its potential. Just like with some of his other mech designs, he felt as if the Valkyrie Redeemer missed something special. Ves felt the urge to add something more to the design, though he had no idea what he could fit in, considering most of its capacity was already taken up by its existing weapon loadout. Let's get back to this topic later, Gloriana suggested. Since we are working on several projects at the same time, we don't have to focus too much on a single issue. We can think over it slowly while we work on other projects. The Valkyrie Redeemer would likely be the second commission mech design that the pair intended to deliver to Diva. As they both added more detail to its draft design, the vibrancy of the mech already became apparent. To Ves, it seemed as if the mech contradicted the phase of death, but Ves was in no mood to design a creepy, skeletal mech. There was no way that female Hexer mech pilots would pilot something that looked so ugly and abhorrent. Chapter 2194 Blinded. Task Force Predator almost made it all the way through Wreckage Paradise. Perhaps surprisingly, the Larkinsons did not encounter many more pirates along the way. According to the intelligence the Black Cats gathered, some of the sites they visited should have been occupied by established pirate groups. Most of the locations were devoid of enemies. The Black Cats deserved no blame for this. The pirates had left plenty of evidence of their presence behind. No one wanted to come across the dreaded Larkinson clan, which had already defeated over a dozen different pirate organizations who were just minding their business. This was something that the pirates were fairly accustomed to doing. Life in the Nixian Gap was anything but stable, and the smarter ones knew when to run if an insurmountable opponent appeared. Regardless, the Larkinson clan increased in strength. After studying all of their prior battles and digesting all of their gains, the overall performance of all of the mech pilots rose by a substantial amount. The battle-hardened sword maidens and battle criers only improved mildly, but the more numerous avatars and sentinels, which contained a large number of rookies, experienced more drastic gains. Overall, the goal of using the Pirates of Wreckage Paradise as a whetstone to sharpen the task force troops had been met. The rookies were no longer as green as before and earned the trust of the veterans. With increased confidence, the Larkinsons entered into the inner periphery of the Nixian Gap, which many people regarded as a true pirate haven. The asteroids floating around became considerably more dense. The spatial warping effect had grown strong enough to cause many precision instruments to glitch at a slightly higher rate than before. The spiritual interference field increased in strength as well, causing everyone's quality of sleep to degrade. As the fleet slowed down its pace and adopted a more guarded posture, many clansmen found strength in each other. The dangers looming over their heads and the risks they faced caused many of them to be struck with anxiety. Various people preferred various coping methods. Some wanted to get drunk and play pirate empires. Others poured themselves into training or self-study. A significant portion of the clan preferred to spend their time differently. In the past, this group of adopted Larkinsons possessed a much bigger say, but the mass recruitment in the hisneck system caused thousands of them to diminish in importance. Regardless, the tight-knit group exhibited a remarkable degree of closeness and unity. Of all of the developing factions within the Larkinson clan, the Ilvanins clearly fell out of lockstep with the other clansmen. Unlike the small but incredibly influential group of true-blood Larkinsons and other Briters, the Ilvanins embraced religion instead of scorning it. The contrast was so extreme that it was a miracle Ilvanins managed to remain in harmony with the rest of the clan. This was especially so because the Ilvanins overwhelmingly came from the radical true Ilvain dynasty faction of the Ilvain Protectorate. The murky past of the true believers caused Ves and many other clansmen to view the Ilvanins with suspicion. However, as time went by and the Larkinsons recruited an even greater number of people in the Sentinel Kingdom, the concerns surrounding the Ilvanins slowly diminished. The overwhelming majority of Ilvanins turned out to be polite, friendly, and tolerant. They did not attempt to force their beliefs on everyone, though they did not refrain from speaking about them either. Suspicions about the Ilvanins faded as the leaders of the clan busied themselves with integrating tens of thousands of foreigners at once. The excursion into the Nixian Gap demanded a lot of attention as well. With the Ilvanins laying low, they slowly gained acceptance from secularist members of the Larkinson clan. What the Ilvanins shared in common with the rest of the clansmen mattered a lot more than their differences. That said, the Ilvanins still maintained their own distinctive identity in the Larkinson clan. James Ilvain, the self-proclaimed living prophet, held absolute sway over the Ilvanin faction. Right now, he was standing in the observation chamber of one of the light carriers of the Avatars. Unlike the majority of the Larkinsons stationed on the ship, James wore the plain red and white uniform of a general clan member. Even though he was capable of piloting a mech, James never applied to join the avatars of myth or living sentinels. Instead, he maintained no official position at all. In fact, he shouldn't even be allowed aboard the light carrier. Still, it was a mistake to treat him as an ordinary clansman. No one knew what James had done to convince Commander Melker to travel along the avatars of myth. No matter what, he was a genuine, upstanding member of the clan. Every clansman possessed the ability to detect something amiss from their fellow Larkinsons if they harbored any seditious thoughts, but James never exhibited anything but respect and admiration for the clan he joined. As James reminisced what it took to get this far, the hatch to the observation chamber suddenly slid open. Ton Mellon, a strong Ilvanin mech pilot and the chosen of Zeal, approached with a strong stride. He looked out at the dim view of asteroids floating and spinning in space. Remarkably, none of them collided into each other. Maynard Fields would have been a lot more dangerous if that was the case. Ton! James greeted with a compellingly smooth voice. How goes your day? The former elite Cronin mech pilot shrugged. Do you even need to ask? You are doing quite well in the Deliverer, but that is to be expected. You are so willing to surrender yourself when you pilot this great machine that you are beginning to neglect your own strength. Faith may be important, but that does not mean you should look up to a higher power whenever you want to do something. Faith is meant to strengthen you. You are missing the point if you are weakening yourself instead. Ton frowned. I did not realize that. I will mull over your advice and do better. I know you will, my child. The error that you have made is not an unusual one in the flock. Remember that even if you are a believer, you are still a human. In our mortal shells, we are each born with humans' wants and desires. Do not forsake them so readily in order to become a shell. The mech pilot dutifully nodded. Even if he did not realize the full import of the advice given by James, he already intended to study them later.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, why have you called me here?
I foresee great turbulence ahead of us, James declared with a focused expression as he looked out at the asteroids. Ves Larkinson shall encounter one of his greatest fears in this hungry vortex, and he must choose who he truly is in order to survive the perils to come. The clan patriarch owes a great debt and must pay the price for his greed one way or another. Larkinson shall die. It is only a question whether some of us or all of us shall meet our end in this haunted space. Ton quietly listened as James apparently made another prophecy. This sounds very grave, great prophet. If I may ask, why do you not pass on your visions to the Avatar Commander or the Bright Martyr? James sighed and looked down at the deck. You know how the Brighters are. They think they are so enlightened that they are blinded by their own light. The Bright Martyr shines the brightest among the people of the clan. For good or ill, his light must dim, and the times to come shall accomplish that. We can only pray that his brightness will not go out entirely. As the guiding light of the Larkinson clan, more lives are counting on him than he is aware of. These will be difficult times. His ominous warning weighed heavily on Ton. The Chosen never felt so uncertain as now. If even the living prophet showed great concern, then Ton knew that there were some very tough fights ahead. I will fight for the Bright Martyr and our fellow Ilvanans in the clan, the mech pilot vowed. I expect nothing less. The Bright Martyr needs your strength. He needs all of our strength. His strength as a visionary and unifier will play a great role in the times to come. Will you be taking the field as well, great prophet? I shall lend what little strength I possess when necessary. Ton showed great relief at that. His trust in James was incredibly high. A moment of silence passed as James appeared to read the pattern of the floating asteroids. The hum of the light carrier faintly tickled their ears. My grasp on the future has strengthened. The living prophet broke the silence. Yet I wish it were not so. My vision is becoming increasingly more clouded. The Nixian gap had a way of unnerving anyone who entered the abyss. James just happened to be affected more than most. Though it seemed strange to hear James profess any weakness, Ton did not think less of him because of that. Even the greatest people possessed chinks in their armor. Can I do anything to help? James shook his head. You cannot fight against the entire Nixian gap. No one can. Do not fret over my condition. My difficulties will pass if we manage to leave the abyss. Is there anything that I must take note of, sir? Develop your strength. Keep up your prayers. Do not lose heart. While I cannot foresee what terror the Bright Martyr must confront, you must demonstrate to him what true faith can accomplish. I shall take your words to heart. Ton placed his palm on his chest and bowed. Shall I keep training with the Deliverer or should I transfer to another machine? I have been offered the option to pilot a Bright Warrior. That is up to you. As I have said, do not pray for assistance when you are fully capable of resolving your issues by yourself. Pilot the mech that gives you strength. Thank you for the advice. As the small discussion proceeded, James suddenly collapsed onto his knees. Great prophet! Blood began pouring out of the Ilvanan leader's nose. James groaned as he endured a lot of strain. Do not be concerned. He spoke to Ton. I shall recover. What happened, sir? I am blinded. James spoke with a measurable amount of concern. How can that be? You are the great prophet. You have ascended. I am hardly the only fish in the pond. There are ancient horrors from eons past that still make their mark this day. Then, prophecies are always tenuous and subject to change. According to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, the act of observing something inevitably alters that which is observed.
I am afraid that I have directed my vision to somewhere I shouldn't have looked. This is but a small punishment for my transgression, though I fear the rest of this fleet might suffer as well. If you are blinded, how must we go on without your guidance?
James smiled and patted Tan's shoulder.
This is why you must stand tall by yourself. Remember my earlier advice? I cannot watch over you in perpetuity, and it shouldn't be necessary. Have faith.
Tan Melon inexplicably grew peaceful. Though great threats might be on the horizon, he shouldn't be thinking too much. As long as he soldiered on and held on to his faith, he would be ready to face any calamity that might beset the Larkinson clan. After several more minutes, James turned to leave the observation chamber.
One more thing, he spoke. Accelerate our outreach. I shall spread the words among our compatriots. It is in darkness when the light of faith shines the brightest. The Larkinson clan is already basking in the light, Tan commented. That is true, but some may find it inadequate. All we must do is change one of the light fixtures with one of our own. Our faith shall shine over the entire clan in time. Let it be so.
Chapter 2195 The Queen Left Behind. The Larkinson clan still maintained a very substantial presence in the hisneck system. Despite the departure of many of the combat forces of the clan, tens of thousands of Larkinsons still remained in orbit or on the surface of hisneck 6. The trainees and second-line personnel of the living sentinels and other forces still retained sufficient strength to protect the remainder. The hundreds of penitent sisters and the Glory Battalion provided an even stronger deterrent against any possible malicious actors. With so much protection, the workers of the LMC and the other general clansmen were able to develop and work in peace. Sales of the Doom Guard may have stagnated, but with sales nearing 100,000 mechs per month, the virtual headquarters of the LMC became busier than ever. Just trying to organize the production, quality control, sales, financing, logistics, and after-sales support of this scale could not be done without the diligent efforts of the business-minded members of the Larkinson clan. As the soon-to-be-married companion of the clan patriarch, Gloriana oversaw all of this activity. Even if Ves never granted her any authority, even if she held no other position in the LMC than lead designer, her sway over the Larkinsons left behind was unsurpassed. Raymond Billingsley Larkinson may be officially in charge of running the day-to-day business of the LMC. The Larkinson Assembly may be responsible for setting the overall policies of the clan. The Larkinson Executive Council may have a say in how to implement the current directives. Yet for someone who transcended the rules, Gloriana did not shy away from imposing her own will. On one day, Gloriana languidly lay on a sofa while Gavin and Melody stood side by side.
Gavin, there is good news, the journeyman mech designer announced with a smile. I have just conferred with Melody, who told me that our Woden dynasty has finally received dispensation to set up a branch office in Hegemony space. My mother has already arranged a suitable office facility for the LMC. Please work with Kelsey to staff the branch office. Make sure to send several loyalty medallions as soon as possible. The Wodens are already screening potential new executives to staff the branch office. Though Gavin was pleased that Gloriana bothered to call him by his actual name, he wasn't so sure about the development she announced. As far as I am aware of, either Raymond nor the boss has signaled any intention of setting up a branch office in the Hegemony, Miss Woden. It is well known that the Hexadric Hegemony tightly controls its mech market. No mechs designed by males are allowed to go on sale.
A confident smirk appeared on the prominent Hexer's face.
My lover's splendor is growing at an unsurpassed rate. Trust me, dear Gavin. My fellow Hexers will adore my precious man in due time. I can hear the quotation marks around that word, ma'am. I apologize. I am unaccustomed to this word.
Gloriana waved away the issue. Don't treat the office we are setting up in the scimitar system as a regular branch. If possible, we should look into elevating it into our sector headquarters. I am definitely sure that the boss does not approve of such. This is why I'm telling this to you instead of my beloved. Let's face it. The hexadric hegemony will overrun the Friday coalition and become the dominant state of the Komodo Star sector. How can the LMC possibly set up its sector headquarters in the Sentinel Kingdom or some forgettable state? The hegemony will not allow it. Rather than wait, we might as well act early and lay the groundwork of our presence in my home state. Gavin looked pensive. I can't argue with your logic, but you should really bring this up with the boss. I already told you. He will throw a fit and refuse out of bias. What then? If the LMC wants to continue doing business in the Komodo Star sector, it cannot do so without the sanction of the hegemony. Just set up the branch office first, and inform your boss later. That is not proper. Gloriana grew fierce. She shifted her relaxing pose and leaned in on Gavin. I will decide what is proper around here. I do not like it when obstacles are in my way. I have many ways of pushing them aside. Do you comprehend? The intensity of her stare forced Gavin to back down. He gulped as he wilted under the pressure. Understood. Good. Gloriana turned all sunny again. Melody, please assist as well. This is important. By the way, have you received word yet from Brutus? He has informed us that he is not ready to turn back as of yet, her assistant replied. At this moment, he is in a crucial stage in his attempts to rehabilitate Devia Stark. Gloriana looked sour. He promised to return in a month. Why is he spending so much time on a broken old woman? He says he can do more for you and the Larkinson clan if he continues his current course. Ugh. Fine. What is the state of our next round of reinforcements? A convoy will arrive tomorrow, with more to come in the coming weeks and months. The initial convoy not only carries the first batch of materials and props for the grand wedding, but is also accompanied by wedding planners, bridal stylists, and other renowned specialists. We shall receive some much-needed reinforcements to our Woden battalion. All of them consist of loyal soldiers from the Woden warriors, and your mother has tried her best to select those who meet your specific requirements. Good. Have you prepared a list of guests to invite to the grand wedding? We have finalized the list. I advise against sending the invitation letters at this time. With the controversy surrounding you and your relationship with Mr. Larkinson, not many recipients will accept. Do it anyway. We can at least determine who among them is worth befriending. If there is anything I agree with VS, it's that it is best to keep fair-weather friends at a distance. Miss Gloriana, if you do so, then the amount of guests that will attend your grand wedding will not reflect the prestige of the occasion. Melody frowned as she clutched her data pad tighter. This will not only reflect badly on you and the Larkinson clan, but the shame might also be used against the Woden dynasty. Gloriana showed no concern at all. Instead, she leaned back against the sofa and began to curl her fingers into Clixie's fur. Meow. The Rubarthan sentinel cat comfortably dozed on a pillow. I am certain that those who decline the invitation at this time will rue their decision a few months later. They will drop to their knees and beg to attend our wedding. At that time, we can obtain some concessions from them, though I won't forgive all of them. I intend to fill the vacant seats with other guests. She refused to tell Melody who she had in mind to take those places. A day after this meeting, the convoy finally arrived. A modest but very intimidating fleet of Hexer vessels transitioned into the Synnax system. The nearby trade ships quickly veered away as the combat carriers of the Glory Battalion closely hugged a number of distinctive Hexer cargo vessels. Once the group of ships arrived in orbit of Synnax 6, the vessels joined the original formation of vessels of the Glory Battalion. A large number of movements took place. After transferring some cargo to the surface, various bots and construction vehicles emerged from the Hexer cargo ships. They soon began construction of a very large structure in space. Meanwhile, the newly arrived combat carriers soon descended from orbit and landed on the surface next to the rented base of the Larkinson clan. Hundreds of blue and gold uniformed Hexers emerged from the vessels and marched into the base in an imposing column. The clansmen who worked at the base looked askance at the sudden emergence of so many Hexers. While the Glory Battalion was a familiar sight in the clan, they never saw so many of them at once. The disciplined Glory warriors ignored the befuddled stares of the gawking Larkinsons and headed straight to a mech workshop. There, Gloriana greeted the Hexers that her mother had dispatched from home. "Welcome to Hisneck," she beamed with pride. "I know that many of you have signed on to a very different commitment than before. Know that this is an opportunity, not a punishment. Just because you have left the hexadric hegemony does not mean you are no longer able to contribute to the state. The oaths you are about to make will take primacy, but that does not mean you should forget your roots." Her speech only took a few minutes before she gestured behind her. "Let us proceed further inside. A very special mech awaits in the rear." With Gloriana at the head, the large column of Hexers marched to the end of the workshop, where a spare bright warrior stood in its hefty Space Knight configuration. A Larkinson mech pilot already entered the cockpit and activated the mech, causing its glow to reach the entire crowd of Glory warriors. "Now let us begin. Captain Serena Valius, please step forth." One of the mech captains standing at the head of the column approached the looming bright warrior. Despite its strong glow, Captain Valius maintained her neutral expression. "Please place your hand onto the mech and pledge an oath of loyalty to the Larkinson clan." The captain did as Gloriana instructed. She spoke a short but precisely worded oath that had been handed to her beforehand. The glow of the bright warrior briefly pulsed, and Captain Valius frowned as she felt something trying to burrow into her mind. Eventually, the glow subsided, leaving the Hexer mech officer confused. Gloriana peered very closely at the first Hexer to attempt to join the Larkinson and failed to detect the distinctive sensation of facing a fellow Larkinson. "Failed. Try again." The captain did as ordered, but the bright warrior did not seem receptive. As the second attempt failed, Gloriana began to look upset. It seemed that Ves had designed and instructed the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan too well. Even if the new arrivals had already undergone some ideological training in order to shave off the sharper edges of their Hexer mindsets, they still possessed a strong attachment to the hexadric hegemony, and the Woden dynasty in particular. In order for anyone to become a Larkinson, they not only had to place the interests of the clan above the interests of other states, but also exhibit at least some alignment to the core values and principles of the Larkinsons. Apparently, Captain Valius still had some ways to go before she could even think about gaining the Golden Cat's approval. Still, Gloriana had prepared for this occasion. She picked up Clixie and stepped closer to the foot of the bright warrior before holding out her cat. "Clixie, can you tell Goldie to do us a favor?" "Mel? Just talk to the mech like you talk to the Larkinson mandate. Goldie will listen." Even though neither Gloriana nor Clixie could actually talk or see the Golden Cat, they still made the attempt. "Meow meow meow." Clixie started to talk to Bright Warrior Mech. This lasted for roughly a minute before the Bright Warrior's glow began to pulse in an aggressive fashion. Gloriana grew uncertain as she pulled back her cat. "Try again, Captain." When Captain Valius pledged her loyalty to the Larkinson clan yet again, the result was the same as before. Gloriana thought for a moment. "I think I understand why we are not successful.
The Golden Cat is supposed to embody the thoughts and beliefs of the Larkinson clan. Right now, our presence isn't very welcome here. While I managed to get in on account of my relationship with Ves, the rest of you do not share his affection. Now that she figured a possible cause for the rejection, she could work on resolving it. If the Larkinsons harbored a bad impression of Hexers, then Gloriana should just change that by winning their hearts and minds. It's a good thing Ves isn't here. Hi. Chapter 2196 Modification Kits. The Doom Guard had entered the market for just several months, but already the astonishing new Striker mech model had shook up the mech market. Within Hegemony Alliance space and a little bit beyond, the local and regional branches of the LMC worked together with hundreds of third-party manufacturers to deliver as many Doom Guards in the hands of customers as possible. Sales had shot up in the first weeks and already reached an enviable height so far. Numerous other mech designers could only look on with envy as the LMC benefited from a massive amount of publicity, as numerous news publications and mech publications gushed over the intimidating but incredibly novel Doom Guard. Propelled by enthusiastic journalists and industry insiders, the market came to adopt the Doom Guard through a combination of factors. First, despite its problematic handling issues, the mech already proved at the start that it was extremely effective at its designated role. Second, it received the support of several authoritative figures within the mech community. Even the renowned Master Willix of the Mech Trade Association indirectly endorsed the new product. Third, the early battles where it had been put to use had already resulted in dramatic swings in battle. Those who fielded the Doom Guard almost always achieved better results than before. Fourth, the consistently stellar reputation of the LMC caused many customers to trust in its latest product. Fifth, the rising fame and accomplishments of the miracle couple dazzled everyone in the local mech community. All of these factors and more caused the Doom Guard to solidify its place in the mech market for the foreseeable time. If not for its premium price tag, it might have easily reached the sales of the Soldier product line at its prime. In a war-stricken star system, forces from the Hinson Protectorate and the Phantasm Republic struggled to take control of a piece of territory that used to belong to the Chuka Republic. With the fall of the latter, the three third-rate states that surrounded their prey had gorged upon the carcass and annexed many star systems. Yet that wasn't enough for some. The states were very reluctant to declare war against each other, therefore preventing their mech militaries from engaging in hostilities. Yet they didn't want to let go of any star system within reach. The upper ranks all knew that in this volatile time, this is their best opportunity to grab some extra stars. Once the border solidified, it was much harder to grab more territory. Due to these realities, a large proxy war erupted. The traditional tribe, the Hinson Protectorate, and the Phantasm Republic all hired and armed the local mercenary corps and sent them off the contested star systems to struggle for supremacy. Proxy wars offered some of the most lucrative opportunities to enterprising mercenaries. They also tended to turn into bloodbaths. This meant that only the most patriotic, greedy, or overconfident mercenary corps participated in these proxy wars. Though the skirmishes and conflicts taking place in this contested region had swayed back and forth without much result for a time, the introduction of a new mech model changed the equation. Doom Guards started showing up by the dozens, then the hundreds, then the thousands. With some of the early adopters fielding entire Doom Guards, the formation of Striker mechs foiled many attempts to come to blows. Many offensive maneuvers failed as the melee mechs that eagerly closed the distance all flew back at the last moment, or fought under visible suppression. The slow-moving Striker mechs did not remain on the defensive either. Despite their low mobility, plenty of outfits started to experiment with employing them in offensive actions. From slow-marching them towards the enemy to modifying the mechs in order to enhance their acceleration, a vast community of enthusiasts and professionals banded together to develop the best solution.
Just 1 month after the release of the Doom Guard, the first modification kits started to enter the market. Designed by teams of various mech designers who licensed the Doom Guard design, these mod kits consisted of a large collection of parts and components, as well as instructions on how to install them onto a base model. In many cases, the mod kits for the Doom Guard mostly entailed replacing some of the stock parts of its flight system and adding some extra components meant to increase the mech's mobility. Though the price of these mod kits ranged from 100,000 to 1 million hex credits, many owners of the base models who were frustrated by the lack of mobility eagerly spent the money to address this shortcoming. The aftermarket modifications were very simple to apply. No mech designers needed to supervise the procedure, as the mech technicians merely had to follow the instructions to the letter. Two results emerged after installing the kits. First, the overhauled Doom Guards accelerated much faster in space, allowing them to keep up with most space-borne mechs. Second, their glows weakened a bit as the modified mechs differed drastically from the original design. By now, the mech community had already learned that it was very difficult to preserve the strength of the glow of a mech when making alterations. The owners of LMC mechs had gradually learned that only slow adjustments and customizations over a longer stretch of time allowed the glow to remain strong. The adjustment period aborted many attempts at introducing radical changes to prior LMC mech models. In any case, it wasn't a big deal in the past. The Desolate Soldier and other LMC mechs already performed well enough in their original incarnations. The demand for mod kits wasn't particularly strong. That was before the Doom Guard entered the scene. Months before the LMC was prepared to release a light skirmisher that was meant to address this need, the customers themselves had already come up with their own remedies. With several different mod kits selling like hotcakes, the proxy war in the former Chuko Republic abruptly intensified. Mercenary corps fighting for all three sides started to experiment with their modified Doom Guards. Battles that pitted one group of Doom Guards against an enemy group of Doom Guards became increasingly more common. The duels between the Doom Guards quickly became notable for how much they diverged from traditional clashes between mechs. First, many mercenary corps desperately hired and trained mech pilots who exhibited strong mental fortitude. In order to pilot a Doom Guard, they had to be strong-willed enough to withstand its glow from point-blank range. Fortunately, unlike the mech designers who applied to work under the Miracle Couple, it was not as difficult to headhunt fearless mech pilots. As every mech pilot trained for combat since their teens, the best of them developed considerably solid minds. Even so, no Doom Guard pilot could withstand the nauseous ripples and inexplicable terror forever, especially when several of the glows overlapped with each other. As a result, battles between Doom Guards rarely ended up with one of them downing the other. The mech pilots always broke before their mech sustained critical damage. As long as one side's Doom Guards all retreated from the field, the other side gained a substantial advantage for the remainder of the battle. Damn these Doom Guards! I hate the LMC for introducing them to the galaxy. Stop whining! If you want to beat these Doom Guards, then go train your courage some more. What the others have been doing is actually working, you know. Even the mercenary corps who had no intention of relying on Doom Guards to win their battles were still compelled to purchase at least one copy, if only to train their mech pilots to withstand the harmful glow. Through these developments, the Doom Guard model became more and more ubiquitous in the states that offered it for sale. Even the people in Coalition Alliance space started to pay more attention to the Doom Guard and other LMC mechs. Sadly, no matter how much the demand pent up, with the Friday Coalition officially sanctioning Ves Larkinson and anything related to him, no glows graced their territories. It was also at this time when LMC mechs began to establish a serious presence in the Vicious Mountain and Majestic Teal Star sector. Buoyed by all of the accomplishments of the miracle couple, the foreigners from other star sectors began to acquire a couple of LMC mechs to see what the fuss was about. It was difficult to obtain the mechs. Importing the mechs from the Komodo star sector was prohibitively expensive. Only a handful of mech designers and mech companies licensed some LMC mechs, and even fewer bothered to produce them locally. As the LMC was still a new and unknown brand in this foreign region of space, the initial sales had been pitiful. Yet the first customers who bought the best-selling Desolate Soldier and Doom Guards quickly fell in love with them. When they employed the mechs for various new ends such as boosting the morale of their troops or depressing the courage of enemy mech pilots, the opponents who were unprepared to face these befuddling new mechs mostly suffered for their ignorance. With the growing amount of drastic victories achieved with the help of these revolutionary new mech models, the demand for LMC mechs soon built up. Demand exceeded supply, which gave many a lot of heartache as they forked over excessive premiums in order to obtain their copies. Even without the LMC maintaining a significant presence in these star sectors, the vicious Mountaineers and majestic Tealers all began to grow fascinated at the products the Comodans cooked up. The Frontier Star sector presented a great surprise to many first-time buyers or victims of LMC mechs. When Raymond Billingsley Larkinson and Kelsey Dornbose Larkinson met in the former's office, they discussed the rising trend of foreign sales. "I think we can go ahead with setting up branches in both Vicious Mountain and Majestic Teal. My office has already dispatched numerous loyalty medallions to both destinations." Raymond looked concerned. "I am not happy with this development. It is difficult to exert control over what takes place in those star sectors. I think the loyalty medallions will play a surprising role in accelerating the establishment of the new sector headquarters. We need to move early and establish at least some presence in the foreign markets. If we continue to allow random mech companies to sell our products after licensing our designs, they may completely crowd the marketplace, leaving little room for the LMC." She was right. Right now, the LMC maintained a high degree of control over the activities of its partners due to the contracts they enforced. Every third-party manufacturer that had entered into a partnership with the LMC had to abide by standardized pricing, quality levels, and other requirements. Aside from mandatory adjustments due to local laws and customs, the LMC mechs had to be sold as uniformly as possible. Right now, this was not the case in Vicious Mountain and Majestic Teal. Several mech designers creatively interpreted the Desolate Soldier and Doom Guard design and developed warped variants that lost some of the essence of the base models. The pricing was also excessive and all over the place, while the quality of the mech sometimes left much to be desired. It was a chaotic development that risked ruining the LMC's brand name even before the company formally expanded its operations in the foreign star sectors. "VS has great ambitions," Raymond told Kelsey. "And regardless how much he claims to leave everything here behind when he departs for the Red Ocean, he is a sentimental individual. Knowing that his products are still sold and used in the Yena star cluster will still make him happy in the end. Besides, the Larkinson family isn't going anywhere." Thinking about the Larkinson family and its current search for a new home panged Raymond's heart. Though he wished to offer his support to Ark Larkinson, the old family possessed its own pride. "We Larkinsons must make our mark in this star cluster. The clan and the family are still tied to each other. As long as we share the same name, we must always support each other." Chapter 2197 Sand War Survivor. As the Komodo War and other conflicts began to engulf the star sector with increasing frequency, one exceptionally devastated region of space did not escape the fighting either. The aftermath of the Sand War affected dozens of border states and trillions of lives. With the Sandmen sweeping over almost every human settlement, there were precious few valuables left in the dusty ruins left after the Sandman race's wake. Still, A huge amount of profiteers and enterprising salvagers descended on the graves of the massacred border citizens like vultures. At the Verenter System, the capital of the former Weimar Republic, a massacre ensued. A chaotic horde of shabby mechs ran or flew from an empty crater and fled the site as rapidly as possible. Though the mechs all shared the same coding pattern, which signified that they belonged to a single force, no hint of cohesion or coordination was present in their panicked movements. Their mech pilots had each been subjected to a terror that surpassed anything that a Doom Guard could accomplish. At the very least, some mech pilots were still capable of resisting the infamous Striker mech's fearsome glow. It was a different story this time. The threat they faced was so overwhelmingly strong that even if they numbered over 100 mechs, the mercenaries that had landed on the surface to dig out abandoned treasures had all been scared out of their wits. 2 mechs emerged from the huge crater. One of them was a fairly standard-looking rifleman mech bearing the markings of the Glory Battalion. The other mech was the cause for causing the mercenaries to flee. The Star Dancer floated majestically as it brought its much more powerful rifle to bear against the escaping mercenary mechs. Capable of firing Gauss rounds, positron beams, and laser beams, this time Venerable Brutus decided to opt for the latter. The vultures were too weak to merit more powerful attacks. As the Hexer expert pilot focused his will and resonated with the custom-designed rifle, the weapon started to glow in a strange rainbow sheen. When the resonance had reached its peak, the Star Dancer's weapon finally fired a diverging blast. A huge splitting laser beam instantly shot out from the muzzle and struck dozens of fleeing mechs with perfect accuracy. Each split beam just happened to target the point where the Star Dancer's sensors had already identified as critical weak points. Even though the firepower of the Star Dancer's rifle had been dispersed over so many mechs, they possessed enough resonance-enhanced power to pierce straight through the back of the mercenary mechs without fail. Venerable Brutus did not pause to admire his handiwork. Instead, he shifted the aim of his weapon 45 degrees to the side and soon repeated the same resonance attack. With each pull of the trigger, 20 or more distancing mercenary mechs fell instantly. Soon enough, none of the fleeing mercenaries remained intact. Each of them received crippling damage as they found no cover that could shield them against the wrath of an expert pilot. A short pause ensued as the rifle cooked down from its exertion. Brutus! A strained voice sounded over the communication channel between the 2 Hexer mechs. When I requested you to repel the scavengers, I did not mean you should shoot down their mechs. There has been enough bloodshed in the Verenter System. I do not wish the grave of my fellow citizens to be stained in red. Devia, you can't be soft when you deal with scum. Their motives are clear and dishonorable. Instead of respecting the slain victims of the Sandman invasion, they thought to dig through the remnants of your people in order to steal what little heritage the Weimar Republic has retained. Did you kill any of the mech pilots? Do not be concerned about the lives of those hyenas. If you must know, I have slain the male mech pilots and spared the female ones. Is that even possible? You underestimate the sensors of a ranged expert mech. My mech is designed with this functionality in mind. The low-quality mechs of these scavengers offer no hindrance at these ranges. Though Devia still felt disturbed, she dropped the topic. It was not as if Brutus was strictly wrong. She indeed found it difficult to stomach seeing the capital planet of the Weimar Republic being treated like a giant treasure trove. The 2 mechs lingered on the surface of Verenter II for a time. The Star Dancer quietly accompanied and guarded over the shaky moving rifleman mech as they flew over the coordinates of several notable locations of the former bustling planet. The places that Devia Stark visited in her younger years only existed in records and memories after the Sand War. The museum that displayed some of the relics that belonged to the founders of Weimar was no more. The Sandman race, which did not possess any discernible appreciation for culture and history, ravaged the site of the famed cultural institution like it did with any other useless structure. Only sand and devastation remained. It was as if an unfathomable god wiped the planet clean of life. Not even the native wildlife remained alive, as the Sandmen even scorned nature. The pair of mechs left the site of the museum and instead flew towards an elevated hill where the capital city's proud spaceport once stood. Several different outfits had already descended upon the site in order to dig through any of the valuable cargo that the Sandmen had neglected to erase. Word of the Hexer-mechs had already spread. As soon as some of their scouts noticed the approaching Star Dancer, the scavenging activities stopped immediately as the mechs and other vehicles instantly evacuated the site. When the Star Dancer lifted its rifle regardless, the other Hexer-mech physically stood in its firing line. "Leave them be, Brutus. I told you that I do not want to inflict further suffering, especially against fellow humans. These rats are barely human. They will just come back after we leave." A sigh sounded over the communication channel. "Then let them. I may hold a lot of sentiment for the remains here, but even you cannot protect the Weimar Republic's remaining legacy forever. At least they will be of some use to the people who are still alive." Though Brutus agreed with her sentiment, he decided to abide by her requests. She was a woman, after all. The pair of Hexer-mechs visited some other notable sites, only to encounter one pile of sand after another. The more they encountered this site, the greater the weight on Devia's heart. Through the telemetry transmitted by the mech she barely managed to pilot, Brutus grew concerned about her condition. "You are growing more and more unstable. If this continues, we will be throwing away all of the progress you have made in the last few weeks." "This is what I need, Brutus. I have been plagued by my concerns for too long. Let me see what is left of the places I once held dear. I cannot say goodbye to my friends and comrades, but I can at least pay tribute to my home state." The journey eventually ended when Devia grew too tired to continue. As a recovering mech pilot, she could not withstand the strain of piloting a mech too long. An added difficulty was that second-class mechs were much more challenging to control. When the Serendipity caught up to the two mechs and allowed them to dock, the two mech pilots emerged from the cockpits and changed their clothes. Devia soon sat down in the lounge compartment holding a cup of warm tea. The vapor wafting from her drink passed over her face as she slowly processed the sights she had seen. Venerable Brutus sat calmly on the opposite side. "I'm not sure if we should proceed. It took this long to get you in a state to allow you to pilot a mech. I owe it to my fellow citizens to see what has become of the heart of the Weimar Republic," the woman replied. "Has it helped?" She nodded. "The sights were dismaying, but at least I am not beholden to my imagination. I will always remember the devastation that I have seen. I need to remember the outcome of an alien invasion." For a time, they fell silent as Devia calmly sipped her tea. The taste was bitter and lacked any sweetness. It echoed her current sentiments. "Where do you wish to go next? Are you ready to return or do you need more closure?" She didn't answer immediately. "Devia? I have seen the grave of my home state," she stated. "I thought it would settle the storm in my heart, but I am not as settled as I thought. I have witnessed the devastation wrought by the Sandmen upon humanity, but I have not yet observed the destruction that humanity inflicted on the aliens." Her answer caused Brutus to become pensive. "If you wish to witness humanity's final counterattacks, you can access the footage of the razing of the Sandman's capital planet. I have watched and rewatched it more than 100 times. I still feel empty. I need to see the planet for myself. There is nothing left of that planet except for loose sand."
It doesn't matter. Seeing what remains of that abomination shall have to do. Nothing will fill the void in my soul than visiting the grave of the Sandman Empire. I am obliged to return to my sister's side. Give me a ship, then. Take one over from the scavengers in this system. If not, I will seek passage elsewhere. There is no need for that, Divya. Brutus shook his head and smiled. Let us venture forth into the deep frontier, then. The Sandmen swept aside all of the pirates and other threats, so we will encounter very few threats along the way. This time it was Divya's turn to frown. My request is selfish. I do not wish to impose on you. As a uniformed soldier, you have a duty to fulfill. While you are correct, Gloriana already enjoys sufficient protection. Where she resides at the moment is far out of the reach of the Friday men. With the Glory Battalion and the Penitent Sisters on site, not even assassins can breach her protection. At this time, you are in greater need. Gloriana will understand. I thought a male hexer such as you would never disobey your female superiors. You are correct, but my overriding mission is to protect Gloriana, safeguard the continuation of the Woden dynasty, and do my duty to the hexadric hegemony. My decision does not conflict with my goals. With those words, the Serendipity left the Komodo star sector and entered the Ferris star region. If anyone entered this frontier region just a couple of years earlier, then they would be beset unless they came with a massive fleet. Yet now, a single frigate that was smaller than any carrier traversed peacefully through former pirate havens. Before the Sandmen scoured the border states, they conveniently swept the local pirates as well. The savvier and more resourceful pirates had long fled into civilized space and blended in with the local refugees. Many other sons and daughters of the frontier were not able to move in time. Though Brutus couldn't care less about the scum that inhabited the frontier, Divya mourned for every human that had fallen victim to the Sandmen. The Sandmen have taken too many lives before they went down. The Big Two should have wiped them out before they turned into a threat. Divya harbored plenty of grievances against the Big Two. Any survivor of the border states that had been wiped out by the Sandmen shared her sentiment. Their feelings didn't matter. No matter how many billions or trillions of humans resented the Big Two, the CFA and MTA merely ignored the bleatings of the so-called space peasants. They were too weak. Those who had fallen due to the negligence of their supposed protectors no longer had any voice to complain. Those who were fortunate enough to survive, such as Divya, lost their relatives, their friends, their homes, and much of what they worked for just because the Big Two were too big to care for the little folk. Maybe the Larkinson clan was right. Maybe the clan patriarch, as detestable as he may be, was on the right track. She clenched her fists. The weak lacked a voice. They needed someone powerful enough to speak on their behalf. Chapter 2198 Ves the Tutor. Over the course of supervising the steady progress of the 4 minor mech design projects, Ves slowly became more familiar with the assistants he hired. The brave mech designers who passed the stringent final selection process through grit and courage already began to distinguish themselves from the assistants left behind at Sinak. Due to all of the recent drilling they endured and the fact that they were part of a combat fleet, the Braves, as they began to call themselves, already began to develop their own identity. Through the instruction and direction provided by Ves whenever the teams reported on their progress, he gradually imparted some of his design preferences in their minds. Overall, Ves wanted the Braves to prioritize simplicity, practicality, cost efficiency, ruggedness, and timeliness. He wanted to mold them into mech designers who did not act like sensitive princesses who couldn't stand the sight of an ugly stain on the floor. Though Ves cared a lot about quality and performance, he valued practicality a lot more. Some situations simply didn't allow for thoroughness. His many experiences during the Bright Vija War had forced him to resort to quick and dirty methods many times in order to survive.
Rather than letting the Braves learn this lesson when the situation grew perilous, VS might as well push them in this direction beforehand so that they would become better prepared. Normally, VS did not wish to influence the development of other mech designers to such a degree. If possible, he wanted to give mech designers the room to find their own design styles and develop their own approach towards mech design. This was what he had patiently done with Kedis. Even though she still inherited many of his traits and outlooks, at the very least she had a choice in the matter. I can't adopt this approach again. He possessed much less emotional investment in his regular assistant mech designers. No matter how much they botched their own development, VS would hardly shed a tear for their misfortune. Assistants such as Molter Ringer, Rena Orion, Estelle Linwood, and Catherine Evanson exhibited a lot of promise. However, he did not need all of them to stand out and advance into promising journeymen. Only one would do. The rest just needed to do their jobs of assisting his work earnestly while molding their design approach closer to his own. Even if their future did not allow them to ascend to higher heights, as long as they remained useful cogs in the machine, everything was fine. That said, VS did not wish to become a ruthless taskmaster who only knew how to whip his slaves. As a mech designer, he possessed the responsibility of guiding and mentoring others in his profession. Since he led the Braves, he became responsible for them as well. While VS was unwilling to invest a vast amount of time, resources, and attention on their development, he did not believe his assistants needed any coddling. After establishing a working merit system, the assistants could choose to contribute to the LMC and the Larkinson clan through several methods. By earning a lot of merits and exchanging them for some potent rewards, the ambitious among the group of assistants would be able to climb their way up through their own efforts. The industriousness of the assistants had surprised VS a lot. None of the assistants were average people. Whether they were braves or erudites, they both worked diligently and tried their best to stand out and receive the favor of their superiors. It was unavoidable that VS and Gloriana both picked their favorites after several weeks of progress. In general, the Braves consisted of colorful characters who came from a wide variety of backgrounds. For example, Molter Ringer used to be a Reinaldan before he joined the Larkinson clan. Due to the state's murky legal practices and the state's recent devastation during the Sand War, Molter ended up deep in debt. Everything changed once he joined the Larkinson clan. As a member of a tight-knit organization that had become as wealthy as some of the Hexadric hegemony's minor dynasties, the little debt that Molter owed to Reinaldan moneylenders no longer became a problem. As a result, the Reinaldan began to view the Larkinson clan and VS in particular as his savior. The man's incredible passion and drive infused a lot of energy in the 5th design team, which he led with enthusiasm. Out of all of the Braves under his supervision, VS identified himself most with Molter. Both of them came from modest, low-born backgrounds. Both of them had to work hard to crawl their way upwards. Both of them were emotional. Both of them earned some lucky breaks that allowed them to shoot up and bloom in greater splendor. Most of all, both VS and Molter possessed the same trait that allowed them to thrive under pressure. Combined with the fact that Molter possessed spiritual potential, VS already developed high expectations towards the team leader. It just so happened that the fellow spent one of his rare and precious merits for an individual tutoring session with VS. No one else had requested this service as of yet, so VS wanted to make sure he provided plenty of value in the form of helpful guidance and useful advice. When Molter entered one of the offices next to the design lab, he sat down at the chair in front of the desk. VS already sat on the opposite side. In order to prepare for this session, he briefly studied Molter's record. He not only became up to date with the Reinaldan's past, but also the work he performed on the Sanctuary project. "Welcome to your first tutoring session," he greeted the team leader.
First of all, let me say that I will endeavor to use my knowledge, experience, and insights to provide guidance to you. This means that everything I say is colored by my own personal biases. Do you understand the implications of this warning? The assistant diligently nodded. I do not mind. Any guidance is better than no guidance. I have long been on my own since I graduated. I had to fumble my way to apprentice, and I still struggled to keep my former mech company afloat. Very well. Since you consent to receiving my personal guidance, let us start this session. Let us start with your design philosophy. According to your record, you are aiming to specialize in signal disruption, correct? Right. He nodded. Back in the Renault Republic, I tried to focus on designing and selling mechs that would allow me to gain a footing in the mech market. I noticed that there are a lot of irregular outfits who needed a cheap and potentially disposable means of interfering with enemy communication signals. While there are plenty of good mech models that can achieve this job, they are too fancy and expensive for the audience I'm talking about. As for the cheaper ones, they're products developed by beginner mech designers who just want to earn some quick Reynolden marks. So you decided to take the bold step and specialize in signal disruption in order to occupy this niche? Yes. Molter briefly looked away. Signal disruption did not sound like a glamorous specialization. In his record, it was classified as a Class II offensive design philosophy, but strictly speaking it leaned more towards utility. Mech designers were humans as well. If they possessed the right opportunities, they were much likelier to pursue flashier and more impressive design philosophies. This was why the design philosophies of most third-class mech designers weren't as sophisticated as those developed by their second-class counterparts. In this regard, Molter was more unfortunate than most and had to specialize in something that allowed him to survive in the mech industry rather than match his actual inclinations. However, for him to become good enough to join the Larkinson clan, he made an earnest effort in progressing his design philosophy. Are you passionate about signal disruption? Not at the start, Molter admitted. Over the years, I found it increasingly more interesting. There are many different communication methods in use by humanity. There are ways to weaken them, block them, and even hijack them. Though I can't accomplish anything fancy, I am already happy if my mechs are used to stymie the plans of the opponents of my customers. The assistant truly sounded sincere. When Ves observed Molter through his spiritual senses, he could pick up the former Reynolden's faint spiritual activity. That was a good sign. If Molter held no passion towards his chosen specialty, then he didn't have a future in it. Ves would have encouraged the man to adopt a different design philosophy in that case. Tell me about your ambition, Ves asked. Every mech designer seeks to fulfill an impossible dream. What is the mech you are aiming to design if you are ever able to reach the rank of master? Molter hesitated for a moment, but since he was talking to a fellow mech designer, he quickly got over this hurdle. I envision designing a mech that can impose total solitude across an entire star system. I want to design and build a mech that imposes its entire dominion across light hours. From one end of a star system to the other end, I want every asteroid, every moon, every planet, and all of the space in between to become cut off from each other. Not a single hostile will be able to transmit any signal to their comrades. What a great ambition! The power required to accomplish this must be insane, and so was the exact implementation. The difficulty increased tremendously when the opponents of Molter's dream mech became more powerful. Trying to disrupt every communication method, from conventional electromagnetic waves to quantum entanglement, was very difficult to accomplish, especially since the mech had to block every possible method at the same time. At his current level, Molter did not need to aim so high. It was sufficient if he could design mechs that could block every conventional means of communication between ordinary third-class mechs. Well, you certainly aren't short of ambition. I think this is a worthy goal to pursue, Ves commented. Right now, where do you think you stand? I have performed a lot of research in my chosen field. Since I joined the clan, I borrowed several interesting books from the Larkinson library. Reading the textbooks from Clarion University has opened my eyes to many more communication methods. I still have a long way to go before I can develop means to interfere with all of them. In fact, it might take too long. As Molter explained his situation further, Ves gained a sense that the man was splintering too much. Ves abruptly raised his palm. Stop for a moment and think back on what you said. Do you think I'm spreading myself too thin? If you are cognizant enough to become aware of this shortcoming, why do you persist? That's because my specialization requires me to provide a means to disrupt every signal transmission method. Ves chuckled. Molter, no offense, but the amount of communication methods that both humans and aliens have invented is far larger than you think. If you develop specific signal disruption methods for each and every one of them, you will need several centuries to accomplish your goal. I will learn faster once I earn enough merits and augment myself, Molter confidently said. While it is true that a good cranial implant and an intelligence-focused gene mod template can boost your raw learning ability, you still won't be able to see the forest from the trees. What do you mean? Molter frowned. I'm telling you that if you are truly dedicated towards signal disruption, that you should focus on developing more global, inventive, and unique methods to accomplish your goal. Rather than learn or develop one specific method for radio communications, tight beam laser communications, and etc., why not come up with a way to block all forms of electromagnetic signal transmission? Molter frowned and reflexively shook his head. While there are means to do so, the more you try to stretch a solution, the less effective it becomes. Says who? Ves shot back. Just because it hasn't been done effectively before does not mean you can upend this paradigm. If you just focus on a limited number of broader implementations and focus on combining them even further, you might not be able to spread as much as you planned, but at the very least you can go deeper than anyone else. This is not only a more practical development path, but it will push you into spending your time on research and development. The profound insight in those words struck Molter like lightning. His eyes widened in realization. This is how true mech designers progress, Ves stated. If you keep studying other people's work, how can you ever accomplish anything meaningful? Every journeyman has arrived at this rank by developing their own original research. If you ever want to amount to something, then stop following other people's footsteps and start blazing your own trail. Chapter 2199 Disqualified Hexer. The problem that Molter suffered from was a rather simple problem for Ves to address. If Molter enjoyed the guidance of a proper mentor, then he wouldn't have developed a fixation for researching an endless amount of minor, existing solutions. In the beginning, mech designers still had much more to learn in order to become more proficient at their craft. Yet learning existing knowledge was not helpful in itself. It only set up a mech designer to become an excellent imitator and assistant. To become a master who succeeded in introducing something groundbreaking and innovative to the mech market, a mech designer needed to do more than passively absorbing other people's work. Transitioning from absorbing knowledge to generating it was a difficult step for many to take. Some mech designers simply weren't suited to venture into the unknown and do the heavy work of pioneering a new research direction. Right now, Ves could only say for sure that Molter had been spending a lot of time as a learner. This did not indicate whether he would make for a good innovator. It was up to the young assistant mech designer himself to develop the necessary skills, habits, and mindsets required of a good researcher. Ves passed on a couple more tips and nuggets of advice. He constructed a set of instructions that would allow the fellow to smoothly take his first steps in performing his original research. Molter grew more and more thoughtful as he finally realized his precarious direction. Thank you, Patriarch. Molter bowed sincerely. I already feel I have already earned back the merit that I have spent. You're welcome, Mr. Ringer. There was plenty of time left in their session, so they began to discuss other matters. Ves took a closer look at Molter's old mech designs and provided his honest opinion as well as all of the points that the man should address in order to improve the quality of his output. They also discussed Molter's potential future role in the Larkinson clan. While no one can ever say if an apprentice is capable of becoming a journeyman, let's consider what will happen if you ever manage to promote. What do you envision yourself doing? Molter paused as he thought over his answer. If I manage to invent something good that I can rely upon to push forward, I think I want to design mechs and publish that can disrupt signals right away. I am very envious of you and your partner for being able to meet the needs of millions of customers with your products. I can't imagine the amount of satisfaction you feel for being such a big influence to many people's lives. That was for sure. Every mech designer was an artist and producer at heart. They rarely designed and created something purely for their own enjoyment. Only by receiving the validation of many other people would mech designers feel as if they accomplished something meaningful in their lives. The LMC offers any journeyman the opportunity to propose and lead their own projects. Journeymen can be trusted to develop products that will not shame the LMC and the clan. While you still have a long way to go, know that there is a bright future ahead of you if you work hard enough. The tutoring session soon came to end. Molter had become filled with new thoughts, and needed a lot of time to process what Ves conveyed to him. No matter what, the assistant benefited hugely from what he learned. That said, as Molter turned his back and exited the office in contentment, it remained to be seen whether he amounted to anything. The benefit of hiring many mech designers was that Ves did not need to get hung up on the individual failure and success of his people. He just had to provide them with opportunities and see if any of them bloomed. It didn't matter who among the assistants eventually advanced to journeyman. Well, that's not entirely right. I really want Keddies to become a journeyman. She is my first true student. He took pride in her development. Even if her specialty was very narrow and specialized, he approved her decision to pursue an extreme. He looked forward to seeing what she was capable of once she formed her design seed. Throughout the day, Ves not only busied himself with design work, but also studied some reports. It just so happened that Rania Woden filed a new status report. Ves decided to enter the isolated biolab recently added to the Scarlet Rose. Rania, he greeted. How are you doing? I have made an interesting discovery, she replied as she gestured towards a scanner. When I studied the exhausted sample of serum that you provided me some time ago, I spent a long time studying the dead components. The sample she referred to was the tiny drop of life-prolonging treatment serum which Ves had robbed of its life-attributed spiritual energy. He subsequently used it up during the ceremony that birthed the Superior Mother. The drop of liquid stopped glowing as much, and it didn't swirl anymore either. Ves thought it had turned into a husk after losing the lively energy that provided them with mysterious qualities. He did not hesitate long before passing it over to Rania, who enthusiastically studied it in order to identify and find a way to replicate its ingredients. What progress have you made exactly? Well, I managed to identify the general traits of many of the plant components used to synthesize the serum. I am not able to match them to any exoplants in my database, but that is because they are too high-end. However, many exoplants have relatives that are akin to different variants of a mech. After a lot of observation and analysis, I have managed to identify numerous lower-quality exoplants. What does this mean exactly? Ves frowned. It means that I will possibly be able to fulfill one of the goals you've set. As long as I research these specific plant species further, I may be able to develop a formula for a more modest serum. While I don't dare to claim that I can prolong someone's life by a century, A few decades or so is very much within reach.
Now Ves became interested. This was actually something that a very small number of biotech companies outside of the Big Two had already accomplished. However, they always charged ridiculously high prices to stave off death by just a couple of decades. The only reason those companies were able to get away with charging so much was because the extra life could be obtained by spending money instead of merits.
How economical would it be to develop this homebrew formula? Do you think it is viable enough to offer this solution to every clansman?
Ranya's enthusiasm faded a little.
That is still a work in progress. The lower quality exoplants may not be as inaccessible as their high-grade cousins, but they are still very pricey. Not only that, they originated from many unique alien environments, and each of them can only grow under very different conditions. If you can get this far, then synthesizing the correct formula is also a huge challenge. From my studies, I have heard stories about how the synthesis of life-prolonging treatment serum has a ridiculously high failure rate. The higher the grade, the smaller the yield. Although I can't confirm this, I have also heard that the lower grades of serum are essentially partial failures. They don't quite make the cut and can only rejuvenate the lives of those who haven't undergone this treatment.
Those were some bold claims. Instinctively, Ves felt that her logic was sound, but he did not dare to take her speculation too seriously. He was not a biotech researcher and was not well versed in biology. Rania herself was only the equivalent of a novice or apprentice in her profession, so she was hardly an authority when it came to something as sophisticated as life-prolonging treatment serums. Despite the challenges that Rania had to overcome, Ves still viewed her current work with lots of promise. While it might be unlikely for her to succeed in a short amount of time, Ves was willing to wait. It would be great if she developed a way to extend the lives of his clansmen without spending too much money. As long as every clansman was able to live 10 or 20 years longer, they would continue to contribute to the clan by the same amount of time. This would allow Ves to squeeze much more work out of every member of the clan. The importance of this couldn't be overstated. After Rania and Ves finished their discussion, they moved on to other topics.
How is the Larkinson Biotech Institute? I left most of the administrative work to a bunch of vice directors that I have appointed,
Rania casually said.
Don't worry. Even if I'm not there to address every single issue, the Institute is still developing on track.
As the director of the Institute, she was supposed to act much more conscientious. However, she was more of a pure researcher type than someone who enjoyed bossing people around. She was similar to Ves in that regard. It didn't surprise him at all that she chose to delegate many of her responsibilities to others. As someone who relied heavily on delegation himself, Ves couldn't very well criticize Rania for doing the same.
How much progress have you made on your other projects?
She frowned.
Not much, to be honest. I have too many projects vying for my time. That is what the Larkinson Biotech Institute is for. Haven't you hired other biotech researchers to assist you in your research? We mostly focused on expanding our gene department and implant department. You wanted us to quickly develop the capabilities of providing second-class augmentations to the members of our clan. We've accomplished your target, but at the cost of neglecting our other responsibilities.
That was true. Ves couldn't fault her too much considering that he set these priorities.
Now that those departments are up and running, I hope you don't neglect the research role of the Institute any further. Understood? Yes, sir. I'll instruct the vice directors to recruit more researchers and specialists.
Once they discussed work-related matters, the conversation strayed in a more personal direction.
You've been in the clan for a few months now. How do you feel about your new life so far? As a hexer, it must be very challenging to adjust to a radically different culture.
Dr. Rania looked a little askance at Ves. She did not wish to reveal her inner thoughts at all, but she still had to say something.
the clan is interesting. I would have thought that mixing so many people from different backgrounds would inevitably lead to chaos, but the combination of your strong presence along with this strange sense of kinship that I share with other clansmen has been remarkably effective in making everyone fit in. Even I'm surprised how easily I have come to like certain aspects about the clan. I feel proud whenever I call myself a Larkinson. I never thought that I would reach this point so soon. Ves smiled inwardly. If even a hexer like Rania mellowed out after she joined the Larkinson clan, then that meant the Larkinson network was doing its job. He had always speculated that the Larkinson network and its relation to the Golden Cat would have this effect. Witnessing such an effective result made him glad that this experiment succeeded. Do you ever wish you could return to the hegemony and become a proper Woden? No, Rania answered without hesitation. Though I initially looked down on you Larkinsons and your values, I have come to like what you stand for. To be honest, I don't even know I can still call myself a hexer. I have spent too much time with nice, competent and capable men that I really can't accept hexer orthodoxy anymore. Ves was pleasantly surprised by what he heard. Chapter 2200 Guard Kitty. Dr. Rania Woden Larkinson's transformation from a typical hexer into a more tolerant and open-minded Larkinson occurred remarkably quickly. As someone who dealt with Gloriana on a near-daily basis, Ves knew that hexers spent a lifetime learning that women were superior and boys had to be brought to heel. Spending 10, 20, 30, or even more years in the hegemony where this orthodoxy affected every aspect of society meant that hexers were notoriously stubborn about their beliefs. He thought that other hexers would be just as obstinate and convinced in their warped values and beliefs as his fiancée. Perhaps it was a mistake to think that Gloriana was a representative example of a hexer. As a journeyman, much of her attitude, behavior, values, and other personality traits had been essentially set the moment she formed her design seed. It was the same for Ves. He could never forget about the time he advanced to journeyman and witnessed the sight of his loose spiritual energy collapsing into a concentrated ball. It not only absorbed everything related to his design philosophy and approach to mech design, but also a bunch of random thoughts, emotions, and feelings that he possessed at the time. This phenomenon probably explained why Gloriana would always remain as she was for the most part. Only through the passage of time was it possible for design seeds and whatever had been stuffed inside to undergo a gradual evolution. Expecting any changes to happen quickly among those who formed their design seeds was impossible. Since Rania was not a mech designer and did not form anything like a design seed, she became much more susceptible to the Larkinson network's subtle influence. The clansmen connected to the Larkinson network may be able to influence the Golden Cat's development, but the opposite was true as well. Ves hadn't been worried that the addition of Gloriana and Rania into the clan would turn Goldie into a female supremacist, or something. The two hexers were so outnumbered by the other groups of Larkinsons that their opinions didn't matter. What Ves, the Trueblood Larkinsons, and the other groups thought possessed much more weight to the Golden Cat. In that sense, it would have been more surprising if Rania was just as contemptuous towards the male gender as she was at the start. To be honest, as Ves interacted more with Rania, he became more and more frightened at the effectiveness of the Larkinson network's indoctrination effect. Countless other people in the Komodo Star sector had tried to change the minds of hexers so they wouldn't be so virulently offensive, but such measures rarely succeeded. Outside of extreme measures such as brainwashing, many hexers had all been raised from the ground up to take the orthodoxy they learned as an absolute, universal truth. Technically, adding Rania Woden technically meant that she had been subject to brainwashing as well. Even if Ves couched it in a less alarming terms such as indoctrination or enlightenment, it still did not hide the fact that Rania experienced a lot of changes that she ordinarily wouldn't have made on her own accord. This was a very dubious ethical development,
and someone with an actual conscience might feel guilty for subjecting so many clansmen to this treatment. Not Ves. Though he understood the problematic issues, the gains vastly outweighed the costs in his eyes. Besides, it was not as if the Larkinson network was solely responsible for transforming Rania so quickly. Previously, she resided in the hexadric hegemony, where dissent and different opinions practically didn't exist. The powerful state had done a very good job at shaping the entire environment, and all of the hexers living within the mold of its culture. Under such circumstances, there was too much fertile ground for hexer orthodoxy, and no room at all for other opinions. Rania grew up and developed herself in a way that made fit in the hegemony. Yet ever since she was suddenly plucked from her familiar home state and jumped into the pond of the Larkinson clan, she lived in an entirely different environment. Usually, it wasn't so straightforward for a foreigner like her to integrate with the clan who abided by very different values. Over the course of many years, someone who wasn't actively trying to integrate with the Larkinsons would enter into at least two different trajectories. The most typical trajectory was that Rania would still cling to her roots as a hexer and a Woden. All of the pride and affection that she held towards her background and origin had already seeped into her bones. Ves could easily imagine that she would have remained stubborn about her own identity. The second trajectory entailed a gradual surrender. If Rania wasn't as conceited about her hexer identity as Ves thought, then she may slowly begin to accept the Larkinson mindset over time. This was a very gradual development, and could easily stall for many reasons. What actually happened was that the Larkinson network hastened her integration into the Larkinson clan to a much greater degree. With the instinctive affection that she sensed from other Larkinsons, it was very difficult for her to treat male Larkinson with contempt. The effect of spending a short amount of time in the Larkinson clan and bonding with the Golden Cat was much stronger than spending entire decades in the hexadric hegemony. This combination embodied the concept of institutional isomorphism to a much greater degree. Institutions and the people that interact with them ultimately influenced nonconformists into becoming conformists through exerting external pressure. In other words, the environment changed the person. Yet with the addition of the Larkinson network, Rania and every other adopted Larkinson suddenly became exposed to an influence that bypassed every obstacle and connected straight to their minds. The active bond that every Larkinson shared with the Golden Cat in effect exerted change from within. If Rania joined the Larkinson network but returned to the hexadric hegemony, then it was difficult to say if she would change at all. After all, no matter what thoughts she harbored in her mind, she still had to act like a hexer to fit into the environment. It's the combination that matters. The dramatically effective results frightened Ves a bit. His worries were only tempered by the fact that once someone became sufficiently Larkinson, they still retained their individuality. Otherwise, the Ilvanans would have become secularists and Vincent wouldn't obsess so much about his manhood. All of this reminded Ves that he hadn't really checked up on the Golden Cat for a time. Maybe I should do that. Ves returned to his stateroom and took the Larkinson mandate from Nita. The ancestral heirloom felt warm to his touch, and the Golden Cat actively looked up to Ves. Nya. His mouth cracked into a smile. You are such a precious darling. Though Goldie stood for the entire Larkinson clan as a whole, she was also still an adolescent kiddie. That said, she developed quite quickly. Not only did she receive regular lessons from Kalankso, she also formed bonds with more and more clansmen, each of which had their own story to share. Ves wasn't sure how much she had grown as a spiritual entity, but he could still sense the youthful spirit within her. She was filled with vitality and spirit. Are you content? Nya. What do you think about the clan? Nya nya nya.
We have grown explosively since the beginning, Ves agreed. We won't be stopping anytime soon. Once we acquire our factory ship, we need to bring in a lot of trained personnel. We'll be expanding even further over the years as we'll be acquiring more capital ships. All of those huge specialized ships can't be staffed by our existing manpower alone. We will have to open recruitment to skilled second-class workers. Though Ves had no stomach for hiring Friday men and hexers, once the Larkinson clan traveled to another star sector, he had no more concerns about opening the door to second-class applicants. Ves had no doubt that those recruits would come when asked. The reputation of the miracle couple was sufficiently dazzling enough to prop up the insufficient foundation of the clan. In fact, his reputation had always served as a pillar to his clan from the start, and this would hold for a very long time. What do you think about our recruits? Are there any issues with integrating the different groups of people into our fold? I hope you haven't been corrupted too much by foreign beliefs. Just because we are tolerant doesn't mean we should compromise on our core beliefs so easily. Nya nya nya. The golden cat briefly left the confines of the book and floated over to his shoulder in order to rub her cheek against his own in an affectionate manner. Oh? He chuckled. Gloriana attempted to sneak in some hexers into the clan? I hope you remember your instructions. Naya. Ves knew what Gloriana was like, and he had an inkling she would attempt to add more hexers into the Larkinson clan. It wasn't so easy to do that, though. First, Ves personally brought Goldie to life, and he invested a large part of his spiritual energy and intentions in the form of empowered images into her spiritual makeup. This not only meant that she possessed a very high degree of loyalty and affection towards him, but she also valued his views the most. Since Ves did not possess the most flattering opinion of hexers, Goldie should also have inherited some of his objections towards hexer culture. Second, he designed Goldie to observe the overall sentiments of the clansmen she shared a bond with, and to slowly make them her own, within reason. Though he never conducted any formal surveys, he knew that the vast majority of Larkinsons did not regard hexers with fondness. The male Larkinsons were very proud of themselves and would never subject themselves to the insane discrimination that hexers practiced on a daily basis. Unless males were spoon-fed with hexer orthodoxy from birth, such as Venerable Brutus, it was incredibly unlikely for those who grew up in a more normal society to suddenly agree that their own gender needed to be beaten down in the dirt. Only deviants embraced this treatment. As for the female Larkinsons, even though it appeared that hexer ideology put their own gender ahead, they rejected it just as vehemently. Aside from believing that every gender deserved equal treatment, women weren't isolated. Their male friends and family didn't deserve to be denigrated. More than that, they hoped that their sons and grandsons wouldn't be subjected to any humiliation either. Goldie should know all of that and be aware of the peril of bringing any hexers in the fold. Unless Ves personally inducted them into the clan, or if they sincerely renounced their hexer beliefs, there was no way in hell that Gloriana's scheme would succeed. After a younger and more naive golden cat inducted a degenerate like Vincent Ricklin into the clan, Ves had taken the time to lecture her and provide her with specific instructions. One of them just happened to be related to hexers. At the time, Ves only wanted to guard against contingencies. He did not actually expect that his thorough preparation paid off. He raised his hand and caressed the golden cat. You've grown both smarter and stronger. Good job. The clan will need your strength in the coming days. How well can you cooperate with the mech pilots in battle? Are you able to empower the people piloting the bright warriors in any way? Nya. Ves sighed. Don't feel ashamed. This is new to me as well. I'm sure we'll figure something out when I work on the Chiron project. We'll all be depending on you to help our next generation. You won't have to do everything alone.
I'll do my best to coordinate with you from the design side. We're in this together, Goldie. Naya,